Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a twist in time in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 31, Reassembled. There was a sun shower on the day before the third exam, raindrops mingling with the warm sunbeams pooling over Konoha's streets. Most villagers had fled for cover when the drizzle began, but Sakura didn't mind it. After all, she was sheltered under a Chiriku's canopy with one of her closest friends. It was a good month then. Sakura asked her blonde, orange-clad teammate while he slurped away at his favorite food. Oh yeah. Jiraiya-sensei showed me a lot of things. Sakura raised her eyebrows at this. She wasn't so sure she wanted to know every detail of Naruto's adventure with the infamous pervert. Learn any new techniques? She asked, guiding their conversation to something appropriate for a public setting. Naruto turned to look at her, his blue eyes twinkling. I sure did, but I'm not telling you what they are yet. Trust me, you're gonna be impressed when you see them tomorrow, he gloated with a cheeky smile. What about you? How was your month? Good, she said, shrugging, while Naruto turned back to his steaming bowl of ramen to wolf down another mouthful. Busy, I guess. Sakura decided she would keep her recap sparse and positive because wiping the smile off of Naruto's face was the last thing she wanted to do, especially when she was so thrilled to finally see him again. She'd missed Team 7. Who'd you train with? A few people. I spent lots of time with the medical ninjas at the hospital, especially one named Shizune. But most of my training was with Tsunade-sama, who happens to be Jiraiya-sensei's former teammate. Naruto's face lit up. Yeah, I've heard about that lady. Jiraiya-sensei talked about her a lot. Apparently she's got the most gigantic. Sakura promptly shoved him out of his chair and continued as if she hadn't been interrupted. I also spent a few days with Kurane-sensei and Hinata, she finished, enfolding her arms across her chest as Naruto scrambled back up. You know, he said, surprisingly not whining about being pushed, I'm happy with how the matches lined up. Haku's a cool guy, but I still wouldn't mind kicking his ass. I'm relieved I don't have to fight Hinata-chan. Sakura nodded and observed her teammate out of the corner of her eye. He was gazing into his bowl with a faraway expression. I mean, I wouldn't have minded kicking Sasuke's ass too because sometimes he really deserves it. Sakura silently agreed with this. But I also want him to win. And you too, Sakura-chan. I want all of us to watch each other win our fights. We can do this, Sakura beamed, her heart clenching with some combination of excitement and nostalgia. She grasped Naruto's forearm and gave it a fond squeeze. He flushed a little at the gesture, but his usual spunk returned full swing. I think tomorrow is gonna be a really great day for us. I can feel it. There was no word from Kakashi or Sasuke for the duration of the month, which was both a little nerve-wracking and a little relieving for Sakura. The hyper-anxious part of her had speculated whether Orochimaru caught them while they journeyed across foreign lands, but the rational part of her doubted it. Kakashi was highly capable of keeping both of them safe and notifying the village well in advance if anything suspicious occurred. It's all right. Relax. Sasuke is fine. Just focus on your training. And that she did. As the days stretched on, Sakura fretted over Sasuke less and less and, for once, dedicated most of her energy to her own health and safety. Before meeting Naruto for ramen, in fact, while Sakura was changing from her scrubs to a casual outfit, she realized that her body was the healthiest she'd ever seen it in this life. She'd managed to sleep properly for the majority of the month and not once had she been pulled to the future. An overly optimistic side of her wanted to believe that her extra defenses on the time travel scroll were helping mend it somehow. Now her face was full of color again, the dark circles gone from beneath her eyes, and her calves and arms covered in firm, lean muscles. You're glowing these days, Forehead, Ino commented a few weeks prior while she trimmed the ends of Sakura's hair, which had grown out past her shoulders. They were in a private room of the hospital because, despite Ino's immense progress in her recovery, the medical personnel still wanted her under their surveillance as much as possible. But at least now she had her own space. Sakura smirked but kept her head trained forward, as not to screw up her haircut. You know what would make me feel even better? If you let me have a go at the herb collection in your shop. Ino let out an exasperated sigh. I would, but I've already been out today. You know that. The hospital curfew bullshit is the worst. They might make an exception if I escort you, Sakura said. And she didn't doubt it. As if she wasn't already famous enough before the Chunin exams, word of her training with the legendary Tsunade Senju has spread like wildfire. Not only was she now deemed a medical ninja elitist but a budding media sensation. Ino shrugged, pacing around to Sakura's front side, running her fingertips through the damp, freshly chopped hair to make sure the ends were straight. I guess so, she said. All right, fine. But only because it's your birthday. And we'd better not be out too late. I'll lose my mind if I have to listen to another screechy lecture from my stupid nurse. Or my father. Worrywart, Sakura teased. Ino had been more risk-averse since the second exam, but Sakura figured that close encounters with death could do that to people. Ino rolled her eyes. Stuff it, billboard brow. And stop talking or I might chop off more hair than you want me to. The two of them spent the afternoon raiding the flower shop's supplies, Sakura for ingredients and poisons and Ino for something bright to liven up her hospital room. Then Ino treated Sakura to a hot beverage of her choice at a nearby tea shop before Sakura went home for a small celebration with her parents for progressing through her young teenage years. Again. She spent a large portion of her time training with Tsunade, and despite the Sannin claiming that she would stick around for only a few extra days, she ended up staying for the entire month, to Sakura's great pleasure. She wasn't sure if this was a result of Tsunade enjoying the time they spent together or poking around at the hospital, or if she was growing attached to some of Konoha's finer pubs. Rumor had it she'd spent a night or two catching up with Jiraiya when he caught a break in between training Naruto. So, are you going to watch the third exam matches, then? Sakura asked one day from where she was splayed out in the grass of a training ground, exhausted and dripping with sweat after a taijutsu lesson in the scorching heat. Tsunade shrugged, sipping from her flask what she claimed was water. Might as well, she answered, and Sakura's heart leapt. After all the things I've taught you, you'd better put on a good show. She probably would too, despite her opponent being a powerhouse in his own right. 5 whole weeks with Tsunade was plenty of time for Sakura to sharpen her skills and even add to her repertoire of techniques. Inevitably, they discussed performing Creation Rebirth, they went over the hand seals, studied what exactly it did to the user's body, and speculated on the best time to use it. Of course they didn't practice the jutsu, because doing so would shorten Sakura's lifespan, and without real reason to. Tsunade also helped Sakura master smoothly transferring her chakra into others, either to replenish or amplify their own chakra levels. Although she'd done it on purpose to keep Sasuke awake all night, the time Sakura transferred her chakra to him in the second exam had, unquestioningly, caused him some discomfort. Tsunade had a few tricks up her sleeve to mitigate that. Your chakra has to join your target's chakra circulation seamlessly. Get a feel for the rhythm and pace of their chakra and match it, don't interfere with the flow of things, she explained to Sakura in the hospital's research facility at some point mid-month. Sakura, who normally focused on merely getting the chakra in her patients rather than the therapeutic benefits of soothing chakra transmission, practiced this and mastered it in 2 days. It was an art, really, but Sakura had the knowledge and talent to catch on quickly. Sakura's favorite new technique she learned from Tsunade was body pathway derangement, which was a technique that scrambled the electrical signals transmitted between a person's brain and body. In other words, it could disrupt an opponent's ability to control their body. Tsunade was hesitant about teaching Sakura the technique at first. It's helpful to have an affinity for the lightning element with this one, she said, pursing her red lips. It makes it easier for you to tamper with the electrical nature of neurotransmission. That didn't stop Sakura in the slightest though. I'll just find my own way to interfere with it then, she said confidently, not deterred. Just show me how to get my chakra into their head and I'll take it from there. All right then, Tsunade replied with a smirk, seemingly moved by Sakura's determination. It's particularly difficult to counter a technique that attacks the brain. By the sound of things, this Kabuto fellow, if he really knows as much about the medical arts as you say he does, might be able to. But this trick should at least give you an opening. Their bond seemed to grow throughout the month and Sakura was certain that the Sannin was less aggressive and drunk by the end of it. She was also immensely thankful that Tsunade never asked about or even batted an eye over how her new student was so familiar with her quirks, hobbies, and abilities. In a way, it felt like their relationship had picked up where it left off, except there was a little more distance between them. Tsunade rarely directly helped patients, and she was forced to polish off sake bottles without Sakura's help when they stopped for breaks in between lessons. Otherwise, Sakura trained with Hinata a few times, who she'd run into by coincidence on the way to the training grounds, and, by extension, Kurane, who was Hinata's sensei. At first these sessions were relatively non-combative, since there was a chance Hinata and Sakura might face each other at some point in the tournament. So it was mainly target practice and chakra endurance exercises, which was quite a refreshing break in between training with the ruthless Sannin. But then Sakura discovered something that changed the course of her training for the rest of the month. With the help of Shizune and some of the more advanced hospital staff, samples of Orochimaru's disease and detailed records of all patient outcomes were gathered. Thankfully, there were only a handful of new cases over the month, providing just enough fresh material to study in depth. It had become a community effort to keep Konoha's citizens, both ninjas and civilians alike, as healthy as possible. Even Haku brought ointments to alleviate symptoms back from the Land of Waves when he returned from training there. Konoha was in the spotlight for the Chunin exams now, which had, inevitably, garnered international awareness for the mysterious outbreak. And for Sakura. Shizune. Come have a look at this, Sakura called while she analyzed brain scans in a lab attached to the radiology wing. It was hard to believe that just before the Chunin exams, she and Sasuke had to break into the hospital to enter it. Tsunade was there too, arms folded and monitoring the investigation with a curious eye, without saying much. Only the three of them were there. Sakura noticed that the chakra around the brain was depressed, especially in patients who were just starting to show symptoms. That could mean a lot of things, Shizune said quietly, running her thumb and forefinger along her chin. Yeah, I know, Sakura said. One possibility is, being trapped in a genjutsu. Shizune stepped back. I'm not so sure. It's worth considering, Tsunade piped up, nearly causing Sakura to jump. If this is Orochimaru we're up against, it would be wise of us not to rule anything out. Sakura agreed, grateful, and immediately after, approached Kurane, an expert in the field of genjutsu, requesting private lessons. Kurane obliged. No groundbreaking discoveries were made regarding the illness, but they did learn that it had a dormant, asymptomatic phase of some sort, though how long this phase lasted was unclear. It progressed faster in civilians, some victims had gaping puncture wounds, and there was an unusually large outbreak among civilians a few days before the third exam. So there was still plenty to puzzle over. There were no signs of Orochimaru or Kabuto either, so who knew what they were plotting? Early evening on the night before the third exam, a few hours after parting ways with Naruto, Sakura took a stroll in a field on Konoha's outskirts, just past the training grounds. The rain was gone but left behind thick, humid air that promised better weather to come. Sakura twirled 3 freshly purchased daffodils in her fingers and kicked off her sandals, feeling the soft, long grass press against her feet and tickle her calves. She'd been so caught up in her training and medical duties that she hadn't processed how nervous she ought to be for the following day. Was there still a war coming? Would Sand and Sound attack them again? Sakura had shared her concerns with Tsunade because she had to tell someone, but the Sannin merely assured Sakura that no matter what problems cropped up, there wasn't anything that anyone could do about them now. Just focus on one thing at a time. We'll deal with the shit when it happens. Trying to get in Orochimaru's head is impossible and definitely not a place you want to be, anyways. Sakura put her faith in her mentor that they would somehow deal with problems as they occurred, but that didn't stop her from spending countless late nights in Konoha's library memorizing everything she could about Sand and Sound politics. A warm, early summer breeze tugged at Sakura's neatly trimmed hair as she sheltered her eyes from the bright, lowering sun. She'd also spent a surprisingly short amount of time thinking about Sasuke, probably because she knew it would only cause her anxiety. She felt a little embarrassed over the fiasco she caused in his apartment while he was gone, namely, her breaking into it twice, and so she had purposefully avoided the Uchiha compound since. Well, whether or not she was prepared for it, she would face him tomorrow and find out what exactly was the status of their relationship. She felt both guilty and terrified of getting her feelings squashed again, but, above all, she missed him, missed the comfort she felt in his presence and how he always read her like a book when she needed him to. And she prayed they could salvage that connection, somehow, even though, as the Sasuke of her nightmares had reminded her, loving him is dangerous. Sakura didn't care though. She was a stronger person now. Spending so much time with Tsunade ended up being just the motivational boost she needed. Whatever was meant to happen would. She lay the daffodils down on Rock Lee's grave and turned on her heel to fetch her sandals. Despite her best efforts, Sakura had a relatively restless sleep. It was much harder to escape her plaguing anticipatory thoughts in the privacy of her silent bedroom, especially now that she never really felt safe in it. But she still woke up hyper-alert and ready to go, her nerves spurring her straight out of bed in an anxious frenzy. The third exam began in the morning because the organizers wanted to take advantage of as much sunlight as possible. Depending on how they played out, the matches could last an entire day, or longer. Thankfully the morning brought with it clear skies and a comfortable heat, the rain clouds long gone. Sakura arrived at the arena with plenty of time to spare, her emotions heightening as she neared the gigantic structure. Today was the day everything in her life so far boiled down to. First, it was her chance to fight at full force, make Tsunade proud, and squash one of her most loathsome enemies. Second, it was her chance to impress the examiners, advance to Chunin, and be rightfully promoted to the hospital's governing council. Third, it was her chance to gauge the status of her relationship with Sasuke, if they even had one at all now. And finally, it was time to test just how much she'd managed to change the course of history in this world. If Orochimaru didn't wage war on Konoha today, that meant Sakura had, somehow, managed to prevent it. When she reached the main gates, Sakura fell in step with the line of spectators who were beginning to trickle in, undoubtedly hoping to secure the best seats in the house. The stadium was as vast and looming as she remembered it, with the capacity for thousands to fill its seats. It was surprisingly already about a quarter full when she got there, so she figured she'd better hurry along to the designated platform where competitors were to watch from. "Excuse me," she mumbled, keeping her head low while she zigzagged through the growing crowd, struggling to keep her bearings in the throng. She managed to shuffle through to the intersection where competitors were meant to veer away from the rest, but she paused there because something caught her attention. Along the very top of the stadium, behind the uppermost row of seats, the Hokage and Kazekage were strolling towards their designated section in the center of the arena, flanked by bodyguards. Sakura scuttled forwards to get a better view of the two delegates, craning her neck and straining her eyes. Last time around, Orochimaru had arrived at the third exam disguised as the fourth Kazekage, and if her memory served her correctly, he'd covered most of his face with a white sheet of fabric to hide his identity. She needed to check, did he use this disguise again? It didn't take long for her to confirm that, no, he didn't. Raza, the real fourth Kazekage, who Sakura had read extensively about during her preparatory research of sand politics, was definitely there with his face entirely unmasked. He's not dead. Gaara's father isn't dead, Sakura thought, her heart pounding from a combination of elation over having, somehow, saved the fourth Kazekage's life, and sheer panic, because she now had no way of anticipating Orochimaru's next move. That was when a shrill scream met her ears. Without a moment's hesitation, Sakura pulled a kunai from her weapon pouch and spun around, preparing to lash out at any threat and praying beyond hope that it wasn't Orochimaru. "It's her! It's her!" someone cried. Poof! A bright light eclipsed her vision. Sakura froze, holding the knife in front of her with eyes open wide like a deer in the headlights, while other flashes temporarily blinded her. After several seconds of rapid blinking, she managed to reorient herself and process that a rather large crowd had gathered around. Among them were several people with cameras and notepads. "Sakura Harano. Do you remember me?" One man's voice rang over the others. She glanced at the balding man who had spoken and slowly lowered the kunai. "Yes," she croaked, finding her voice, still a little shell-shocked by the camera flashes. "You're from the land of waves." "You healed my leg and cured my daughter of pneumonia." "Dear, come have a look, the pink medic is here." Sakura felt a rush of warmth as she began to recognize more and more faces from the village Team 7 had completed their first C-ranked mission in. There had to be at least 30 Land of Waves citizens of all ages, shapes, and sizes gathered around. "We're here to cheer for you," a young girl piped up with a toothy grin. Sakura opened her mouth to answer, but was interrupted by one of the people holding a notepad, who stepped forward, blocking the girl from Sakura's vision. "Miss Harano," he said curtly. "How does it feel to skip the preliminary round and advance directly to the third exam?" She blanched. She started, but then another person with a notepad, along with a camera crew, stepped even closer. "How did you train this month? Is it true that you spent the month with one of the legendary Sannin?" More chimed in. "Why do you have the same mark on your foreheads? Where is your boyfriend?" It felt like her tongue was twisted in a knot. Journalists? Sakura certainly wasn't used to this kind of treatment. And she sure wasn't prepared to answer their questions coherently, with her nerves currently in overdrive. If any of them rubbed her the wrong way, she wasn't sure what she'd do. Sakura raised her hands in surrender and started backing away, but the journalists continued their advance, snapping pictures, and calling her name. And the crowd only grew larger and larger, curious passers-by joining in to see what the fuss was about. "All right, that's enough." Thank God, Sakura thought as a new presence crept up from behind her, relieved for a distraction or an out from being trapped in the spotlight. But when her eyes landed on the newcomer, her relief dissipated in a flash. It was Kabuto. "Give Sakura-chan some space. She has a big day ahead of her," he drawled in that velvety tone of his. And then, to her horror, he placed a hand on her shoulder. She shrugged it off immediately and cast him a furious glare. "Sakura-chan. I think I'm gonna barf." He glanced back to her, the sun catching the surface of his round glasses, obscuring his eyes from view. "We should join the other participants now," he said calmly, ignoring her obvious discomfort at their proximity. "Come on." "That's exactly where I'm heading," Sakura shot back, ignoring the anxious murmurs around them about how two soon-to-be opponents might square off sooner than anticipated. She shouldered her way past the repulsive snake and took the stairs leading to the raised platform two at a time, wanting to increase the distance between them as fast as possible. It was a shame she didn't have a chance to interact much with the Land of Waves villagers, but there was no way she was staying there with a horde of journalists and Kabuto hanging around. She glanced over her shoulder when she arrived at the top of the staircase to find that he was following her up, so she quickly spun back around and beelined down the relatively crowded platform. Competitors, as well as their teammates and sensei, were grouped along the narrow, concrete path. The platform was situated at the base of the stands, only separated from the arena below by a handrail, giving them true front row seats. Sakura, who was now feeling quite unsettled and jumpy after that recent encounter, scanned the bunch of them for familiar faces while she pushed ahead. She passed Gaara and his teammates, who were lingering at the end of the path by the stairs. Gaara was quiet and still, as usual, with his arms folded as he gazed out at the filling stands on the opposite side. Kankuro was awkwardly hunched against the rail, seemingly clinging to it for support, while Temari patted his back. And their sensei was staring directly at Sakura. Sakura turned away and kept her head low while she sidestepped them, feeling Gaara's sensei's eyes trained on her the entire time. Are they up to something? Are they in on one of Orochimaru's schemes this time around? She thought, biting her lip and trying to keep herself from hyperventilating. But then she remembered Tsunade's advice. We'll deal with the shit when it happens. And that made her feel the slightest bit better. It turned out Naruto was already there, further along the platform chatting with Team 8. Hinata and Shino were both suited up for combat. Kiba, the only member of their team who hadn't advanced past the preliminaries, looked comfortable in his hoodie and with Akamaru curled up in his arms. Naruto. Sakura called, feeling bubbly at the sight of her friend. Sakura-chan. Finally. He answered and jogging over to meet her. Kurane shot Sakura a friendly smile and she returned it. Their bond had undoubtedly grown throughout their genjutsu training. It was getting kind of lonely being the only one from Team 7 here. Kakashi and Sasuke haven't returned yet, huh? She asked, not entirely surprised, but also a little disappointed. As much as she was dreading her reunion with Sasuke, she desperately wanted to see him back in the village in one piece. and find out whether he hated her. As for Kakashi, it had been well over a month since they'd last spoken. No, they haven't, Naruto grumbled, frowning and folding his arms. They'd better not miss my fight. Sakura shrugged. I'm sure they'll be here soon, she said, but not really believing the words. Because, knowing Kakashi's classic tardiness, it would be a surprise if they showed up much earlier than Sasuke's match, which took place right after Naruto's. The stands filled rapidly from there on out, and were more packed than she ever remembered them being in her previous life. The Land of Waves spectators were grouped together somewhere behind them. Sakura could tell because she heard a few of their familiar voices screaming her name, and she spotted a fairly large crowd of medical personnel, including Ayame and Shizuan, on the opposite side, probably also there to root for her. Tsunade and Jiraiya, who were a hard pair to miss, were seated higher up, close to where the Hokage, Kazekage, and Konoha's High Council members were assembled. Team 10 showed up a short while later, and Sakura was pleased to find Ino among them, wearing civilian clothes. Despite her face being a little pale and sunken, she looked better than Sakura had seen her since she was infected. Now that Ino appeared to be in remission, the doctors allowed her to leave the hospital for longer and longer spans of time. They briefly caught eyes and exchanged smirks. When everyone seemed to be settled in and the crowd's volume waned in anticipation, Hey, who was still alive, Sakura noted, walked into the empty arena, which triggered a new wave of cheering, and turned his attention towards the competitors' platform. Is everyone here and ready to go? He called, his voice amplified by a tiny microphone clipped onto his Jonin vest. No. Naruto yelled back, certainly not needing a microphone to make his voice heard. Sasuke isn't here yet. Loud muttering swept through the stands. Sakura twisted around to observe the sea of faces behind her, most of which appeared worried or frustrated. Watching the Uchiha air fight was, without question, one of the biggest attractions of this entire tournament. It would be quite a letdown if he didn't show. Hey nodded but didn't seem too fazed. Sasuke Uchiha doesn't fight until the fourth match, so there's no cause for concern, yet. Let's get on with the show. He proceeded to call Temari and Shino down into the arena, and the crowd's buzzing and hooping picked up in volume once more. The third exam commenced. The first match was an extremely close one that kept everyone on their toes and excited for more. Temari managed to win it, but barely, her wind release techniques wreaking havoc on Shino's army of bugs. Despite the slight air of disappointment over Konoha's first competitor losing the match, Sakura got the sense that the audience didn't mind Temari winning it. She was strategic, beautiful and, all in all, extremely entertaining to watch. Wind users like her weren't terribly common in Fire Country. Sasuke and Kakashi still hadn't arrived by the time Hinata and Kankuro were in the arena. Sakura was feeling a little anxious over it, but Naruto's attention was diverted enough for him to temporarily forget his worries. She's going to win. I know it, Naruto chanted, clinging tightly to the rail and teetering against the edge, looking down at the young Hyuga heiress. And, a little surprisingly, he was right. It was a long, exhausting fight, but a show-stopping one nonetheless. Hinata was undeniably the underdog between the two, despite her famous name. She was significantly smaller than Kankuro, who was older and held himself with a confidence that sharply contrasted her generally timid stance. But she beat him. Hinata beat him. It was another narrow win, where, when Kankuro tried to fool her with his puppet's disguise, Hinata's all-seeing eyes were not deceived. She attacked the real Kankuro, striking an incapacitating chakra point and temporarily paralyzing him. It was a very proud moment for spectators from Konoha, which made up the majority of the crowd, and probably for the Hyuga clan as well. Sakura screamed with the rest of the crowd, punching a celebratory fist in the air, and wondered if Naruto would have any voice left for his own fight, which was to take place next. As soon as the fight ended, he leaped clean off the platform to congratulate her. But all of that to say, Sakura couldn't help but notice that Kankuro didn't seem like himself during the fight. He was taunting and ruthless, loud enough for the audience to hear, and, overall, much meaner than Sakura thought he was capable of being. And his movements seemed rather sloppy. But perhaps that was only a trick of her imagination. Sakura wasn't exactly in the calmest, clear-minded state. Then Hinata and Kankuro, both of whom sustained numerous injuries, received medical examinations from the nurses on site. Naruto, Kiba, and the others who entered the arena after the match, returned to their designated spots on the platform. Sakura would have offered to help the medical personnel on the field, but none of Hinata's injuries seemed terribly life-threatening, and also, she needed to conserve her own chakra for her fast-approaching fight. People were talking about the fight for a long while, greatly extending the gap between the second and third matches. Naruto, who was next to Sakura again, and who was normally expressively impatient when his chance to fight an opponent was put off, seemed content with basking in the positive attention Hinata was getting. Several minutes later, however, just as the buzz over the recent, exiting match began to fizzle out, a new wave of chatter swept across the stadium, seemingly out of nowhere. Sakura and Naruto's heads snapped up with surprise and they scanned the grounds intently in search of what everyone was making a fuss over. Shit. Please don't be an attack, was Sakura's first thought, her heart rate increasing and muscles tensing in preparation to move quickly. But the spectators didn't seem afraid at all and the collective oaths and squeals indicated that this wasn't about a threat. Their eyes were trained on the participants' platform, further along it, near the end by the stairs. The first thing Sakura caught sight of when she craned her neck in that direction was Kakashi's mop of gray hair and his army green Jonin vest. Her stomach flipped. He was always an easy one to spot, with his authoritative air and crackling chakra signature, no matter how much he typically preferred to stay out of the spotlight. His hands were shoved leisurely in his pockets, his visible eyebrow arched, and his pace slow and easy. A classic stance for Sakura's sensei. Sasuke, on the other hand, was barely recognizable. He was wearing dark colors, that was the first change Sakura spotted from her position far away along the platform. Her eyes flitted across his unfamiliar clothing, a sleeveless black top with a trademark wide, high collar, black sleeves covering his forearms, heavy, dark gray combat pants that tapered in mid-calf where they met the top of tall, black sandals, a thick belt wrapped around his waist, and... Wait. Was that a sword and sheath fastened to it? His presence caused the audience to rouse hysterically, maybe because he'd actually made it for his match in time, maybe because his chakra signature seemed more potent and intimidating than it usually did, or maybe simply because he looked incredible in that new outfit with his biceps out on full display. Either way, there sure was a stir, especially among the females there. Sakura felt her throat constrict. Sasuke hadn't noticed her or Naruto yet and was mumbling something to Kakashi while keeping his eyes trained on the ground ahead of him. His expression was blank but peaceful somehow. He seemed well-rested and generally content, no furrowed eyebrows, no hunched shoulders, and no signature frown. That irked Sakura a little. Because maybe being away from her was less stressful for him. That wouldn't surprise me, actually, Sakura thought with a stab of hurt. I'm a whirlwind of problems. How I feel must be toxic. She suddenly had a powerful urge to run. Is that you, bastard? Shut up, Naruto. Sakura inwardly groaned. She turned away and glanced around the arena, looking anywhere but at her reassembling team. Hinata and the medical personnel were starting to clear out of the arena, so there wasn't a whole lot to see down there. So Sakura looked out at the audience on the other side instead, but couldn't keep her stomach from turning, her pulse from ringing in her ears, or her mind from wandering. If Sasuke's mere appearance could get her worked up like this, she needed to avoid interacting with him before her fight lest it throw her off her game. There was no amount of training in the ninja arts that could prepare her for this dreaded reunion. You. Stay away from me. Sakura's stomach flipped again as Sasuke's earlier words echoed in her skull. At the time, she'd been so overwhelmed by her other problems, with Lee's death, Kabuto's break-in, and Ino's contraction of the disease having been at the forefront of her mind. But now that she had a moment to think about it, those words really stung. Because all she was trying to do, by telling Sasuke about the massacre, was save him from his revenge. To make his life better. Their lives better. But instead, she might have wound up getting herself shut out of his entirely. Yo. Sakura nearly toppled over the railing when a hand ruffled her hair, her fingers itching for a kunai in her weapon pouch. A familiar laugh met her ears. Well, aren't you jumpy today, huh? Kakashi chuckled. Kakashi-sensei. You're finally back. Naruto bellowed and diving straight at his teacher with his arms spread open wide. Kakashi managed to evade the friendly assault and shove his blonde student towards Sasuke instead. Naruto was so happy that he didn't seem to mind. Sakura wondered whether he'd actually hug Sasuke and risk getting a black eye before his fight. But, thankfully, he merely slapped the Uchiha on the back instead. Sakura willed herself to face the newcomers. "Welcome back," she said while forcing a smile, directing her gaze at her sensei. She was feeling uncharacteristically shy and nervous in Sasuke's presence. "It's great to see you again, Sakura," Kakashi replied. "So, what did we miss?" Thankfully, Naruto went ahead and answered for her, describing the previous 2 matches in vivid detail. Sasuke didn't really say anything, aside from offering the odd grunt or smirk, but that was normal for him. And then out of nowhere, Naruto was saying animatedly, waving his arms around for dramatic effect, when he was interrupted by Hayate's resounding voice. "Naruto Uzumaki and Hakuyuki, please make your ways down to the arena for the 3rd match." For a split second, Naruto froze, but then realization crossed his features and he broke out into a humongous grin. "Yeah. Time to kick some ass," he cried, and preparing to leap down into the arena again, disregarding how competitors were expected to descend the stairs and ceremoniously enter it through a tunnel. "Good luck," Sasuke said, and Sakura was honestly surprised that these were the first words to come out of his mouth. "You can do it, Naruto," she agreed, and patting him on the arm before he sprang off the platform. Kakashi just smiled. Naruto confidently waved up at the crowd as he waited for Haku to join him down there, while Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi looked on, Kakashi positioned between, but slightly behind, his students. Sakura daringly cast a fleeting, sideways glance at Sasuke because she really couldn't resist. Unfortunately, he decided to do the same thing at the exact same time. Damn it! Sakura froze for a moment and swallowed a lump in her throat while the two of them just stared at each other. Sasuke really did seem well. In fact, from this close-up, he was practically glowing. Deciding that it was too late to look away now, Sakura quietly asked, "Good month?" Before wrenching her eyes back down towards where a maskless Haku was striding out of the tunnel, wearing an assortment of blues and his Kirigaku or head protector. The Land of Waves spectators were actually cheering quite loudly. "An interesting month," Sasuke answered, and Sakura could hear the smirk in his voice. "Indeed it was," Kakashi agreed, and she suspected that they were making a reference to something she didn't know about. That unsettled her a bit, but she was also feeling a tad giddy over how Sasuke didn't seem to openly despise her. At least in public. "And yours? I noticed you managed to keep your old friend around for the entire month after I dropped her off." On cue, there was a distant, collective whoa. Somewhere in the stands across the way. Sakura, Kakashi, and Sasuke's eyes followed the sound to where Tsunade was stumbling through the stands to her seat, knocking other people clean out of their own. One sleeve of her blouse was slipping down her shoulder and she had a full wine bottle in each hand. She was also yelling, accusing the people around her of getting in her way. "That's Tsunade?" Sasuke asked, and he sounded genuinely surprised. "She's here." "She is," Sakura said, and it was her turn to smirk. "All right," Hayate called out then. "Naruto Uzumaki and Hakuyuki, please step forward. Let the 3rd match begin." Chapter 32, Thin Ice. A hush fell over the arena, besides the occasional anxious murmur and encouraging shout. "Do you know what Naruto's been up to for the past month?" Kakashi, who was positioned behind his students, asked quietly while folding his arms over his army green jonin vest. Naruto and Haku were now circling each other and exchanging taunting remarks. "He has been training with Jiraiya-sama," Sakura explained, noting how said legendary Sannin was currently beckoning for her own mentor to take her seat beside him. "Apparently Naruto has a few new tricks up his sleeve, but he wouldn't tell me what they are." Kakashi nodded. "I wouldn't doubt it," he said. "Haku will be a tough opponent for Naruto either way," Sasuke chipped in. Sakura's stomach twisted at the sound of his voice. Despite how relieved she felt over him not outwardly despising her, she couldn't understand how he managed to seem so calm and normal while there were so many things left unsaid between them. "His strengths are in his defenses and speed. Naruto needs to be smart or he'll get his ass kicked. And Sasuke, of all people, would know this after fighting Haku himself in the Land of Waves. That kid is really starting to make a name for himself, Kakashi added, his eyes flitting over the cluster of spectators from the Land of Waves. But Naruto is too, especially now that he's training with Jiraiya. Naruto and Haku were still circling each other, but at closer proximities, and their voices were loud enough for the crowd to hear. You've come a long way, Haku, Naruto acknowledged, 3 kunai laced between his fingers in anticipation. And now it's time to find out who's the better ninja between us. Haku didn't seem intimidated. I'm far stronger than I was when we first met, Naruto. I sure hope you've been training hard or this won't be a long fight. Sakura couldn't help smiling. Haku and Naruto had developed a close bond over the months, but in spite of this, Naruto was incapable of suppressing his toxic, competitive nature in the heat of combat. This match was bound to be interesting. Unsurprisingly, Naruto made the first move. It won't be, I'll defeat you in no time. He cried while conjuring a dozen clones and swarming his opponent. Orange blurs attacked aggressively and from different angles, firing weapons, throwing fists, and getting a feel for Haku's defensive skills. And they were impeccable, as Sasuke predicted. In a series of fluid, sweeping movements, Haku managed to prevent each and every clone from reaching him, by dodging and using only a small handful of senbon to deflect the advancing weapons. Ooze and ahs rang across the stadium at the flawless evasive performance. Not deterred, Naruto tried again, rounding on Haku with twice as many clones, and this time, they were all far lighter on their feet, their strikes more deliberate, and their efforts combined to maximize them. Using rather impressive formations similar to his signature Uzumaki barrage, Naruto and his clones sprang off each other's backs, flung each other through the air to increase momentum, and attempted to finish sequences with open-palmed strikes at Haku's chakra points. If he were fighting any other ninja, Naruto would, without question, manage to land at least several of those precisely calculated hits, and maybe even win the fight right then and there. But he was up against a ninja with unique and unrivaled defensive prowess. So he didn't experience such success. Once the others were defeated, the only remaining group of Narutos, which likely included the real Naruto, advanced. One clone planted himself down and grasped 2 others by their wrists before swinging them around and hurling them towards the enemy. But their paths were blocked by ice spikes projecting straight out of the ground in a protective wall. All of the clones vanished in clouds of smoke and Naruto himself was thrown backwards. A spike managed to sever his leg in the process and tear the orange fabric of his pants at his calf. Come on, Naruto, Sakura thought, absent-mindedly gripping onto the platform's metal rail with her gloved hands and gritting her teeth. Try something else. This approach isn't going to work, Sasuke mumbled, voicing her thoughts. Sakura, who was immersed enough in the fight to temporarily ignore her discomfort over Sasuke's presence, turned to him. You nearly defeated Haku once. How did you do it? She asked while glancing at his profile. Sakura had been unconscious for that portion of the battle on Bridge 7. All she knew was that it had ended with Sasuke victorious and Haku on the verge of death. Sasuke's eyes opened a fraction wider when she addressed him. He didn't face her when he answered. It was kind of a blur, he confessed quietly. But the trick is to weaken him from a distance. My fire-style attacks helped with that. Both Kakashi and Sakura nodded while turning their attentions back to the fight. Naruto usually thrived in close-quarters combat. So what was he going to do? You'll need to do more than that to keep up with me, Haku sneered with a charming smirk. This comment seemed to rile Naruto up enough to spring back to his feet, dismissing the injury on his leg. Don't you get cocky. I'm just getting started. He growled and pulling his hands together to perform seals for a jutsu. Everyone leaned forward in their seats. Finally, a counter-attack. What? Reverse harem jutsu. A swirl of steam engulfed the competitors and from it emerged at least 20 gorgeous, naked men. Sakura's face paled. And then it reddened. Why you've got to be kidding me, she groaned, while placing her hands on her cheeks. He's getting way too creative with that technique, said Sasuke, his nose crinkling and eyebrow twitching. But Kakashi, along with many others in the stadium, was chuckling. You can certainly tell who he's been training with. That's quite the distraction tactic. But why men? Sasuke asked, stealing the question right out of Sakura's mouth. Kakashi shrugged. Maybe it's wishful thinking. That's when Sakura recalled the time Naruto barged into the bridge builder's house and claimed to have met the most attractive guy ever last night, in reference to his first meeting with Haku. Sasuke's mind clearly presented him with the same memory because it was his turn for his face to pale. Sakura exhaled deeply through her nose. She still needed to throttle her mischievous, blonde teammate for using a sexy jutsu imitating her on Sasuke in the Forest of Death. If this stupid trick actually worked and Naruto survived the fight, he'd have her to deal with afterwards. Whether or not the illusion had any real impact on Haku, it seemed to stun or confuse him for a second too long. Naruto managed to get directly behind Haku and nearly land an open palmed blow to the base of his neck. But Haku shifted just in time, so Naruto's hand collided with his shoulder instead. Extremely abruptly and in the heat of his shock, Haku created the seals for a new jutsu with a single hand. A cyclone of snow and ice was suddenly engulfing Naruto, searing his skin and knocking him right off his feet. The localized winter storm followed him everywhere he scrambled, tossed, and turned. He was trapped. The crowd's volume increased tenfold as spectators marveled over Haku's remarkable storm manipulation ability. Even though the blizzard was confined to where Naruto was standing, the temperature in the entire stadium seemed to drop several degrees, the wind howled, and hail pellets cracked against the floor of the arena. He's going to freeze to death, Sakura thought with a stab of fear, while Naruto's exposed skin tinged a sickly shade of blue and his body curled in on itself. But surely Haku would stop before it got to that point, wouldn't he? The seconds dragged on and the audience grew restless. Snow and ice were piling up around Naruto, barricading him in place, and of what Sakura could see, his resisting and fidgeting were weakening by the second. Haku circled around the squall like a wild feline trapping its prey. His former title of ninja hunter never seemed more suitable. Apprehensive murmurs swept through the stands and Hayate even inched forward, determining whether to call the match. Sakura tightened her hold on the rail and narrowed her eyes. "Snap out of it!" she called out. "Naruto, come on. Get out of there." Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. First the ground rumbled ominously, causing the audience members to rock in their seats, some of them shouting with surprise. Next a red glow sprouted from somewhere within the storm and grew steadily larger. Then something unexpected happened. Naruto blasted his way out of the storm, shattering the ice and breaking the wind, and launched himself at Haku from all fours. He was cloaked in the nine-tailed fox's bubbling chakra and moving at a lightning-fast speed. Sakura, and probably just about everyone else there, couldn't breathe. He struck and the impact whipped Haku's head to the side and forced him to end the storm. A nasty bruise was left behind on his cheek. A close-quarters battle ensued, where Naruto, whose speed and strength were enhanced by the fox's powers, was right in his element. Haku, still startled by Naruto's newfound strength, spent most of the fight dodging and blocking. Despite her relief over Naruto's escape from the storm, Sakura's heart hammered with fright at the sight of the fox's monstrous energy. "Please, Naruto. Don't lose control of yourself. Please." Her eyes sought out Jiraiya, who was also watching the fight intently, but was making no motion to restrain Naruto in any way. "Ice Dome!" Haku cried desperately and slamming his hand to the ground, while the other performed hand seals. A thick, gleaming wall of ice materialized around most of Haku's body, blocking Naruto's path. Its appearance seemed to pull Naruto to his senses too because he froze in place and the bubbling cloak began to fizzle out. Both competitors were evidently exhausted now, considering how Haku was capable of producing only about 3/4 of his Ice Dome technique, and Naruto was no longer being supported by the Nine Tails chakra. He was doubled over and breathing heavily. "Do something smart, Naruto," Sasuke growled and Sakura nodded in agreement, pursing her lips. It was clear that the match was nearing its end. She was practically clutching the railing for dear life. Naruto lowered into a defensive stance and reached into his weapon pouch. "Whack!" he cried while tossing a fistful of explosive tags at the icy shield. They detonated on impact but failed to even scratch the dome. "That won't work," Haku gloated between breaths. This defense is nearly impenetrable. Damn it! Was Naruto's frustrated response while he tossed another fistful of explosives towards his opponent for good measure, before he started racing around Haku's defensive sphere. Obviously, the only way Naruto could get to Haku was through the dome's opening on the opposite side, which was precisely where Haku was lying in wait. Haku turned to face the dome's opening with a fistful of senbon in hand, preparing to meet Naruto there. But at the intersection, just as the two of them were about to clash, Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. Raise non. Smash. Wait, what? Sakura gasped, her eyes just about bulging out of their sockets. Two Narutos were now standing directly behind Haku in a pile of shattered ice, supporting a small, glowing blue ball in their hands. The Raise non vanished nearly as rapidly as it appeared, but that made no difference. With his enemy in a completely vulnerable, defenseless position, Naruto merely had to follow through with his movement to land an open palm on a chakra point in Haku's back. Haku collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. The entire audience was rendered speechless for a long moment before, slowly but surely, the cheers erupted. Sakura was on the verge of toppling over the railing. He won, she breathed, and staring on with bewilderment. I can't believe it. So the second time he threw them, they weren't explosive tags at all, Kakashi said, and the amazement was audible in his tone. Naruto and one of his clones disguised themselves as explosive tags. The third Naruto, who ran around the ice dome, was a mere distraction. Sasuke was shaking his head and smirking. What a guy. I thought he was screwed back there. He won. Sakura repeated, only half listening. Her heart was racing with excitement. Leave it to Naruto to win in the most dramatic, unconventional way possible. Before she could stop herself, Sakura slugged one arm around Sasuke's shoulder and the other around Kakashi's arm, because he was too tall for her to reach his shoulder, and squeezed tightly. She released them both before they had a chance to respond. The celebration over Naruto's win was drawn out. The Land of Waves villagers did not seem disappointed in the slightest because, after all, Naruto had played a major role in liberating them from Gato's tyranny. Naruto returned to the platform after courteously ensuring that Haku was in good hands. He would be unconscious for at least a full day, Sakura figured, if Naruto truly did manage to cut off his chakra circulation. It was only after Naruto gave Sakura, Hinata, who managed to stick around for the fight despite her injuries, and Kakashi bear hugs, and Sasuke a fond punch on the shoulder, did everyone in the stadium seem to calm down. And then Hayate's voice rang out, Niji Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha, please make your ways down to the arena for the fourth match. Sakura's throat dried. After having been so caught up in the previous fight, it hadn't really occurred to her that there was only one turn left before her own. Just imagining herself stepping out of the tunnel and into the spotlight was enough to make her stomach drop. She also found herself nervous for Sasuke because he had a huge fight ahead of him too. Her eyes drifted down the platform to where Tenten and Guy were wishing Niji luck. It was the first time she'd seen Guy since his prized student was killed, and as a result of her actions in this life, somehow, her insides squirmed even more. You've got this, bastard, Naruto growled, while clapping his rival on the back. You'd better win if you want to stay on my level. While other encouraging words were exchanged, Sakura backed away silently, hoping to slip off to the bathroom and get a hold of herself. Sakura. Hold on. Crap. Yeah? She asked, and meeting Sasuke's serious stare. He looked intimidating again, for some reason. Don't go that way, he said quietly, and gesturing in the direction she was about to walk in. Kakashi and Naruto were also listening. Avoid the small guy from sand. He sounded like he was about to blow a fuse when I walked past him earlier. Sakura's gaze drifted over to Gaara, whose body was terse and vibrating. He was gripping his forearms and staring hungrily at teammate, which had gathered beside his own squad. After the incident with Rock Lee in the preliminary matches, it was apparent that someone claiming Gaara might blow a fuse was not to be taken lightly. Watching the other matches had probably excited him somehow, and increased his bloodthirst. Right, Sakura mumbled, also noting how Kankuro was still awkwardly clinging to the rail. Creepy weirdo, Naruto muttered. I'll warn the others. And then he moved towards where Hinata and her teammates were congregated. Sasuke nodded approvingly and left before Sakura had a chance to wish him luck or thank him for not letting her back away to her death by Gaara's hand. "So," Kakashi said when the other two were out of earshot. "I heard that some unusual things have happened since we last spoke." Sakura half smiled. Unusual didn't even begin to cover it. She felt tiny surges of warmth and hope at finally being alone with her sensei, who was one of the few people she felt she could trust and also who didn't despise her. Her nerves calmed enough for her to abandon her bathroom trip to collect herself. She also wanted to take advantage of her chance to finally speak to Kakashi privately. "Your Fujiwara seal was created seamlessly, by the way," he said with raised eyebrows. "I examined it during our travels in the Land of Rivers. It seems to be holding up." Sakura nodded slowly. "Good," she said. "I expect Sasuke told you about the circumstances around him needing it in the first place then." "Yeah, he did," Kakashi answered in a somber tone. Sakura was honestly relieved that she wouldn't have to be the bearer of bad news. For that particular incident, at least. "You know about the disease too?" she asked. "The gist of it." Sakura swallowed a lump in her throat. She desperately wanted Kakashi to know about everything, how she was, in fact, the target of Orochimaru and Kabuto's disease, how Kabuto was stalking her, and how they should be vigilant throughout the rest of the exam because their enemies just might be plotting another war. She also wanted to find out what was so special about the Land of Rivers. But she couldn't find the words. And she was interrupted. "Let the fourth match begin." Sakura's heart leapt at the sight of Sasuke and Niji's ceremonious, pre-battle handshake and hate falling back to the sidelines. She would have to chat with her sensei another time, because there wasn't a second of this fight that she would risk missing. The audience seemed to share her sentiments, as indicated by the delighted screams and shouts that met her ears. The young prodigies leaped backwards and squared each other up, resuming battle stances and plastering on their most serious glares. This fight would surely be the most vicious one yet. "Prepare to lose," Uchiha, Niji spat, while bending his knees and extending his arms out on either side, palms up, in a wide stance. "Bring it on, Hyuga," Sasuke replied with a cocky smirk, his fingers itching towards the sword at his hip. Niji snorted. "Your defeat is inevitable, as it was for the rest of your ill-fated clan." A stony silence followed that remark, aside from a few astonished gasps. Naruto, who had rejoined his team, made an audible growl and Sakura was frozen with surprise. "I forgot what a complete asshole that guy used to be," she thought while grinding her teeth, her blood boiling. "What was that?" Sasuke hissed, the smirk wiped clean off his face and a deep red staining his irises. Niji didn't seem to care that he was treading on thin ice. In fact, it seemed almost like he was deliberately trying to shatter it. "Resisting your fate is useless. Take Rock Lee, my former teammate, who wanted, so badly, to defeat me despite his limitations." Sasuke's hand dipped into his weapon pouch and his jaw locked. If he'd only accepted his shortcomings, maybe things would have ended differently for him. "You'd best learn from his errors." "What the hell is wrong with you?" Naruto bellowed, and he appeared on the verge of leaping clean over the railing and pummeling Niji himself, regardless of his exhaustion after his fight. Rock Lee was easy, Naruto, Kakashi warned while placing a steadying hand on his student's shoulder. "Niji's just trying to get into Sasuke's head." "Well, he's sure getting into mine," Sakura thought bitterly, seriously contemplating bounding into the arena herself. As anticipated, Niji's comments didn't sit right with Sasuke. Surprisingly, he responded, even though he wasn't usually one for talking. "Shut up," he seethed, as the two of them began circling each other with their muscles tensed and weapons strung between their fingers. "I would be dead in the second exam if it weren't for Rock Lee. That could have been my funeral last month." The stadium was so silent that Sakura could hear a pin drop. "Lee didn't live a long life," Sasuke continued, his chakra spiking dangerously. "But he pursued his goals tirelessly. And today, I'll defeat you and fulfill one of them in his stead." Sakura had a vice grip on the rail again and, for some reason, felt tears prickle in the corners of her eyes. Sasuke's speech was followed by applause as he likely won over the hearts of whatever spectators he hadn't won over already. I expected better of a supposed genius. What a disappointment, Niji scoffed. Sasuke chose not to answer, probably fed up with chatting. He fired a fistful of shuriken at his opponent and the match began. Niji's abilities in close-range combat were unrivaled, except by, perhaps, older members of his clan. But Sasuke seemed to anticipate that and managed to keep his distance for the first portion of the battle. The pace of the fight was extraordinarily fast, especially because Sasuke, who was on the offensive, was circling Niji at breakneck speeds while sending fireballs and explosives attached to weapons at his opponent. Niji, in turn, who was surprisingly light and graceful on his feet despite his broad and stocky stature, managed to evade most of the attacks with the help of his all-seeing Byakugan. The crowd was dazzled by Sasuke's fire-breathing and the various ways he managed to manipulate the element, in enormous, roaring fireballs, in small explosive bursts, and in wave-like swoops. Niji was forced to use a basic water release technique to free himself from a ring of fire Sasuke managed to trap him in, but only after it singed Niji's sleeve and the skin of his forearm. Sasuke was showing no mercy, and Sakura suspected he was still enraged over Niji's insults at the start of the match. "You seem unsteady," Sasuke jeered, aware that he had an upper hand. "And, if my eyes serve me right, you get extra cautious when I attack from a certain angle. Compensating for a weakness, are you Hyuga?" Sakura smirked. Sasuke's Sharingan succeeded in pinpointing Niji's blind spot. Enough. Niji shot back before advancing, using chakra to propel his feet along the arena's surface. He managed to finally catch his opponent in a taijutsu fight ensued, a style that put Sasuke at a huge disadvantage. The rate of Niji's attacks accelerated, and without his predictive ocular abilities, Sasuke might have lost the fight then and there. He barely managed to block Niji's onslaught of open palms with his forearms and fists, and clearly knew that he couldn't risk letting one land. A single, perfect hit from a Hyuga's gentle fist could put an end to a match or, depending on where it was aimed, one's life. Niji grew frustrated by Sasuke's ability to keep in stride with him, and so he took things up a notch. He began to turn as a swirl of chakra rose up from his feet, and then, in an astonishing burst, a rotating cloak of blue chakra surrounded him, deflecting all of Sasuke's attacks and even throwing him backwards quite a far distance. Ugh! Sasuke groaned as his back slammed against the ground. He rolled up onto the balls of his feet, trying to reorient himself, but he wasn't quick enough. Niji was on him again in a flash, pulling Sasuke up by the front of his black shirt, and aiming a chakra-laden palm directly at the center of his chest. "This is where it ends, Sasuke Uchiha!" he shouted, while throwing another hit. 8 palms. And then he moved like a machine, striking various spots on Sasuke's torso, arms, and shoulders. 16 palms. Shit. Sakura cursed. Sasuke was in danger now. Niji was using his infamous 8 trigrams 64 palms technique to seal the entirety of Sasuke's chakra circulation, and, if he was feeling hostile enough, damage Sasuke's vital organs. Unfortunately, hostile barely even captured the intense hatred Niji seemed to feel towards the Uchiha heir. Sakura wasn't the only one who sensed the trouble her teammate was in. "Sasuke, do something!" Naruto cried. "Sasuke-kun, come on!" Sakura joined in, surprising herself by how loudly her voice projected across the arena. Suddenly there was another blast of blue chakra, and for a brief moment, Sakura thought it was Niji's revolving heaven technique again, which would probably cause Sasuke some serious damage. But it wasn't, because this time, it was Niji who was hurled backwards. And the chakra felt different, it crackled, it chirped. And when the chakra blast and the floating dust from the eruption settled, Sasuke was standing there, breathing heavily, and holding his sword out in front of him. Blue electric currents were pulsing along the blade. Sakura's breath caught in her throat. "Chidori!" she breathed while gazing down at Sasuke in amazement. Did Sasuke actually just manage to project Chidori out of his entire body, and now, channel it through his sword? Sakura remembered that Sasuke only managed to achieve this level of control over the technique after he had defected the village in her old life. "That it is," Kakashi answered, and she could hear the smile in his tone. Sasuke's chakra control is exceptional, so it didn't take long for him to discover that his Chidori didn't have to remain localized in his hand. That's wicked, Naruto muttered, his jaw hanging open, not even bothering to pretend he wasn't impressed by his rival's stunning new skills. But the catch is, Kakashi continued, that technique requires an enormous amount of chakra. I expect Sasuke only has enough left to use Chidori one more time. He'll need to make it count. Using Niji's shock to his favor, Sasuke advanced with speed, and Niji scrambled up in preparation to defend himself. But then Sasuke paused, skidding to a halt, and launched his sword directly at Niji's head, like he was throwing a javelin. Niji anticipated the attack and performed his revolving heaven technique again, and the swirl of chakra blocked the sword and sent it flying to the other end of the arena. What now? Sakura thought, just about bending the metal rail from how tightly she was gripping it. But Sasuke didn't seem fazed. He held his hand out before him and produced another Chidori, this time directly in the center of his palm. And then, to Sakura's utter disbelief, he threw it along the same path his sword had taken, towards where Niji was slowing his spinning and dropping his guard. Sasuke lowered his stance and held out his arms, and, like a puppeteer manipulating a puppet, he moved the suspended ball of humming electricity through the air in a deliberate, measured fashion. Most of the audience was on their feet now because Sasuke's mastery of the lightning element was unimaginable for a genin his age. By the time Niji stopped spinning and realigned himself with Sasuke, the ball of electricity was hovering in the air directly behind him, but he didn't seem to notice its presence until Sasuke raised his hand and summoned it forward, straight through Niji's side. He must have positioned the Chidori in Niji's blind spot, Sakura thought, covering her mouth with her hands, while, in a spurt of blood, the ball of electricity sliced Niji's hip and returned to Sasuke's hand. Sasuke caught his Chidori effortlessly, and on impact, it fizzled out and disappeared. Niji was frozen to the spot, probably from a combination of shock and pain. Sasuke moved forward one last time, driving his heel into Niji's chest and sending him to the ground, winding him, and ending the match. The crowd all but exploded, and was probably audible from the 4 other great nations. Yes. Sakura squealed in the heat of the thrilling moment, and exchanging hugs with her teammate and sensei. I knew he'd do it. Naruto cheered. Attaboy, bastard. Sasuke could have killed Niji there, you know, Kakashi said quietly, so that only his students could hear. Only a few inches over, and he could have sent that Chidori straight through Niji's abdomen. Sakura drew her attention back to the arena, where Sasuke, who had just been declared the winner by Hayate, was crouched beside Niji and exchanging words with him. It was impossible to hear them over the screaming and clapping, but Sakura really wished she could. Kakashi was right that Sasuke easily could have ended the guy's life, but, as Sasuke had admitted to her in the Forest of Death, he didn't like killing. When the medics arrived on site to examine the two of them, Sasuke even offered a hand to Niji, a noble and respectful gesture. Niji took it and nodded. And Sakura's heart fluttered. It's 2 for 2 so far, Kakashi said with a grin. My team is undefeated. You'll keep our winning streak up, Sakura-chan. I just know it. Naruto beamed while patting her on the back enthusiastically. Her stomach flipped at the reminder that she was up next. But then another thought occurred to her, and she chose to focus on it instead. Naruto, she said slowly, her eyes clouding over slightly. You're going to fight Sasuke next. If we even make it to another round of fights this time, that is. Huh. That's right, Kakashi chimed in. In the next round of fights, Hinata will fight Temari, and you will fight Sasuke. Naruto nodded energetically, his eyes wide. Oh man, I can't wait. And Sakura-chan, if you win, you'll fight the winner of Gaara and Shikamaru's match, she answered, feeling queasy again. Knowing Shikamaru, he would probably forfeit the fight if Gaara pulled anything weird, and he probably would, if Sasuke's earlier comments about him held true. The waiting period in between the 4th and 5th fights ended far too soon. Sakura and Kabuto were called down to the arena before Sasuke had even made it back up to rejoin his team. After parting with Kakashi and Naruto, Sakura started walking down the platform in the opposite direction of Gaara's team, and towards the stairs that descended to the tunnel. She ventured ahead in a daze, only vaguely aware of the words of encouragement and pats on the arm she received. I'm nervous. I feel sick. I want today to be over, she chanted in her thoughts while praying for a distraction of some sort. She met Sasuke at the top of the stairs. He was evidently exhausted after his fight. There was sweat lining his forehead and cuts and bruises visible on the exposed skin of his arms. But he stood at attention when his eyes met Sakura's, and she had to resist her ridiculous urge to wrap her arms around him in search of comfort. She was feeling elated over his victory and hyper-anxious for her own fight, so now was probably not the time to pull other emotions into the mix. So instead, she nodded politely and offered a weak smile. "Good job," she said. "Good luck," he answered, and watching her pass and descend the stairs without straying from the spot. "Focus, Sakura. Focus." With every shred of willpower she had, she pushed aside her thoughts of Sasuke, ignoring how she could still feel him watching her, and concentrated on not tripping down the staircase and making a complete fool of herself. Sakura sucked in a deep breath before she emerged from the tunnel, temporarily blinded by the bright sunlight. Kabuto was already there and was standing by Hayate in the center of the arena. She approached in a trance, the heels of her boots clicking against the solid ground. The crowd's roars sounded fuzzy and the time travel scroll disguised in her weapon holster felt like a ball and chain. Kabuto looked as smug and confident as he always did, and was wearing his signature circular glasses, dark clothing, and white waistband. His arms were folded across his chest, exposing the gleaming, armored plates fastened to the back of his fingerless gloves. He shot a broad smile at Sakura and she pointedly ignored it. Hayate beckoned for the two of them to step forward and initiated the ceremonious handshake. "Let me know if either of you wants to forfeit at any point," he said in his classic bored tone. "Otherwise, I'll determine when the match has ended." "Yeah. Sakura-chan." Naruto's voice trumpeted across the stadium, followed by several whoops and screams. Sakura glimpsed the bubbly blonde jumping up and down on the competitor's platform and noticed that Sasuke was now standing beside him. On the opposite side of the stands, Tsunade was raising her glass. Sakura chuckled and shook her head, feeling the tiniest burst of confidence. "All right, let the fifth match begin," Hayate proclaimed before jumping back to safety. Sakura and Kabuto instinctively did the same thing. Sakura assumed a battle stance of Lee's, one she'd grown accustomed to using since she trained with him, standing straight with her right arm outstretched, palm up. It was impossible to predict how a battle would play out. It was like studying for a test or practicing for a sport. No matter how many skills a person had at their disposal, if those skills couldn't be adapted to the situation at hand, they were worthless. The fight commenced immediately. Both Sakura and Kabuto started by attacking at a distance with weapons. She leaped around, firing handfuls of shuriken from various angles, and he deflected them with a poised kunai and the metal plates on his gloves. She managed to evade his own barrages of weapons by dodging and deflecting them with carefully tossed shuriken of her own. It didn't take long for Sakura to grow frustrated with the nature of their fight. When she caught a short break, she pumped chakra down her leg, kicked her foot into the air, and drove the heel of her sandal to the ground, and from where it met, a crack formed and tore forward, directly at Kabuto, in a series of rumbling smashes. It was one of Tsunade's signature moves and had just the destabilizing effect she wanted. Sakura charged while Kabuto regained his footing, fully aware that he was faster than she was, but also that she was stronger than he was. The trick was to get in close. When she caught up with him, Sakura ducked and aimed a low, sweeping kick at Kabuto's legs, forcing him to jump over them to dodge. But just as he was landing, Sakura slammed a chakra-enhanced fist into the ground, which riveted and cracked the surface, and Kabuto lost his balance again. Bingo! Without wasting a second, she plunged forward and drove her other fist straight into his abdomen. Crack! With a poof, Kabuto disappeared and was replaced by a log, and Sakura blasted it to pieces, sending splinters flying in all directions. Crap! A substitution. Where is he? But thankfully Kabuto's vile presence was a hard one to miss, so when he reappeared behind her, Sakura was ready for him. She twisted around and raised her arms to block his attack, but then realized the hand directed at her was a scalpel throbbing with chakra. And it would surely tear right through her arms if she didn't get the hell out of the way. With nowhere to escape, Sakura resorted to an acrobatic maneuver she had practiced in her training with Lee. She flung her arms over her head and leaned back into a deep limbo, her body parallel with the ground below. Kabuto's arm and torso stretched right on top of her during her successful dodge, and before he could change the direction of the motion, Sakura took hold of the front of his shirt. "Hrug!" she cried as she flipped him to the side and threw him away from her. Kabuto skid quite a distance before getting a hold of himself again. Sakura was honestly a little surprised by how much strength she summoned to fling him away, especially considering how much larger than her he was. But in the heat of battle against an enemy like him, using the power of her strength of 100 seal came effortlessly. She caught a whiff of distant cheering in the background, but Kabuto didn't give Sakura any time to relish in her short-lived success. Before she knew it, an enormous water projectile burst straight out of the ground at her feet with immense force, sending her toppling over to the side. "Looks like he's a water type," Sakura thought while she rolled away and out of the projectile's line of fire. It followed her though, coursing through the air in a flying, rushing current, threatening to nail her into one of the arena's walls. But so am I. Although water-type ninjutsu wasn't a particular specialty of hers, Sakura did have an affinity for the element. So she tried the only counter-attack she could think of in the moment and faced the water projectile head-on, raising her arms and sending out a pulse of her own chakra through her fingertips, attempting to latch onto the water with chakra before it met her. And it worked. At the very last second, Sakura managed to redirect the aerial stream by splitting it into two parts, which cascaded to the arena floor and showered the spectators up front with water droplets. Kabuto frowned and lowered his own arms, pausing briefly to catch his breath. Sakura did the same, and reassessed her surroundings now that water was pooling across the floor. These changes to the battle environment might be advantageous in combat if she strategized, especially because she knew she could manipulate the water if she tried. Sakura's eyes flitted down to gauge the depth of the puddles, and jumped with surprise at what she saw. Kabuto's face was reflected in the water right at her feet. Sakura's eyes shot up frantically, searching for Kabuto above her. But he wasn't there. In fact, he was still standing ahead of her and hadn't moved an inch. The face was smirking. "I've had a fascination with the medical arts since I was a young boy," the face said casually, as if they were sitting down for tea. Sakura gaped down at the face for a long moment before glancing up at the real Kabuto, whose face held the same smug expression. The voice continued, echoing all around her as if it were being amplified by an intercom system, but the real Kabuto's lips didn't move at all. "Ever since, I've bided my time experimenting on my own subjects, but also monitoring the medical research facilities and hospitals of the hidden villages. It's in my head," Sakura breathed aloud, as the world around her started tipping out of focus. The water was molding into prism-like structures, and Kabuto's face was being reflected everywhere. "I heard about your abilities right away, of course, and so I tailed you on your journeys out of pure curiosity. What I hadn't known at the time was that I'd struck gold. This is Genjutsu. Don't let him distract you. This is an illusion," Sakura repeated to herself, willing her body to relax and her mind to clear so that she could release herself from Kabuto's spell. But then the water prisms transformed again. They collected and grew into a single, massive beam of water. And before Sakura could prepare herself for it, the beam was blasted directly at her, knocking her backwards and sliding along the slick arena floor. "His attacks are real," she thought while taking a shuddering breath and leaning to the side to cough out a mouthful of water. "A short while ago, during my routine hacking of Konoha's hospital surveillance system, I stumbled on something most fascinating. I found you running through the hallway with none other than Sasuke Uchiha, the boy whom my master plans to take as a host. How intriguing it was to find that the very two we had our eyes on were connected somehow." Sakura sprang up to her feet just in time to evade the next water beam, but staggered a little from the gust it caused and from the disorienting effects of the genjutsu. "I was already thinking of developing a disease, you see, but never really planned to pursue it until an opportunity like you came along." "Kai!" Sakura cried, in attempt to free herself from Kabuto's disabling technique. "Kai!" But the water beam was chasing her, and she couldn't catch a break to clear her head or form the proper hand seals. "At first the goal was merely to push you to your limits, to see what you were capable of. But then I realized the threat you posed. The threat you posed to the corruption of Orochimaru-sama's future host." Sakura bravely faced the water beam and channeled all the energy she could into her hands, hoping to bend the water away from her as she did before. but her chakra circulation was dampened and the world seemed to be moving in slow motion. After witnessing the revolution you caused in the Land of Waves, I realized that your defeat would do more than destabilize Sasuke Uchiha, but the Hidden Leaf Village itself. You must be destroyed. Changing her mind at the very last second, Sakura turned her back on the advancing water, performed a few hand seals in rapid succession, and slammed her palms to the wet floor. And like she was pushing a lever, a muddy wall of earth sprang straight out of the ground behind her, blocking the water's path. The beam smashed into the wall, shattering parts of it to pieces, but overall, Sakura's earth release defense succeeded in protecting her. It also gave Sakura a short opening. Kai! She gasped and her voice came out hollow and breathless. Her surroundings instantly came back in focus and the cursed voice disappeared. But now Sakura was on edge. For the most part, Kabuto's genjutsu confirmed what she already knew, that she was Kabuto and Orochimaru's target. However, now it was salient in her mind, and shaking her to her core. Was he going to try to kill her here then? Before an audience of mostly Konoha inhabitant spectators? Sakura charged up all the chakra she could muster to her fists. Let him try, she thought as a fierce growl resounded in her throat. She was feeling shaky, nervous, and hypervigilant, her body was pleading for her to either fight or flee. And right now, there was only one option. Sensing Kabuto approaching from the other side of her half-shattered earth barrier, Sakura whipped around and smashed through it herself, catching Kabuto before he reached it. She followed through with the motion and punched him so hard that his body flung into the opposite wall of the arena with a bang and cracked it. Next thing she knew, Sakura was on him, straddling his hips and pummeling him mercilessly, using chakra to pin them both in place. In that moment, she couldn't process anything else, how she got there, why the audience was screaming, or why Hate's voice was calling. All she knew was that she needed to kill Kabuto before he killed her. She continued to punch until his glasses cracked and blood gushed freely from his mouth and nose. And then something strange occurred, Kabuto started to laugh. It was peculiar enough for Sakura to freeze her fist's descent. You get nightmares, don't you? He choked out, somehow appearing smug from his beaten, vulnerable position below her. Sakura couldn't understand why he would try to taunt her in a moment like this, when he was at the mercy of her fists. You're reckless. Hyper-reflexive. Your thoughts are scattered and you avoid things that trigger you. Haven't you put it together yet? What? Sakura hissed, without the slightest idea what he was getting at. Her bloody, gloved fist was poised and loaded with chakra. I can tell you've been through war. Perhaps not war in the classic sense, but one that haunts you and tears you apart from the inside. Sasuke flashed across her mind's eye, the older Sasuke from her other life, whose skin was tinged gray, who supported grotesque, ominous wings, and reeked of everything she feared. You're your own worst enemy, Sakura. All I have to do is... Shut up. Sakura shrieked, losing patience for his psychological derailment, and coiling her arm back to strike again. However, this time, Kabuto caught her wrist and pushed her off, taking advantage of Sakura's unsettled state. And while she stumbled back, he impaled her with a chakra scalpel. His arm tore through her dress, through the flesh of her abdomen, and as her own blood splattered onto her face and arms, Sakura appreciated that this blinding pain wasn't quite like anything she'd ever felt before. It was a pain that marked the end. There were collective screams somewhere in the distance, but they were drowned out by a hazy voice. Use it. Now. Why yes, Tsunade-sama, Sakura whispered with every shred of strength she had, while hot blood trickled through her parted lips and down her chin. Her forehead burned and her numb hands stretched forward automatically, gripping onto locks of Kabuto's gray hair. Chapter 33, A Tide Turned. You, Sasuke snarled, his Sharingan igniting and black marks creeping up the base of his neck. Stay away from me. And then he left. Without a backwards glance, Sasuke made a beeline for the village core, his hands balled into fists, the curse on his neck stinging, and his mind racing. He didn't know exactly where he was going, only that, wherever it was, it needed to be far away from her. Why didn't she tell me sooner? He fumed, his chest tightening painfully. He felt betrayed. After years of vowing to pursue his revenge in isolation, without the distraction of unnecessary bonds and connections, Recently, he had imagined that, perhaps, a connection with Sakura wouldn't be a setback. Perhaps, he had thought, a connection with her would help him. They were both Avengers, after all, and strong ones at that. Combining their efforts for a common goal seemed logical and efficient. And, not to mention, there was the added perk of Sasuke truly not minding her company. I'm an idiot, he thought, while slamming a fist into an undeserving tree trunk, cracking it on impact. Trusting her was a mistake. Above all, Sasuke's pride had taken a blow. It felt like he was being ridiculed somehow. How dare she refer to the murder of his parents, of his entire clan, and the basis of his life goal as a ploy? He was just trying to silence the screams that haunted his nightmares and do something to bring honor to his prestigious family name. Itachi himself had told Sasuke, on the night of the massacre, to hate him for his crimes. So how could the village have anything to do with it? It felt like Sasuke's world was caving in on itself. It couldn't be that his perspective of his family's legacy had been skewed all this time. Or could it? The sun had set by the time Sasuke gained his bearings. He had wandered all the way to the heavily populated center of the village, near the Hokage Tower. Most passers-by were, like him, wearing all black, not having changed since Rock Lee's funeral that morning. This made it easy for him to spot the familiar face in an army green Jonin vest. Sasuke's initial instinct was to take cover and avoid the newcomer altogether, but an impulsive decision changed his mind. Now might be just the opportunity I've been waiting for. Kakashi. Truth be told, Sasuke mapped out a trip to the Land of Rivers several hours prior. He just didn't think he'd actually follow through with the plan so abruptly. He was also surprised that, so willingly, Kakashi agreed to accompany him there straight away. There's a swordsmith in Takumai village known for his skills in designing weaponry, Sasuke said, his carefully researched excuse escaping his lips effortlessly. I want you to train me there. Kakashi paused for a moment, his eyebrows raised with curiosity. Guy-sensei, and an uncoordinated, and probably drunk, blonde woman, who Sasuke now knew had been Tsunade Senju, went ahead so that Kakashi could speak to his student in private. Guy probably hasn't heard about Lee yet. Sasuke thought, his stomach tinging uncomfortably. Just let me file my mission report and put a word in with the Hokage, was all Kakashi said before dismissing Sasuke and turning towards the tower. With a surge of adrenaline, Sasuke went straight home to pack his training and traveling gear, and, exactly 30 minutes later, met Kakashi at Konoha's front gates. The Land of Rivers was located on the southwestern border of Fire Country and would only take about 3 days' travel, or even 2 if they moved quickly enough, details Sasuke knew long before they departed. When Sakura confessed her plans of revenge in the cave during the second exam, Sasuke learned more valuable information than he had bargained for. At first, he merely hoped to better understand his frustratingly interesting teammate's backstory, but when she started speaking about the Akatsuki, particularly about Itachi being a part of it, Sasuke paid attention to every painstaking detail of her stories. There were Akatsuki hideouts planted across the nations, it sounded like, and the hideout Sakura knew most about, and shared the most information on, was in the Land of Rivers. It was the first one Konoha discovered, she had explained, hidden in the caverns to the north. I fought one of the Akatsuki there, actually. Sasori, who was a puppet master. Was. Sasuke had repeated, while watching Sakura intently. Did you win? I did, she answered with a small smile that he wanted to reciprocate, but Sasuke couldn't help noticing the hollowness in her eyes. But I have a feeling. I have a feeling I'll need to go back there someday and finish him off. I don't think he's through with me. So Sasuke had, dutifully, taken it upon himself to research the place, because, after all, he and Sakura would probably venture there in the future, to either take out Akatsuki members once the two of them were Umbu Black Ops, or merely explore and gather intel. He was planning to look into it more intensely when he had the chance, but in the meantime, in between the funeral and the third exam announcement, he had made a quick stop at the library, where he studied its map and learned about the famous weapons shop. So why was Sasuke so bent on going there now? He was no idiot. Sasuke was acutely aware that he was nowhere near strong enough to kill his brother. But that wasn't what this was about. He just needed answers, something grounding, something to appease his burning desire for a life goal. And if Ataka's current whereabouts were connected to the land of rivers somehow, maybe he could learn more about him there. They left at dusk and arrived at their destination in great time. The forests on Konoha's outskirts began to thin the further they ventured, cliffs springing out of the ground, and in between them, rivers and waterfalls wound and splashed, leaving the air damp and fresh. Sasuke didn't mind traveling with his sensei. Like himself, Kakashi didn't talk much, required very little to keep occupied, and went great lengths to cut their travel time. And, even though he would never admit it aloud, Sasuke felt safe in Kakashi's presence, as the man had become something of a mentor and father figure to him over the months they shared on Team 7. During their brief stops, Kakashi helped Sasuke advance his Chidori. He also examined Sakura's Fujiwara seal, which he deemed strong enough to not require tampering, while Sasuke confided their Chunin exam experiences, including Orochimaru's curse infliction, the spreading disease, Lee's death, and how Sakura had unlocked her seal. Kakashi thankfully didn't ask many questions but seemed gracious for Sasuke's disclosures. They stopped in Takumai village first, where Sasuke purchased a sword from the weapons shop. He had to admit that Kenjutsu had always fascinated him, so this detour served as the perfect opportunity to learn the craft. Next, they ventured north and trained in the sparsely populated parts of the Land of Rivers, far away from Tanagakuer, the country's hidden village. Sasuke kept his eyes peeled for any indication of something resembling a hideout because he knew the northern caverns weren't far, but for their first week of training, they didn't encounter a soul or anything suspicious at all. The week certainly wasn't wasted though. It turned out Kakashi was quite well versed in Kenjutsu himself, after having studied the craft during his years as an Umbu. They sparred for long hours, alternating between using the sword and defending from it with other weapons and nearby branches. As the days stretched on, the sword felt lighter and more comfortable in Sasuke's hand. He found that he picked up the skill naturally, so much so that he managed to combine it with ninjutsu. In between endurance, Kenjutsu, and lightning element training, Sasuke realized that, with just the right exertion of chakra, tiny bolts of Chidori could be conducted along the blade. "You'll surpass me at this rate," Kakashi noted with a gentle smile. His tone held no resentment. Rather, he seemed proud of his student's discovery. And Sasuke couldn't help feeling quite proud himself. In the coming days, as he explored his newfound abilities and pushed his body's limits through rigorous training, Sasuke entered something of a blissful state. In between training, they camped out in the trees, hunted freshwater fish from the rivers, concealed their tracks, and hiked through the mountains. Sasuke had never encountered an environment quite like this one before. The terrain, greenery, and wildlife were unfamiliar. So there were plenty of new survival tactics for him to learn as well. It wasn't until the second week of training for the third exam that things got particularly interesting for the Uchiha heir. Kakashi and Sasuke had been cooking 2 of their preserved fish for lunch among the jagged rocks at a mountain's base, partially concealed by surrounding brush and trees, when they detected a chakra signature nearby. They exchanged a look and, wordlessly, staunched the fire and hastily packed their things. There was no sense engaging in unneeded combat here. But then the branches rustled behind them. Instinctively, both Sasuke and Kakashi dropped what they were holding, including the newly purchased sword. Sasuke didn't have a proper place to store it yet, and sprang away from their campsite, in opposite directions, to conceal themselves from any approaching enemies. If this was an ambush, the priority was to get out of the line of fire. Sasuke's heart drummed anxiously as he peered through the tree branches. He couldn't see Kakashi from his position, but suspected his sensei was doing the same. As much as he hoped the intruder was just a fluke, some animal unconnected to the chakra signature they sensed, another adrenaline-filled part of him privately wouldn't have minded a fight. A tall, cloaked man quite unlike anyone Sasuke had ever seen stepped out from the trees. He appeared to be a man crossed with a shark. His body was burly and muscular and his sheer skin tinged blue and stretched across his bony, skeletal face. The cloak was jet black, high-collared, and dotted with swirling, red clouds, and his Kirigakure head protector was slashed through. As peculiar as his appearance was, however, it hardly compared to the rolling, murky chakra radiating from him. Sasuke's body locked in place. Could he be from the Akatsuki? "Oi, you'd better come have a look at this," the shark man called over his shoulder in a nasally voice, revealing rows of finely pointed teeth. He kicked aside the twigs Sasuke and Kakashi had used for kindling and scanned the grounds through slit pupils. "What is it, Kisame?" replied another voice from somewhere a little deeper in the trees. Sasuke's throat constricted because it wasn't just any voice. "See for yourself," Kisame answered, pulling back his translucent gums into a toothy sneer. And then Itachi emerged. Wearing a black and red cloak identical to his counterpart, he was exactly the same as Sasuke remembered, with his long, dark hair secured at the nape of his neck, his features striking, albeit aged slightly, and his eyes a piercing, sharing unlit crimson. Except this time, there was a slash through his Konohagaku or head protector, and what Sasuke assumed was a cloak indicating his Akatsuki allegiance. Before he knew quite what he was doing, with his legs feeling like jelly and his stomach turning, Sasuke leapt down. He squared up the newcomers, dismissing how Kakashi must be furious with him for this, and dipped a trembling hand into his weapon pouch. "Ah," Itachi said monotonously, while surveying Sasuke through an indifferent gaze. "Elder brother," Sasuke answered, his voice coming out far steadier than he felt. He honestly didn't know what he wanted to achieve by facing Itachi right now. If they fought, Sasuke knew he would be killed. But his instincts and curiosity had pulled him to action. And now some combination of rage and fear was keeping him in place. "We'd best relocate," Itachi drawled and turning away disinterestedly. Sasuke's own Sharingan were activated by the chakra pulsating through his temples and optic nerve. "Stop, Itachi," he growled, his voice instinctively rising. He didn't come all this way to be ignored and cast aside. But Itachi strode away, back towards the trees, without backwards glance. "I said stop!" Sasuke yelled, feeling fire release chakra well up in his chest. "I know the truth." Itachi froze in his tracks. "Truth?" Kisame repeated and glancing between the two Uchiha brothers. "About that night," Sasuke tried desperately. "The night you slaughtered our clan." The next events occurred in such rapid succession that Sasuke could hardly process them. Barely a second after the words escaped his lips, Sasuke found himself surrounded by a ring of black flames that appeared out of thin air. They radiated a scorching heat and stretched several feet higher than Sasuke, trapping him and obscuring the world outside the ring. Except for when, between the tongues of fire, Itachi's face briefly came into view and they caught eyes. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan pulled Sasuke into a Tsukuyomi, a familiar, illusionary world marked by red and black hues and altered time and space perceptions. Sasuke's heart hammered with fear as the forest slipped away and was replaced by an empty, endless red plain, and the sound of howling wind rang in his ears. The last time Itachi used this very technique on his younger brother, he had forced Sasuke to watch his family be murdered over and over again, for days on end. In this illusion, Sasuke's mind was subjected to whatever Itachi desired for him to see. In a screeching swarm of crows, Itachi materialized before him, in the middle of the barren plain. "What truth?" His deep voice echoed while he took a step closer. "There is a letter written by Konoha's elders in the Hokage Tower. It says that you slaughtered our clan on Konoha's orders," he growled, getting right to the heart of the matter and forcing as much conviction into his tone as he possibly could. The Itachi inside the Genjutsu raised his eyes to the cloudy red and black sky and closed them. A long moment passed. "This complicates things," was Itachi's eventual, stoic reply. He met Sasuke's gaze and there was an unusual softness in his expression. "You shouldn't know this." Sasuke's breathing hitched. Why isn't he protesting? It was so much easier to just blame and hate Itachi for the massacre. Sasuke wasn't ready to believe that there might be even greater issues at hand. To truly believe what Sakura told him on the path. "You mustn't blame them." "Blame who?" "Konoha." "Why not?" Sasuke spat. "And even if it was just an order, why did you do it?" "Mom." "Dad." Sasuke's throat grew extremely tight. His tear ducts stung as moisture developed there. Itachi didn't answer but rather, vanished entirely. Sasuke remained petrified to the spot as the landscape began to shift, tilting out of proportion, until it transformed into a familiar setting, the sitting room of Sasuke's former house. Two figures appeared there, and it didn't take long for Sasuke to recognize them as a younger Itachi and their father. The story was told through images, starting with how Fugaku Uchiha ordered his eldest son to gather intel on Konoha's Umbu Black Ops from the inside. Sasuke quickly learned, through snippets of Itake's memories presented by the Tsukuyomi, that the Uchiha clan had been preparing an uprising, led by Fugaku himself. He watched when his older brother learned of the Uchiha clan's international affiliations and when it dawned on him that this uprising would cause a war. Itake's exposure to war followed, memories of battlefields, decaying bodies, gore, and heartbreak, and Sasuke could feel Itake's fear and mental turbulence through the genjutsu, through the memories. The face of his infant self flashed before his eyes next. I couldn't let a war happen, Itake's voice rang out, while images of him tossing and turning in bed, of him tiptoeing down the hallway of their old house to check on Sasuke while he slept, of him cradling his baby brother, appeared. The words "I needed to keep you safe" went unspoken, but Sasuke felt them. He also felt wetness on his face and a pang in his heart. Itachi then revealed how he reported the Uchiha clan's actions to a far younger third Hokage, and how a frightening masked man with a mane of black hair cascading down his back, who called himself Madara Uchiha, offered to annihilate the Uchiha clan himself. The third Hokage tried to negotiate with Madara in pursuit of peace, but Danzo, one of the village elders, supported Madara and claimed that they couldn't risk a single member of the Uchiha clan surviving. The other elders did not protest. Itachi, in a moment of sheer panic and shock, volunteered to assist Madara in wiping out the clan because that way, at least, he could execute a tiny shred of control over the impending fall of the Uchiha. His memories flashed forwards to their parents on death's door, kneeling at Itachi's feet. Sasuke winced with fright, unwilling to witness the murder of his parents again, but instead, a different memory presented itself. They told Itachi that they were proud of him. "Take care of Sasuke," Mikoto whispered, a beautiful, haunting smile sprouting on her lips, before she closed her eyes and waited for her oldest son to run her through with his blade. The Tsukuyomi pulled Sasuke from the scene before the deaths occurred, and followed with fleeting images of Itachi reporting that the mission succeeded to the third Hokage, of him leaving Konoha, of him slashing his leaf-forward protector with a kunao, and, finally, of him pulling on an Akatsuki cloak and glancing over his shoulder to meet Sasuke's eyes. The memory disappeared. Sasuke blinked and then Itachi was towering directly over him. After softly tapping Sasuke's forehead with 2 fingers, he said, quietly, "This is my mission. You mustn't follow me." The genjutsu broke and Sasuke collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily, tears pooling in his eyes and streaming freely down his cheeks. The smell of forest and fresh water filled the unexpectedly cold air, and tiny rocks tore through Sasuke's knees as he landed on them. But he hardly noticed. He was far too paralyzed by a painful, debilitating shock. The black flames of Itachi's Amaterasu subsided, leaving Sasuke alone and trembling on the ground. He vaguely heard Kisame say, "What truth?" To which the real Itachi replied, calmly, "The truth of why I spared my foolish brother's life that night, so that he may grow in hate and one day become a worthy opponent." And then they turned and left. Sasuke blinked up through bleary, watery eyes, and caught a final glimpse of Itachi's billowing, dark cloak bursting into a flock of crows. One of Sasuke's own memories from the night of the massacre surfaced. He remembered that, as Itachi was leaving after their brief encounter, he had been crying. The sight had been so fleeting that Sasuke later convinced himself he dreamt it. Why? He had asked himself. Why would a murderer ever cry for his victims? And so he had dismissed the memory as wishful thinking and focused on his grief and burning fury. But it was a real memory after all, wasn't it? A double agent, Sasuke breathed to the ground, his tone softer and feebler than he could ever remember it being. Tears were dripping off his nose and trickling into his mouth. He had never felt more small and confused as he did there, crouched on the ground among the land of River's northern mountains. He's lying to Kisame. He spared me because... Kakashi left his hiding spot, landing beside his student with a gentle thud. It made sense that he hadn't emerged from his hiding spot earlier. He was probably waiting for the least suicidal moment to join the scene and protect his student from 2 S-ranked criminals. And how strange it must seem to him that, in seconds, Sasuke was crippled and brought to tears. It must have appeared, from an outside perspective, that Sasuke was injured by Itachi or his black flames. "I'm not going to lecture you," Kakashi said, while placing a steadying hand on Sasuke's back and picking up the sword with the other. "Because I'm sure you now know that jumping down from your hiding spot was a really stupid idea." "Yeah," Sasuke lied. His sensei couldn't have been more wrong. They traveled south next, far away from the mountains and the Akatsuki base, wherever exactly it was, and settled on staying at an inn in Tanagakure to freshen up and hide among the other ninjas there. Kakashi explained that it would be unwise for them to travel through the generally empty, vulnerable expanse of forest connecting the land of rivers and fire country while S-ranked criminals may be after them. "Sure," Sasuke said with a shrug while towel-drying his hair and pulling his blue t-shirt back on. The inn's shower wasn't nearly as nice as the one he had at home, with the way the water temperature and pressure fluctuated, but after over a week without a proper one, it was refreshing anyways. "Although I doubt they'd care to follow us." "You're probably right," Kakashi agreed, while massaging his temples. He would undoubtedly need a vacation after this trip, which he probably originally thought would serve as a relaxing break between missions. "But I'll have to tell the Hokage about our sighting of Itachi. And I'm sure Itachi knows that. So there is a chance he'll try to prevent us from getting home." "I guess," Sasuke answered, and absent-mindedly noticing a tear in the sleeve of his shirt, while his chest tightened. If Itachi was truthful in his revelations, he was acting as a hidden protector of the village. It wasn't fair that the village hated him. But Itachi brought that onto himself, didn't he? He wanted to play the villain, to unify the villagers against him so that they wouldn't turn on each other. The third Hokage was in on this the whole time. "I'm taking a walk," Sasuke proclaimed, while straightening up and motioning towards the door. Kakashi nodded. "Don't stray too far," was all he said, probably understanding that Sasuke would need some privacy after encountering his rogue, criminal brother, before he paced over to the bathroom for his own shower. Tani was significantly smaller than Konoha, but its few streets were densely populated. Sasuke navigated through the throng aimlessly, bumping shoulders with strangers without care. What was he to make of this? He loved his parents and they didn't deserve to die. But, if he was honest with himself, he also loved his brother. And trusted him. "You mustn't blame them for this," Itachi had said. But if not Konoha, then who was to blame? This Madara fellow, who planned the scheme from the start. The village elders, for agreeing to it and deliberately failing to protect his family from the slaughter? Because, no matter how he spun it in his mind, he could no longer blame Itachi, his self-sacrificial, ever-protective elder brother who would never gain the positive recognition he deserved. And so, without anyone or anywhere to clearly direct his hurt over his dead family, instead, Sasuke blamed himself. Blamed himself for failing to understand Itachi's plans sooner or grasp that a coup d'état had been brimming right under his nose for the first 8 years of his life, for wasting his life chasing a misguided goal, for villainizing the person who probably loved him more than anyone in the world. It was a ploy. Your revenge, the massacre, a ploy. And then there was guilt. Because Sakura was right and cared enough to tell him the truth in the first place, and he'd only hated and pushed her away for it. If it weren't for her confession of what she discovered in that letter in the Hokage Tower, Sasuke might have continued leading an isolated, delusional path, and wasted his life away following it. Sasuke pushed more aggressively through the crowd, through an alley, and to the outskirts of the village, and emptied his stomach in the bushes. For 2 days and nights following his encounter with Itachi, Sasuke couldn't bring himself to do anything, not train, sleep, or even eat. He only picked at his food to keep Kakashi from nagging him about it. His forehead protector was left at his bedside, untouched. Sasuke had always been a restless, light sleeper because sometimes the nightmares were unbearable. But now there was an emptiness rooting in his core like he'd never felt before. A purposeless, agitated unsettlement that completely and utterly consumed him. After his third shower since they arrived in Tani, Sasuke gazed at his own reflection in the shabby bathroom mirror. His dark, hollow eyes reflected exactly how he felt. What's the point? He thought, and those were the only coherent words his mind could string together. A sharp pounding on the door sounded. "Hey," came Kakashi's voice. "Let's go outside." Then the door to their inn swung open and shut. Sasuke obliged, as not to upset his sensei, so he pulled on his clothes and followed suit. It took several days for Kakashi to help Sasuke back on his feet. At first, he let Sasuke do as he pleased, hike through the forest alone, stare out at the winding rivers and occasionally wade through them, and sleep outside in the shelter of the trees, all while Kakashi kept a close watch on him. He didn't pry or force his student to return to his training routine, which Sasuke, uncharacteristically, seemed to have no interest in. One early evening, while Sasuke was sitting high in the trees just outside of Tani and sucking in the crisp air through deep breaths, Kakashi fired a shuriken at him. Reflexively, Sasuke dodged it, which forced him to leave his shelter and land in the clearing below, facing his sensei. Without saying a thing, Kakashi advanced with his fists raised and aimed a punch at Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke blocked it with his forearms. Then Kakashi sent his other fist at his student's head. Sasuke caught his wrist. A taijutsu fight ensued, and Sasuke found that, with each punch and kick he threw, the less restless he felt. He allowed himself to be consumed by his body's movements, and in a way, they became meditative for him. They trained in this manner for hours, and eventually Kakashi pulled out Sasuke's new sword to practice with, and before they knew it, the hours stretched into days. Sasuke was reminded of why he loved the ninja arts, and it was this passion mixed with the rhythmic exercises and fighting routines they practiced, over and over, that, very gradually, broke the persistent loop that Sasuke had been trapped in. One day, Kakashi dragged him out for lunch after their morning taijutsu and kenjutsu practice. And, for the first time since their encounter with Itachi and Kisame, Kakashi addressed the upcoming exam. "You've got an important fight to train for, Sasuke. Neji of the Hyuga clan won't be your average opponent," he said. "This is a chance for you to bring even more honor to your family name in front of high-ranking international delegates. Right. Right. Get out there, become a Chunin, and make our team proud," Kakashi added, smiling beneath his mask. "But first, you've got to get stronger. Right. I need to achieve a Chunin rank if I'm ever to be an Umbu. And help Sakura with her revenge." "Yeah," Sasuke said, and reaching for another mouthful of rice, his appetite spiking a little more. Days after, Sasuke made a quick stop at a local tailor on the way to training with the intention of asking for his sleeve to be mended. But then a new idea occurred to him. "I need somewhere to keep my sword," he muttered, and pausing in his tracks. "You need new clothes," said Kakashi with a chuckle and eyeing Sasuke's ripped sleeve with a raised eyebrow. "Go get something and we'll train when you're finished." So he did. Sasuke entered the closest store that sold clothing and combat gear. When the young shop owner asked what he was looking for, his only requirements for his outfit were material that could withstand extreme heat and fast movement, no sleeves, because fuck sleeves, and no orange. The shop owner, a young civilian woman with gray eyes and pale, blonde hair twisted atop her head, did a pretty good job piecing something together that suited him, both visually and practically. It started with a fitted, dark blue undershirt, black sandals that ended mid-calf, and heavy, gray pants, followed by a sleeveless, black shirt, on which he ordered the red and white family crest of his old shirt to be sewn, and a thick belt that covered most of his midsection and had a groove and clasp where the sword's sheath could be fastened. Sasuke nodded approvingly at himself in the floor-length mirror and pulled his head protector on over his forehead. "Do you like it?" the young woman asked, her eyes practically bulging out of their sockets as she gave him a once-over, which ended up being at least a thrice-over. Her face was flushed. "It's fine," Sasuke said, while shoving a wad of money on the wooden counter. It would probably cover plenty more than the cost of the outfit, but he wasn't in the mood to count it out and, with the inheritance money of nearly 100 family members, cost was never really an issue. She fumbled with the register, her face darkening with each passing second, while she printed out a receipt. "Do you?" she stammered, and averting her eyes to the counter. Sasuke raised his eyebrows expectantly, wondering if he had, somehow, underpaid or something. "Do you want to go for tea?" She finally got out, while blinking rapidly and pursing her lips. "I finish work at..." "No," he interrupted without second thought. "Ah, of course," she said with an embarrassed smile. "Sorry. You must be taken, then." It took Sasuke a long moment to figure out what she was getting at. "Yes," he said automatically while reaching for the receipt she finally managed to print and leaving the shop, trying to convince himself that the only reason he said yes was because no would have sounded like an invitation. Suzuki's mind began to clear as the month passed, with his rigorous training for the fast-approaching third exam keeping him occupied. He started sleeping a little better, and looked forward to his training excursions with Kakashi, but he still felt a little lost and purposeless. He was now keenly aware that there were much bigger issues at stake than advancing to Chunin. He would probably always be haunted by trauma from the massacre he witnessed as a child, but now, at least, he understood that there had been more going on behind the scenes than he previously imagined. And until he determined exactly how he was going to act upon this new knowledge, whether redemption still needed to be sought, and if so, against whom, he latched onto his promise to Sakura. His promise of building his strength and defecting the village with her one day to aid her with her own quest for vengeance. There was still a thrill in that for him. His guilt did not waver over the days. Now that he had time to reflect properly, Suzuki realized that he was a humongous hypocrite. During his last encounter with Sakura, when they walked along the path to the training grounds, he intended to tell her to give up on saving her ex-boyfriend, who she still loved, apparently, because, evidently, she could do much better, and a part of him hoped that giving up would allow her to turn her affection elsewhere. He didn't want to stop her from killing the enemies on her hit list, but he did want her to find a new purpose for doing so. He was tired of watching Sakura's inner demons drive her mad. But then, when Sakura implied that his revenge was futile, he'd lost it at her. Because he was unable to quiet his own demons. And now she probably resented him for it. He suspected that it hadn't been easy for her to build up the nerve to tell him about the letter, but she'd done it anyways. Instead of thanking Sakura, Suzuki had pushed her away and left her. Needless to say, he was dreading their reunion at the exam. By the last week in the Land of Rivers, Suzuki's zeal and excitement for the exam had grown, especially after he learned to throw and suspend his Chidori in the air. His sword was starting to feel like a natural extension of his arm, and Kakashi seemed extremely pleased with his student's development over the month. Suzuki also grew eager, albeit anxious, to see his teammates again. As much as Kakashi was a compatible traveling companion, Suzuki missed the contrasting energies that Naruto and Sakura brought. He insisted on making another stop in Takumai village on the way back to Konoha. He needed to make amends with Sakura somehow, and remembered how happy she'd been the last time he got her something, the beakers and test tubes he'd purchased before their mission to the Land of Waves. She always complained about her dwindling collection of weapons and borrowed his while they trained together, so he figured she would appreciate some new ones. Suzuki slipped into the weapons shop discreetly, claiming that he had a quick errand to run. But when he came out, with Sakura's gift tucked away in his own weapon pouch, Kakashi said, "She's not the flower type, huh?" Suzuki released a sigh and carefully avoided eye contact. They planned to arrive in Konoha on the day of the third exam. Thanks to Kakashi's classic tardiness, they showed up late. But Suzuki didn't mind because they reached the competitor's platform just in time for Naruto's fight. The brimming atmosphere of the arena was toxic. So, within seconds of being there, Suzuki's adrenaline was running high. It seemed that Hinata Hyuga had won her fight, an unanticipated outcome. And as soon as Suzuki and Kakashi began climbing the stairs to join the others on the raised platform, the audience roused hysterically. "We're making quite a fuss, huh?" Kakashi said with a chuckle, his hands shoved leisurely in his pockets. "Now, let's find your teammates." "Yeah," Suzuki mumbled while keeping his eyes trained on the ground and passing by a particularly angry Gaara, who was cursing under his breath and trembling. Suzuki made a point of sidestepping him because he knew that a quarrel with that guy could turn deadly mighty fast. Honestly, before he even got on the platform, Suzuki knew exactly where Naruto and Sakura were, gathered together on the opposite end. His dread over encountering Sakura again heightened. How the hell would he address her, the person he owed more than he could ever offer, but who probably despised him? "Is that you, bastard?" "Here we go," he thought, and bravely approaching his team. And, unfortunately, the reunion was even worse than Suzuki anticipated. What followed were a series of tense, awkward, and utterly gut-wrenching encounters. Suzuki never figured out how to talk to or even look at Sakura without feeling ashamed of himself. "She's pissed. She hates me," Suzuki inwardly groaned, noticing how Sakura seemed to be doing everything she could to avoid him. She had good reason to be on edge, he figured, because she had a challenging match ahead too, but that didn't make their small talk any less unbearable. Naruto managed to win his fight in a show-stopping manner by using a new technique, called Raise Non, to blast through Haku's ice dome after several instances where it appeared he lost. Sasuke shook his head and smirked. "What a guy. I thought he was screwed back there," he said. "He won," Sakura exclaimed, and in the heat of her joy, she actually slung an arm around Sasuke's shoulder. He just about jumped with surprise, but she released him, probably regretting the action, before he even had a chance to process it. Neji was a challenging opponent, as Sasuke and Kakashi had anticipated. It turned out he was also a real pain in the ass. His fixation on fate and Sasuke's destined failure really rubbed him the wrong way, especially now that Sasuke had learned firsthand, through his recent encounter with Itachi, that one's life course was subject to change if they sought knowledge in the right places. So he became determined to beat the shit out of the guy as best he could. There was a brief moment where Neji nearly won by targeting Sasuke's chakra points with his 8 trigrams 64 palms technique. However, with the help of his Sharingan, Sasuke managed to evade the first 16 rapid blows, by shifting his weight just enough for Neji's strikes to miss their targets by mere millimeters. That wasn't to say that the blows didn't hurt like a bitch though, and as Neji's assault increased in speed, even Sasuke's eyes struggled to keep up with them. He was forced to desperately blast his opponent away by projecting Chidori from his entire body. Sasuke won the fight by sending an aerial Chidori to Neji's blind spot and through his side, which, he acknowledged, with a swell of pride, undoubtedly wooed the audience. And despite the repercussions of chakra depletion, Sasuke stumbled over to Neji while the crowd celebrated his victory, and crouched beside his fallen opponent. "You underestimate yourself, you know," Sasuke muttered. Neji stared up at him through unblinking eyes, his long, dark hair splayed around him on the concrete ground. "This obsession with fate, or whatever, is holding you back." "You don't," Neji stammered with a scowl, but he didn't manage to finish his sentence because he winced with pain and gripped his side. It was quite a gash Sasuke made there. "I recently cut the set path bullshit out of my life, and look at where I am now, towering over you," Sasuke continued, not entirely sure what was driving him to speak to Neji Hyuga at all. Hate was approaching, flanked by a team of medical personnel. "Nice speech," Neji sneered sarcastically while surveying Sasuke through a cold glare. Sasuke ignored the comment and extended a hand to Neji. "If you did the same, maybe the outcome will be different next time we fight." Neji shook his head in disbelief but, after a long pause, grasped Sasuke's hand, allowing his opponent to pull him upright. "I'll hold you to that last bit, Uchiha," he mumbled when he was back on his feet. Sasuke met Neji's gaze and smirked. Next, the two of them were examined by the medics. Sasuke, who had fewer casualties, only some bruises, muscle strains, and low chakra levels, was dismissed first. "Sakura Haruno and Kabuto Yakushi, please make your ways down to the arena for the 5th match," Hate called out in the direction of the platform, his voice amplified for all to hear. "Shit, I'd better hurry," Sasuke thought, while increasing his pace to the tunnel, slowed by a slight limp. There was no way in hell he would miss a second of this next fight. Sakura was breathtaking to watch in combat, and if it was true she had been training with the legendary Sannin, Tsunade Senju herself, this match was sure to be a thrill. He maneuvered through the tunnel as quickly as his tired legs could carry him and nearly ran straight into Sakura at the top of the stairs. Sasuke's throat dried. Sakura certainly looked ready for the spotlight, with the way her fair skin and green eyes radiated an energized glow. Not a hair on her head was out of place, and her red dress was in pristine condition. For the briefest moment, warmth crossed her features at the sight of him, but then her face hardened over. "Good job," she said, while offering a curt nod and weak smile. The words "good luck" tumbled out of Sasuke's mouth automatically, in a tone that mirrored hers. She passed by without a backwards glance. Sasuke's ears prickled uncomfortably as he watched her descend and disappear through the tunnel he just emerged from. On his way over to rejoin Kakashi and Naruto, Sasuke received several murmurs of praise and short rounds of applause from various clusters of spectators. When he arrived at his destination, he got 2 firm claps on the back. "I hate to admit it, but that was cool," Naruto said while failing to suppress his grin. "Executed perfectly," Kakashi added fondly, in reference to Sasuke's manipulation of his Chidori. "Thanks," he said with a small smile, and then turning his attention to the arena, where Sakura was now exchanging words with Hayate and her soon-to-be opponent. There was a prominent scowl etched on her face. "Who's that she's fighting again?" "I don't know, actually," Naruto said, while leaning forward and squinting at Kabuto, as if that would help him figure out who he was better. "He's from Konoha, it appears," Sasuke added quietly. "And he must be pretty good if he's made it this far." He honestly couldn't remember the guy's preliminary fight or ever encountering him before then in general. But there was something about his chakra signature that was a little off-putting. The fight commenced immediately, and as expected, Sakura put on a magnificent show. Her taijutsu maneuvers and brute strength seemed to have increased significantly over the month. Not even a minute into the fight, she demolished the arena floor with ease by driving her heeled sandal to it. "I'm not sure who's my favorite anymore, Sakura or that blonde chick from the sand," Sasuke overheard Kiba say from a short distance away along the platform. Many of the audience members who overheard him chimed in with their votes. And Sasuke was no idiot, he knew they weren't only comparing Sakura and Temari's abilities. He gripped onto the metal rail, clenched his jaw, and ignored the rest of it. Around the time when Kabuto produced a water release technique, Niji, who was now patched up enough to walk, shuffled past where Team 7 was watching from. He paused to look out at the fight for a minute or two, including when Sakura managed to bend the trajectory of Kabuto's water release technique away from her simply by raising her arms. Collective ooze swept across the stadium. "I didn't know she could do that." Naruto gasped, his jaw hanging open. "Honestly, neither did I," Kakashi said while folding his arms. "That girl is something all right." "She's good, Uchiha," Niji muttered, briefly glancing at Sasuke, before turning away to rejoin his own team. "Of course she's good," Sasuke silently agreed, feeling a tiny rush of pride. "She's my training partner." His chain of thought stumbled to a halt. Or maybe was. The course of the fight, along with the arena's general ambience, turned serious when Sakura was caught in a genjutsu. Sasuke recognized the genjutsu straight away because Sakura's motions grew sloppier and more frantic, but some audience members didn't, as indicated by how they shouted with surprise at Sakura's abrupt change in caliber. "He's smart," Sasuke admitted with a frown as Kabuto used a series of water-style techniques to prevent Sakura from freeing herself from his spell. Her expression became increasingly distressed as the seconds ticked on. Eventually she appeared to reach her limit and turned to face an enormous, advancing water beam. But instead of redirecting it as she did previously, Sakura slammed her gloved hands to the ground and produced an earth-style barrier, which blocked the water's path. The crowd roared excitedly, floored by her brilliant last-minute counter-attack that both blocked the water and created an opening to free her mind from whatever illusion it had been trapped in. "Nice one, Sakura-chan!" Naruto yelled, while drawing his fist back in preparation to punch it into the air. "You!" But he silenced mid-sentence because, in the blink of an eye, Sakura punched Kabuto clear through the wall she'd conjured, with such tremendous force that his body limply flung through the air and ricocheted off the arena wall with a crack. She followed like a determined, hunting animal, got on top of Kabuto, and began throttling him. Anxious murmuring and cries followed as Sakura threw one ruthless punch after the other, bloodying Kabuto's face, shattering his glasses and probably breaking his nose. "Sakura!" Sasuke called instinctively, his heart hammering in his chest and his grip on the rail vice-like. What did he do to her? What got her like this? But there was no way Sakura could have heard him over the audience's commotion. She appeared to be speaking with Kabuto, who, now that Sasuke's attention was zoned in on him, looked smug. "Shut up!" came Sakura's high-pitched screech, loud and clear over the noise, as she wound up her fist for what would likely be a finishing blow. But she never managed to go through with it, because Kabuto pushed her back and plunged a chakra-enhanced hand straight through her gut. It emerged out of her lower back in a splatter of blood. Before Sasuke had a chance to fully comprehend what he'd watched, he was forcefully pulled backwards and shoved into the wall behind him. His first impulse was to resist, but then he realized that his restrainer was Kakashi. For the briefest moment he was frozen, while his brain racked to piece the scenario together. Then, with a fierce pang of disbelief, the image of Sakura being impaled flashed across his mind, and it no longer mattered what or who was blocking his path. Sasuke struggled against his sensei's hold while the curse on his neck burned and his Sharingan ignited. "Get the fuck out of my way," he spat as the burning spread along his neck and his thoughts were clouded over by a primal need to hurt. He was distantly aware that the spectators were on their feet and screaming, and that Naruto was being pinned to the wall beside him by Guy. Kakashi didn't weaken his grip, however, so it took quite a number of excruciatingly long seconds for Sasuke to finally push through to where he had a proper view of the arena, although his sensei still had a firm hold on his arms. When Sasuke glimpsed her again, Sakura was emitting a scream of her own, and it was throaty and gurgling through the blood freely spilling from her mouth. If Sasuke had the chakra for it, he would have blasted Chidori from his entire body right then and there. Instead he looked on helplessly, his chest so tight that it ached, and took in the pool of blood at her feet, the shredded remains of her dress dangling from her shoulders, and the dark, gaping hole in her abdomen where Kabuto had just withdrawn his hand. Fuck. No. No. He was on the verge of exploding under the pressure of his brimming rage and agony. But then his attention was pulled elsewhere. There were black marks creeping across Sakura's skin, seemingly growing from her forehead seal. In straight, angular lines, they crisscrossed along her neck and torso and down the lengths of her arms and legs. Her chakra was rolling wildly, in a way that was very much alive. The other thing he noticed was the way she was gripping onto Kabuto's head, with her gloves laced through the hair at his temples and glowing with green chakra. She screamed again, but this time, Sasuke realized, it wasn't really a scream, but a battle cry. He couldn't breathe. Nor could anyone else in the vicinity, it seemed. The fight wasn't over. Sakura raised her shaking hands so that they were hovering over Kabuto's temples. Then a dribble of pink-tinged liquid spilled from his nose. Kabuto's eyes widened with panic and he motioned to scramble away from her. But he was too late. Because suddenly, to everyone's horror, the pinkish water was streaming from his nose, ears, eyes, and mouth, all while Sakura clawed her chakra-laden hands in a circular motion, as if she was dragging the liquid out of him. Sasuke felt like he was about to puke but couldn't pull his eyes away. "What is that?" someone screeched, followed by affirmative, frenzied cries. But Sasuke, whose neck pain was fading and whose mind was sharpening, had an inkling he knew. As many audience members had just learned, Sakura was a water type. She was also a medical elitist who, surely, wouldn't have trouble pinpointing the exact areas where large quantities of water were located in the human body. And in this case, in Kabuto's head. Kabuto was cursing and screaming through the blood-stained water gushing from his face. He raised his arms towards his head, probably in attempt to counter her attack and pull the water back into his brain arteries, or wherever exactly she'd extracted it from. After a long, messy struggle, he managed to get up on his feet and stumble back a few steps, finally freed from Sakura's lethal jutsu. She brought her chakra-enhanced hands to her abdomen and held her ground. Miraculously, the hole in her gut appeared to be closing. And Sasuke's head was spinning. The stadium was completely silent while Kabuto swayed on the spot and collapsed to the ground, headfirst into the puddles of blood and water, with his eyes rolled back in his skull. Hay was having a conniption fit from his position nearby, practically plastered to the arena wall. "Aye," he stammered, his eyes darting between Sakura and her fallen opponent anxiously. "I declare Sakura Haruno the winner of this match." He sounded very pleased that the fight was finally over. The crowd erupted and there was a mixture of elation, relief, and the tiniest trace of fear in their cries. Was Kabuto dead? Was a thought likely on many of the spectators' minds. But it wasn't on Sasuke's. He was hardly thinking at all now that Kakashi had released his arms and there was nothing keeping him from scaling the railing and leaping down into the arena. Shock rocketed up his ankles when Sasuke landed because he didn't brace them properly with chakra, but he paid it no notice. "I need to see her for myself." A group had already gathered around Sakura and Kabuto when he got there, primarily consisting of medical personnel. Sasuke shoved past them, feeling Naruto and Kakashi close on his heels, and projected pulses of threatening chakra along the ground to signal that everyone had better move out of his way. Several people shouted with surprise and one even toppled over, but Sasuke didn't care because it worked and he now had a direct path to Sakura. She looked at him with alarm but Sasuke didn't slow his stride. He drank in her appearance. First, Suzuki's eyes landed on her exposed lower torso, which bore a prominent, ugly scar but was closed. Those winding, black lines were still etched along her skin and channeling medical chakra through them, he sensed, and he quickly understood that they were what had healed her and saved her life. The remaining shreds of her dress had been discarded, so now she only had on a pair of tight, black shorts and a thick, black band around her chest to cover her breasts. The blood splatters popped out against her pale skin, and were especially concentrated on her arms, face, and lower belly. When he was only a few feet away, automatically, Suzuki pulled his new, sleeveless shirt over his head and thrust it to Sakura because he wasn't sure he could handle the sight of her body in this state any longer. And he couldn't stand her being there, in front of a sea of watchful eyes, in practically nothing. It made her look too fragile. She gaped at him, her green eyes alert and vibrant, and slowly reached for the shirt he was pressing to her collarbone. He noticed that crimson flecks were staining her hair. "Suzuki-kun," she breathed, and it was a broken sound. It didn't alleviate any of Suzuki's unease in the slightest. He wanted to say something but couldn't, so instead he brought a hand to her face and began carefully removing the blood from her chin, sponging it onto the black sleeves of his forearms, then wiping them on his own blue undershirt. The growing crowd around them stared in silence and did not interfere, although several medics were watching apprehensively. It was a matter of seconds until they jumped in. "Thank you," she whispered, and Suzuki's eyes traveled to hers and found that there were tears filling their lower lids. He remained voiceless and proceeded to drag his thumb across her bottom lip to remove another blood smear, ignoring the stinging in his tear ducts and holding in the sigh of relief welling in his throat. Chapter 34, The Outbreak. "Now could everyone please return to excuse me, could everyone except for Shikamaru Nara, and please return to the stands so we can." Hate's futile attempt to initiate the next third exam match went unnoticed. The arena's former competitive static was stifled as the spectators and participants took time to process the outcome of Sakura and Kabuto's fight. A crowd of spectators, medical personnel, and competitors had gathered on the arena floor to get a closer look at the girl who miraculously survived being impaled and then, somehow, with a technique no one had ever seen before, managed to win. Sakura herself was quite amazed she managed to pull off the feat, given how blinded by rage and close to death she had been. But the month of rigorous training with Tsunade combined with her determination to prove that she didn't need an affinity for the lightning element to use her mentor's prized technique, body pathway derangement, drove her to action anyway. She had prepared herself to use the technique to extract water from various parts of the human body. Given how the human body is 60% water, she had plenty of options. Her original vision for the technique was to, perhaps, force her opponents to cry, vomit, or even urinate, which would surely be embarrassing, debilitating, and hilarious. Pulling water straight out of an opponent's bloodstream, on the other hand, hadn't really been on her radar. Until the opportunity presented itself, that is. When Kabuto moved in to thrust his arm through Sakura's abdomen and deliver what he must have thought was the final blow, and with a smug, little grin dancing on his lips, she had wasted no time and went straight for the closest target. Which just so happened to be his brain. While she was whisked aside by the on-site medics, who had finally pushed their ways through the crowd, Sakura caught a glimpse of Kabuto's body, which was splayed out in a puddle of putrid, pink liquid. A few medics were turning his body over in search of vital signs. And, honestly, at this point, Sakura didn't know what they would find. If Sakura had a better handle on herself in her moment of unstoppable fury, she might have merely dehydrated Kabuto's brain only enough for him pass out, or perhaps experience some sort of incapacitating migraine. But she didn't stop in time for him to only experience those outcomes. A stroke, maybe, Sakura thought, swallowing hard, and tasting the remnants of blood caked in her throat. If I disrupted the blood flow to his brain, I induced a stroke. If that was the case, and if Kabuto really did get out of this alive, he would likely suffer from consequences in some way or another, whether they be physical, verbal, mental, or emotional. Or even some combination of them. "Allow me," one of the medics said softly, interrupting Sakura's train of thought. It took a moment for her to realize that the medic was referring to the bloody, gloved hand that Sakura was using to pump a soothing stream of medical chakra to her wounded abdomen. "Thanks," Sakura muttered graciously and moving her hands and Suzuki's shirt away, which she had been clutching to her chest, for them to access the freshly healed injury. Although the creation rebirth technique had essentially patched up the hole, the area was still quite tender and could use all the care it could get. And Sakura, who was now relatively low on chakra, was most appreciative that the care it received was from someone else. She felt the black crisscrossing marks creep back up along her skin towards her forehead seal and disappear entirely. It was an unprecedented sensation she felt when the creation rebirth marks first appeared. There was no doubt that they hurt her, as they had rapidly drained her chakra and life force, but at the same time, her dying body had craved them and summoned them almost entirely unconsciously. Tsunade touched down on the arena floor midway through Sakura's medical examination. She commanded the attention of everyone in the vicinity as soon as she got there, as a result of her far-reaching reputation and the way her lively, mighty chakra rolled. "Nice," was all she said when she approached her student with her cheeks flushed and her red-painted lips curled into a smirk. Sakura grinned back and cocked an eyebrow. "I told you I could use your technique," she thought with a swell of pride. Once the medics were finished with her, Sakura pulled Sasuke's shirt on over her head. She ignored the tinges and aches in her newly patched-up midsection and smoothed out the surprisingly heavy, black material so that it aligned with her shoulders and draped over her body like a short dress. She could feel the enormous Uchiha crest stitched on the back rubbing against her shoulder blades. Somehow, her black waistband and medical pouch remained relatively intact through Kabuto's attack, albeit a little singed around the edges, so she fastened them around herself over Sasuke's shirt. Once it was on properly, Sakura instinctively sought out the shirt's owner and found that he, along with the other members of Team 7, had not ventured far and that they were forming something of a protective circle around her. Only now did Sakura realize just how many had congregated on the arena floor and were shouting in attempt to catch her attention. There were a few journalists in the throng waving around their arms and notepads, probably desperate for a moment with her. Sasuke sensed Sakura's eyes on him after a few seconds and turned his head to look at her. And as his gaze followed the length of her body, all the way from the toe of her black boots to the high collar of his shirt, Sakura's heart began to pound. There really is something different about him, she admitted to herself, as she carefully drank in his easy stance and the warmth in his eyes. She wondered what he thought of seeing an Uchiha crest on her back. Naruto seemed to clue in that Sakura's medical exam had ended, and so, in 2 giant leaps, he advanced, stopping when he was only an inch away from her face. "Sakura-chan," he breathed over the loud chatter around them, his blue eyes wide and brimming with tears. "Why you scared me back there? You really did." Naruto seemed like he wanted nothing more than to wrap his arms around her, but was likely restraining himself because of her injuries. Sakura's chest tightened. "Sorry," she muttered with a small smile and a tinge of guilt. She hated feeling responsible for causing her dearest friend to worry. "I didn't really expect the fight to go that way." Some of the onlookers were undoubtedly listening in, so Sakura figured it'd be best to spare the details. "It's apparent you've been training with a legendary Sannin," Kakashi chimed in, while shouldering his way through the crowd after Naruto. Sasuke followed with his hands in his pockets. "There aren't many ninjas who could come out of that situation alive." Sakura's eyes darted over to where Tsunade was speaking with several medics and Jiraiya, who had finally joined the scene. "And winning the fight like that," Naruto added with a huge, proud smile. "Medical ninjas might be kinda gross but they're so badass." Sakura bit back a laugh, and the effort hurt her stomach and made her eyes water. The aloof, silent member of Team 7 shook his head and smirked at Naruto's remark. Sakura's eyes roamed the length of Sasuke's arm, from his bare shoulder, to the black sleeve on his forearm, to where her blood was still flecked on his hands and wrists. Her jaw and lips tingled. "Excuse me. Everyone, please," Hate's voice rang out once again. "It would be great if we could get on with." Thud. Crack. Sakura snapped her head up and to the side, in the direction of the unexpected noise and where an ominous flare of chakra was building. But she couldn't see past the crowd surrounding her, and before she caught sight of the sound's source, screams erupted. "He's dead." He fell right out of the stands. Team 7 exchanged worried glances and moved ahead, maneuvering and flash-stepping through the swarm of bodies until they arrived at its edge. Sakura's eyes were pulled to the arena floor, near the wall, where the Kazekige's body was splayed in a pool of blood. The concrete surface was cracked below him. What the hell? Naruto gasped, and motioning forward, but Kakashi stuck out an arm to stop him from advancing. The murmurs and screams grew louder and louder, and Sakura's head was spinning. How did one of the strongest ninjas in the land go and fall out of the stands? What's happening? Then there was another blast of chakra, from somewhere behind them. The crowd whirled around and the shouting amplified. Sakura watched in horror as Kankuro, who had been hunched over the railing, collapsed over it and plummeted to the ground. Kankuro, no! Temari cried, and leaping over the rail after her brother. She pulled out her gigantic fan as she descended, and in 2 swooping motions, sent funnels of wind towards the ground, which cradled Kankuro's body right before it struck. He was suspended in the air for a brief moment, until the wind funnels vanished and he landed on the arena floor with a soft thud. Temari was at his side in an instant and she gripped his hand. The sleeve of Kankuro's black shirt slid up a few inches at the motion, revealing a pattern of dark, splotchy marks. Sakura's breathing hitched. No. A sea of spectators flocked to the arena floor to examine the bodies, including the third Hokage, flanked by Ibiki, Anko, and a crowd of Jonin, who kneeled beside the Kaze cage with expressions of utter bewilderment. It's that disease again. Someone shouted. When did they get it? They seemed fine moments ago. Stop, Sakura thought, her throat constricting and extremities numbing over. Everyone needs to get away from here. But she was paralyzed with shock and panic and failed to find her voice. She had a horrible feeling about this. While Naruto fidgeted beside her, trying to get a clearer view of the bodies through the mob, Sasuke mirrored Sakura's actions and froze to the spot. Shit, he muttered as he bowed his head and slid his hand up to the base of his neck, cringing with discomfort. And then, out of absolutely nowhere and with a loud hiss, a thick, murky vapor filled the air, seeping in through the creases where the arena wall met the floor. In seconds, the air was thick and difficult to breathe, like they were being assaulted by fog machines. The crowd, now trapped in the arena, went mad. That's it. That's how it's spreading. It's the vapor. Don't breathe. We need to get out of here. Hands and arms shot up to cover noses and mouths as the frenzied, chaotic scramble to the arena's exit began. Bodies slammed into each other, and several quick-thinking ninjas leaped back up into the stands as their means of escaping the foggy substance's assault. Sakura reflexively mimicked everyone else and clamped a hand over her mouth and nose and squinted her eyes. She felt numb with confusion and shock, and was still rather delirious after her exhausting fight. So, the Kaze cage and Kankuro had the disease. It was hard to say just how long ago they had contracted it, because Sakura knew the disease started with a dormant, asymptomatic phase. They may have had it for hours or even days, depending on what Orochimaru and Kabuto fancied. But what the hell was with this vapor? Sakura had been extensively researching Orochimaru's awful disease for weeks on end, and through all of her investigating, there was never any indication of airborne transmission. If anything, she was certain that it had something to do with the mysterious puncture wounds that most of her patients had. This doesn't add up. Sakura-chan. Let's move. Came Naruto's muffled cry through the clamor and the palm he was pressing to his mouth. It was getting hard to see with the thick vapor pooling over her vision and the swarm of people scampering around like rabbits, but she could make out Naruto's bright eyes just ahead of her. It was difficult to think straight. Come on, he added, while gripping her arm and dragging her ahead towards the exit. Sakura glanced back to make sure that the rest of their team was following, but Kakashi was nowhere in sight and Sasuke hadn't budged. In fact, he was still clutching his neck and hadn't motioned to protect himself from the vapor yet. Sasuke! Sakura yelled, which alerted Naruto that they weren't ready to plow ahead. They backtracked, pushing against the current of bodies, and nearly got trampled over entirely. They managed to get to Sasuke and Sakura promptly covered his mouth and nose with her free hand. His skin was hot and lined with sweat, and his own hand was still tightly clutching his neck, where Orochimaru's curse resided. Sasuke seemed to come to his senses when Sakura's hand met his face, as indicated by how he pulled his panic-stricken gaze up to look at her. They locked eyes and his stare carried a warning that Sakura understood but didn't want to believe. He's here. Sakura swallowed. It's happening. There will be a war after all. Naruto latched onto Sakura's arm again and nodded in Sasuke's direction. "You good?" he asked through his hand. His eyes drifted to the curse mark Sasuke was gripping and his expression softened with realization. Last time, Kabuto used a mass genjutsu on the arena, a temple of nirvana technique, to put everyone to sleep, Sakura thought, her mind whirring. But it didn't seem like he would take that route this time around, since he was probably half dead somewhere beneath the stampede of feet. Another wave of screams met Sakura's ears, but they were of a different kind, not of shock or fear but of pain. She scanned the foggy, crowded area desperately, dreading what she might find. Everything was happening so fast that she wasn't sure what else she could take in. If it had been chaos and madness before, Sakura wasn't sure what to call it now. Because the vapor was thicker than ever, bodies were dropping, new ninjas were flocking into the already packed arena, and weapons were flying. Sakura's heart was thundering in her chest and she was feeling lightheaded. "It's happening now," she thought frantically, and feeling Sasuke's hand cover hers, signaling that she could move her own hand away from his face and focus on escaping. Wordlessly, the three of them started to run, laying low to stay out of the weapon's line of fire, while gripping onto the fabric of each other's shirts with their free hands and slamming shoulders with other escapees. Sakura glanced up towards the stands, seeking an opening they could get away through, but they were out of luck. A small army of ninjas clad in dark colors had gathered above them and were firing weapons down at the trapped crowd in the arena. "Look out!" Sakura cried and beckoning towards the enemies in the stands, while leading her teammates to the nearest arena wall. They stumbled after her, while sloppily dodging weapons and the fallen bodies. They reached the wall and Sakura threw her back against it, while Sasuke and Naruto did the same on either side of her, their chests rising and falling with each heaving breath they took and their shoulders pressed together. Her lungs ached as she was restrained to muted intakes of air behind her hand. The vapor was particularly thick where they were hiding, which provided partial concealment from the ambushers and a brief moment for them to catch their breaths. Enemy ninjas, who Sakura realized with a pang of dread were indeed from the Sound Village, were everywhere now, sending weapons at their trapped, vulnerable opponents who struggled to defend themselves from the attackers and the vapor at once. Bodies continued to drop, and chakra flares, similar to the flare Suda projected when he first contracted the disease, lit up the arena. "It is spreading here, somehow," Sakura thought while she watched another Konoha spectator collapse, as if in slow motion. "Is it really because people are breathing this stuff in?" The woman's long, black hair rippled behind her as she descended, her arms falling limply to her sides. Sakura scanned the woman's body and noticed a long, black senbon protruding from her right calf. A dribble of blood trailed down to her ankle, but something else caught Sakura's attention. The skin around the senbon was discolored and darkening by the second. That was when it clicked. "It's not the vapor." On a whim, Sakura bravely unclamped her hand from her face. "Sakura-chan!" Naruto hollered instantly, and snatching for her wrist, while Sasuke boldly pressed his free hand right over her mouth. "What are you doing?" he asked and his eyes were wide and bloodshot, probably from the debilitating curse mark pain he was enduring. "It's all right," Sakura said, while carefully gripping Sasuke's fingers to tease them away from her face. She met her teammates' gazes and tried to reassure them though her own. "No," Naruto interrupted. "I won't let." "This is just a diversion," she said, in reference to the vapor, and as confidently as she could. "I know how these enemies think." "Then what's happening to everyone?" Sasuke asked, and glancing out towards the bodies, many covered in black splotches, that continued to fall. His grip on her face had slackened but he didn't retreat. "Trust me," she pleaded, enforcing conviction into her tone, while holding his gaze. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, like he was gauging her seriousness. Then he slowly, trustingly lowered both of his hands. Sakura took a daring breath and paused, analyzing and tasting the contents of the air as it traveled through her windpipe. The air was moist, cool, and tasteless, hardly different from Zabuza's mist. Sasuke appeared to be undergoing the same analytical process, testing out the air for any sign of detectable contaminants, viruses, or poisons. Naruto followed suit, also putting faith in Sakura's judgment, and removed his hand. She was right. Breathing in the vapor did not give them the disease. "How did you know?" Naruto asked, once he was confident that the air was safe. His eyebrows were scrunched and he was watching Sakura with amazement. Because it didn't add up, she answered simply and checking their immediate surroundings for advancing enemies, but it appeared no one was onto them yet. I spoke to one of the sound ninjas in the second exam, Sasuke said quietly, while he also scoured the area with his eyes. He didn't seem to have enough chakra to activate his Sharingan. The one named Dosu. Naruto leaned in to hear his teammate better. He said he got the disease through a needle injection. He also said Orochimaru was working on transmitting it in other ways. Through weapons, Sakura said, as the gears turned in her head. He's transmitting it through Senbon, the black ones. It was quite a crafty diversion tactic Orochimaru and his cronies had brewed up. This vapor did precisely what it was intended to do, rouse fear and confusion, and distract everyone from the attacking army of sound ninjas. And not only that, but it made for easy pickings because it clouded everyone's vision. But why did only some of Sakura's diseased patients have puncture wounds? Well, if what Dosu told Sasuke held true, some of them may have been infected through syringes, which, if injected properly, would have left hardly a trace behind, while others were infected through weapons like these. The masterminds behind this epidemic must have been toying with both methods. Sakura also had a hunch that Orochimaru and Kabuto had done this deliberately, this alternating between modes of transmission. Because they knew that Sakura and the other medical personnel at the hospital were onto them and investigating the disease. So, and she was certain of it, it was an attempt to mislead them into thinking that the puncture wounds were irrelevant. When, in reality, they were everything. Kabuto, you sly bastard. Sakura-chan, move. Oof. Sakura grunted as the weight of Naruto's body slammed against hers. He forced her to the ground and landed on top of her, painfully pressing her to the damp arena floor. But then, over his shoulder, she caught a glimpse of 3 black senbon lodged in the arena wall, precisely where she had been standing milliseconds prior. Thanks. She gasped. She felt like she was going to be sick from the pressure on her tender midsection. But if it weren't for Naruto's quick thinking, she would have been infected with the illness. Rushes of gratitude and shock swam through her chest. We should go, Naruto said firmly while hoisting Sakura up and turning to Sasuke, taking an authoritative role. He clearly had the most stamina and awareness of their surroundings in the trio. Sasuke moved towards them, his face pale and lips pressed in a thin line. There was a combination of horror, probably at how closely Sakura had come to being hit, and determination to survive etched on his face. Lead the way, he said, surprisingly agreeably, and with a curt nod, while gripping the fabric of Naruto's sleeve with one hand and Sakura's wrist with the other. Naruto pulled his teammates forward, through the battlefield, where heaps of bodies and clashing ninjas surrounded them. Sasuke was forced to release his teammates on several instances to dodge incoming attacks and reciprocate them. But they always found each other in between, frequently touching each other's arms and torsos to make sure no one strayed too far. Sakura kept several poison-laced kunai in hand and scanned her foggy surroundings with wild eyes. The mist was rather disorienting, making their path to the exit difficult to determine, but they pushed forward anyways, and Sakura's adrenaline kept her on her feet and fighting. After endlessly searching for an escape to no avail, Sakura was starting to wonder if, perhaps, they were actually stuck in some kind of genjutsu, given how many times they must have circled the place. A new opponent managed to land a punch on Sakura's face, snapping her head backwards and sending her to the ground. He was on top of her and winding up for another blow before either Sasuke or Naruto, who were occupied with another fight, had a chance to react. With hardly any chakra to work with, Sakura had to resort to using a gritty, hand-to-hand means of fending the enemy off. Hrug! She cried, while bucking her knees and jabbing one of her hands to his gut, winding him. This gave her just enough of an opening to flip him over, straddle his hips, and drive one of her poisonous kunai clear through his arm. The ninja's eyes snapped open wide and he screamed as the fast-acting poison ebbed through his body and rendered him motionless. Sakura was about to leap off and rejoin her teammates, but she noticed something that held her there. On the enemy ninja's forehead protector was a sand gourd. He's from sand, she thought, but before she could process exactly what that meant, the distinct whirring of nearing weapons met her trained ears. Sakura flipped backwards to safety as a barrage of black senbon struck the place she'd just been perched, including the body of the sand ninja who she had defeated. She stared in astonishment as the black splotches of the disease immediately began to seep out of the needles and across his skin, mixing with Sakura's poison and draining away whatever life force he had left. In that brief moment, 3 thoughts occurred to Sakura. 1. The disease was evolving. It was spreading more rapidly than she had ever seen it spread before. 2. Sand was involved in the attack. And 3. Sound didn't seem to care who they infected with the disease. Sakura felt a hand grip her upper arm and draw her away from the scene. "Let's move," came Sasuke's stern hiss from somewhere just above her ear as he pulled her towards Naruto. Her mind was racing and hands were trembling. "Guys," Sakura started, with the intention of warning her teammates that it appeared Sound wasn't their only enemy, but she was interrupted. "Look!" Naruto cried, and pointing to something on their right. There was blood smeared on his face and arm as a result of whatever battle he just took part in. Sasuke and Sakura turned as instructed and found Kakashi and Guy standing back to back, in the heat of their own fight. On either side of them were one Sound Ninja and Gaara's sensei. "Sand is in on this too," Sakura breathed, as she watched Gaara's sensei advance towards Kakashi and Guy with weapons in hand, while shooting untrusting looks over his shoulder. The Sound Ninja was sending weapons in all directions without any indication that he cared who they hit. "Yeah. This is exactly what I suspected," Sakura thought, her stomach turning. "This is a 3-way war." It was apparent that Naruto was itching to join in the fight, but Sasuke intercepted before he could. "Let's keep going," he said, and the words "we might just get in the way" went unsaid, but both Naruto and Sakura understood. Another arena wall came in sight moments later, and this one was recognizable. The competitor's platform was visible just above it. "I know where we are," Sakura exclaimed, because she recalled that, if they followed the platform to the end, it would lead them to the arena's exit. "Yeah," Naruto chimed in, and the 3 of them raced forward, through the trenches of diseased flesh, all while keeping their eyes and ears peeled for any sign of new attackers. Sakura followed her teammates with all the energy she could muster up. And she tried, with every ounce of willpower she had left, to stop herself from looking at the ground for too long in case there was a body laying there that she recognized. "Is he just trying to kill everyone?" she thought while tears welled up in her eyes and her throat constricted. This was worse than the terrorist attack on Konoha in her previous life, wasn't it? Because this time it was so much more complicated. Sound's disease knew no boundaries, it seemed, and after the open assassination of the Kaze Cage, whatever allegiance Sound and Sand had previously was surely severed. Were the 2 of them originally planning to attack Konoha together? Did Sound betray Sand at the last minute? What is he doing? Sakura whispered aloud, straining her lungs through the thick, murky air, just as Naruto and Sasuke's backs disappeared through it ahead of her. "Whatever excites me?" She skidded to a halt, without alerting her teammates, her surprise paralyzing her in place. "That voice. It's more interesting now, don't you think? The dormant phase was such a bore, so I saw to it that the illness evolved to suit my wishes." The soft, icy tone came from directly behind Sakura. And she knew, without turning around, exactly whose voice it was, exactly who was standing there. "How are you faring, Sakura?" The voice drawled, while its owner steadily approached, his terrible, magnificent chakra signature engulfing her. Sakura emitted a soft whimper and squeezed her eyes shut, because she couldn't bear to look at him. She couldn't bear to acknowledge that this man would be impossible for her to kill, even if her future, Sasuke's future, and the future of the ninja world rested on it. She couldn't bear to acknowledge that her existence in this world, somehow, had prompted the creation of an epidemic that had taken so many lives. And that her time travel mission was going up in flames. "I was quite impressed by what you did with Kabuto," Orochimaru said, his voice eerily calm. "Intelligent girl, you are." And then, to her horror, Sakura felt a soft, smooth pressure trace along her outer ear, and she knew, before she snapped her eyes open, that it was his tongue. But as soon as the world around her came back into focus, Sakura wished she had never opened her eyes at all. Because right in front of her, on the ground, were 2 diseased bodies she recognized. A medic from the Land of Waves. And hey! Sakura's hand flew to her mouth. "No," she cried softly, while gaping at the corpses in disbelief. "They're dead. And it's because of me," she thought while a sob welled up in her throat. "And there are probably so many others. Now, look at what you've made me do," Orochimaru tooted from somewhere behind her, a chilling sweetness in his tone. Sakura couldn't take it. She gritted her teeth, loaded all the chakra she had left to her hand, and coiled her body, preparing to turn and face the wretched serpent. Pow! What? Sakura spun around with surprise, nearly toppling over. What she got was an eyeful of green. Tsunade was standing directly behind Sakura with her fist raised, her cloak billowing behind her. Orochimaru, who had evidently taken quite a powerful blow from Sakura's mentor, was on the ground a few meters away. The vapor was lifting at a rapid pace and the surface below him was so demolished that it had caved in. "Orochimaru, you piece of shit," Tsunade growled while cracking her knuckles and glaring murderously at her former teammate. Sakura's heart thumped against her chest and her body tingled excitedly. Thank God! Sasuke and Naruto returned to Sakura so forcefully that they both nearly collided with her. "Not Snake Guy again," Naruto said while wrapping an arm around her. Sasuke took a protective stance in front of both of them. "I let you out of my sight for 2 seconds," he mumbled to her over his shoulder, and Sakura could hear the ache in his tone. She never got the chance to respond, however, because 2 new figures entered the scene, Jiraiya and the third Hokage. "It's about time," Tsunade muttered, rolling her eyes. "Let's wrap things up now, shall we?" She paced ahead, towards Orochimaru, like a wildcat stalking prey. "We'll lure him away from here," Sarutobi, who had shed his cloak and was adorned in his combat gear and armor, said to Team 7. Jiraiya shot them all a grin. "You kids tidy up the place while we're gone, all right?" he said, and beckoning to the rest of the arena, which was finally absent of mist, and where small clusters of sound and sand ninjas were surely lurking. "Yes sir," Naruto said, enforcing some enthusiasm into his tone, though it was strained, and his hand shifted restlessly against Sakura's arm. Then Orochimaru, who undoubtedly realized he now had his hands full with 3 extraordinary new opponents, fled to put some distance between them. But Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Sarutobi were already in pursuit. A collective sigh of relief enveloped Team 7, but it was short-lived, because now that the vapor was gone, they were able to discern the other battles happening throughout the arena. The nearest one was Team 8 against 6 sound ninjas. They were outnumbered 2 to 1. "Hinata-chan!" Naruto cried, releasing Sakura and rushing over to meet his training partner. Hinata was visibly struggling, after having fought a challenging Chunin exam match not much earlier. Her clothing was scuffed and there were bruises and scrapes lining the exposed skin of her face and hands. Shino too was moving quite slowly after the recent fight with Temari. Kiba was on all fours, alongside Akamaru, and taking the brunt of the opponent's advances. "Let's go," Sasuke said, and preparing to bound after Naruto. "Sakura, is that you? Come here. Quick." Sakura's feet locked in place at the sound of the familiar voice. "Ino," she replied, her voice cracking slightly, and swiveling her head around in search of her best friend. Sasuke, who had also paused and heard Ino's cry, roughly grabbed Sakura's arm and pointed to something behind her. "There," he said, and dragging her along. It took a moment for Sakura's focus to adjust to the sudden change in direction, but when it did, she spied Ino crouched on the ground in the trenches of debris and bodies. "Thanks," Sakura said in between pants while Sasuke guided her to her friend. When she reached Ino, Sakura found that she was wearing civilian clothes and her skin was extremely pale. Koji was lying at her feet, and Sakura's eyes were instantly pulled to the fresh wound in his leg, from which a black senbon was protruding. The skin around it was stained a sickly gray and the stain was spreading. "I'll cover you," Sasuke said shortly and turning away to keep a watchful eye out for enemies. "Shit," Sakura cursed, dropping to her knees on Koji's other side and tearing off her medical pouch. "Is there any way I can help?" Ino stammered while glancing between Sakura and her fallen teammate with wide, tear-filled eyes. If anyone knew how dire it was that Koji be treated immediately, it was Ino. She was still recovering, over a month later, and from a far milder version of this very illness. Sakura swallowed back her emotions to keep her head clear. "I'd stay out of this if I were you, pig," she said while fishing out a pair of thick tweezers. "You might be vulnerable to reinfection." "Right," Ino said while biting her lip and backing away slowly, though she seemed reluctant to. "Where's Shikamaru?" Sakura asked to divert their attentions, and because she was curious, while she carefully slipped the weapon out of Koji's leg with the tweezers. Dark blood oozed from the open wound. "Fighting on the other side somewhere. He's with Niji and Tenten, I think," she said, her blue eyes flitting around the arena in search of him. "Ah," Sakura said, and popping 2 anti-parasitic drugs into Koji's mouth, forcing him to swallow them while she loaded medical chakra to her hands, in preparation to manually tackle as much of the disease as she could. But it was dizzying, the simple act of summoning energy from the last of her chakra reserves. She was physically drained from her battle with Kabuto and emotionally drained from everything that happened after it. And her strength of 100 seal never caught a break to start replenishing itself. But she went on with the procedure anyways because there was no way in hell she was going to stand by and let a comrade die. Minutes ticked on as she coaxed her chakra through Koji's leg and produced a barrier to contain the parasites before they got anywhere near his vital organs. From behind her, she could hear Sasuke deflecting an onslaught of weapons with his own as prowling enemies took notice of them and drew closer. To Sakura's great relief, her barrier seemed to hold. Koji, who had been slipping in and out of consciousness, now had his eyes open and was emitting soft grunts. "You'll make it," Sakura chanted soothingly. But she wasn't through with him yet. If she didn't tread carefully and instill proper blood flow in his leg, a lower limb amputation was not off the table. Ino stared on keenly, but as the seconds passed, her gaze lingered somewhere behind Sakura, where Sasuke was engaged in combat. Sakura glanced over her shoulder and found that Sasuke only had one opponent left standing, but he seemed to be at a disadvantage, given his dwindling chakra levels and the number of other opponents he had just faced. "You holding up?" Sakura called and eyeing the opponent, a female sand ninja with several daggers in either hand. Sasuke was using his sword to deflect her advances, but considering how he was still relatively new to the craft, at least, Sakura presumed he was, his movements weren't quite as fast as hers. He was evading her attacks at the very last second. He never caught a break to answer her. Sakura shot a panicked look to Koji, whose leg might suffer severe damage if he was left unattended for too long. But at this rate, Sasuke was also in great danger if no one backed him up. Ino got to her feet. "I've got this," she mumbled, while interlacing her fingers and extending her arms forward to stretch them. "Are you sure?" Sakura asked. Ino's body was still in delicate shape and she was technically forbidden from engaging in the ninja arts for at least another several weeks. Ino's lips quirked into a half-smirk, her eyes blazing. "Don't worry about me, billboard brow," she said in a familiar, chiding tone. "Just look after my body for a sec." She pulled her hands together to form the seal for her mind transfer technique and aimed them at her target. Almost instantly, her body slumped sideways, against Sakura, who caught Ino's waist with one hand, while the other tended to Koji. She positioned Ino so that she was leaning over her shoulder. The sand ninja froze as she was struck by Ino's technique and Sasuke blanched with surprise. "Hurry up. I've given you an opening," yelled Ino, from within the sand ninja's body. "Punch me, Sasuke-kun, damn it." He looked from Ino and Sakura to the sand ninja while realization slowly crossed his features. Then he followed through with his punch as directed, sending the sand ninja back first into the ground. Sakura noticed a small bruise sprout on the real Ino's jawline. "Kai!" The sand ninja cried from her position on the ground, indicating that Ino was returning to her original body. The whole ordeal worked seamlessly, because once Ino was safely back in Sakura's arms, both in body and mind, Sasuke delivered the finishing blow and knocked his enemy out cold. Ino roused and stumbled away from Sakura. She seemed a little disoriented, and was probably aching after taking Sasuke's vicarious punch to the face. "Thanks," Sasuke said with a polite nod while rejoining them around Koji's body. "You're welcome," Ino answered and returning it, her face tinged pink, as she crouched back down on Koji's other side. Seconds later, Sakura finished destroying as many parasites as she physically could. She withdrew her hands, breathing heavily, and hoped she had done enough. Ino tried to initiate conversation with Koji after Sakura backed away and massaged her own temples. Her head was spinning and pulsing now. Sakura's eyes instinctively scanned the area, and it truly sunk in just how many casualties were around her, how many casualties she'd caused. Because Orochimaru was right in blaming her for this. The disease wouldn't have existed if she had never traveled back in time in the first place. Even if she saved Koji, there were so many others who she was too late for. Her lip began to tremble. Hey! Sakura glanced up and noticed Sasuke standing there, towering over her. She climbed to her feet, slightly wobbling, and wiped her eyes on the back of her hand. Sasuke had evidently noticed her staring out at the dead. He placed a steadying hand on her back, in the center of the Uchiha crest on the shirt he lent her, and pulled her towards him. He moved her carefully at first, like he was testing the waters and gauging whether she would resist, and then his other arm was around her too, locking her in a careful hug. "It's not your fault," he said, from somewhere just beside her face, while Sakura buried it into his neck and released a shaky breath. And she couldn't think of a moment in either of her lives when she loved him more than she did then, in his arms, in the middle of the ruined Chunin exam arena. They still desperately needed to talk. She needed to properly apologize about divulging the truth of the Uchiha massacre so insensitively, and she needed to find out just what happened to him while he was away. But it would have to wait. After a few seconds, Sakura sensed Ino's eyes on her, and she bravely turned to meet her friend and rival's gaze, which she imagined would hold a mix of jealousy and fury. But that wasn't what she found. Ino was smiling, her eyes crinkling and her lips pursed together. What Sakura found instead was something like forgiveness and acceptance. Chapter 35, Time Traveler. Rookie 9, with the additions of Niji, Tenten, Karin, and one of her teammates from the Grass Village, congregated in the middle of the area in a relieved scramble. Sakura was thankful to find that, aside from the odd gash or bruise, no one appeared to be sustaining a serious injury. And, most importantly, no one else had contracted the disease. Aside from the corpses scattered across the arena floor, the vicinity was relatively cleared out. None of the Jonin or higher UPS were around, probably because they had focused their efforts on drawing enemies away from the arena, pushing them towards the outskirts, and flushing them out of the village. And everyone else, Sakura presumed, had either fled or died. Most of the group flocked to Koji to see how he was faring now that Sakura was through with her remedial procedure. Ino hovered over him like a protective sibling, with her arms outstretched to make sure he had some breathing room. As a disease survivor herself, Ino knew more than anyone what he needed most right now. Team 7 stuck close during the reunion, partly because Sakura had spotted a terrible stab wound on Naruto's arm and couldn't resist sharing a pulse of her healing chakra with him. She hardly had a shred of energy to spare, but she simply refused to risk his open wound getting infected before the fox's chakra had a chance to surface and patch it up. Sasuke watched the ordeal with his arms folded and an eyebrow raised, perhaps monitoring Sakura's chakra expenditure. Naruto seemed to have similar concerns. "Alright, I'm fine now, Sakura-chan," he said while shooting her a broad grin even though he clearly wasn't healed yet, his arm was still bleeding. "Thanks." Sakura began protesting, against her better judgment. But Sasuke interrupted her. "No, stop," he deadpanned. "The war isn't over. Stay sharp." Sakura pursed her lips and slowed her chakra flow. Her teammates were right, she would probably pass out if she used much more of her chakra. Even her strength of 100 seal was nearly depleted. But, at the same time, not healing a friend contradicted her very nature. Especially now, with Sakura surrounded by a war that she had somehow created, among heaps of ninjas who had died because of something she did, and where everywhere she looked, her heart stung with guilt and self-loathing. So, if there was anything at all she could do to help her surviving friends and to cleanse her conscience, she would give everything she had. And so, stubbornly, she kept her hands locked around Naruto's arm until his injury was reduced to a scab, despite her teammates' looks of concern and agitation, in Naruto and Sasuke's cases respectively. "I can handle myself," Sakura shot back defensively, anticipating another critical remark. But instead, Naruto smiled a knowing, crooked smile. "We know that," he said. "But we just want to help." Sakura opened her mouth to argue, but he continued. We know you're a medical ninja and you just want to heal people, but even medical ninjas need help, you know? And that's where the rest of Team 7 comes in. He extended his other hand and patted Sakura's forearm. We've got your back. Caught a little off guard by Naruto's words of support, Sakura stared at him through wide eyes and properly took in the scrapes that lined his jaw and the flecks of dirt and blood that made his determined, blue eyes appear brighter than ever. Her heart clenched and her gaze shifted to Sasuke, wearing his blue undershirt, a reminder that he had literally given her the shirt off his back. He was watching the two of them expectantly with his eyebrows furrowed. It's not your fault. I don't know what I'd do without you two, Sakura whispered, succumbing, while pulling her hands away from Naruto and fighting the tears accumulating in her lower eyelids. Neither do I, Naruto said with a cheeky, signature grin that warmed Sakura's heart. Sasuke rolled his eyes but failed to hide his smirk. From there, Team 7 dispersed to mingle with and check on the others. Naruto joined Team 8, Neji, and Tenten, and Sasuke spoke with the group members least familiar to them, Karin and her teammate, likely to size them up and gauge their allegiances. Sakura made a beeline for Koji and his teammates and was grateful to find that his condition was improving. After a few minutes of light-natured banter, Sakura caught eyes with Naruto and Sasuke through the crowd, and understood that it was time to get moving. The war wasn't over yet. She rose to her feet and cleared her throat. Hey guys. Maybe we'd better, she began, but her voice faltered. Something was off. There was an energy building from below their feet, faint at first, but increasing rapidly. A hush fell over the group as the others undoubtedly sensed the energy. Weapons were drawn, Akamaru sprang down from Kiba's collar with his teeth bared, and both Neji and Hinata activated their Byakugan. The energy was everywhere, behind them, beside them, below them, and Sakura didn't know where to aim the poison-laced kunai poised in her hand. That was when she felt tiny, granular specks tickle against the bare skin above the hem of her black boots. Her stomach churned. Bugs? She thought while she directed her gaze to the ground. But she didn't find any bugs. Instead, she noticed flecks of golden dust swirling around her ankles. No. Not dust. It's... A manic laugh echoed through the arena. Sakura's blood ran cold as her head snapped in the direction of the sound, the arena's edge below where the cage had been seated. Her breathing hitched and she felt the others shift anxiously. She spied two people crouched low among the dead. Temari was one of them, her blonde hair visible through the chaos, her face tear-stained, and her enormous fan beside her on the ground. It didn't take long for Sakura to realize that the body she was mourning over was her brother's, Kankuro's. The disease killed him, Sakura thought, as dread pooled in her stomach, recalling his gruesome tumble from the stands before the vapor was unleashed. Temari might have saved him from a perilous fall, but he was no match for Orochimaru's illness. No, Sakura breathed, her hand flying up to her mouth. She didn't have much time to linger on his death, however, because the other person crouching among the bodies emitted the same cold, dangerous laugh she had heard earlier, and captured her attention. There was no mistaking his identity with his mop of red hair and the giant sand gourd fastened to his back. It was surprising that he had managed to stay below the radar until now. But Gaara was no longer hiding. And something was wrong with him. His back faced them, and he was perhaps unaware of the onlooking group. Below him was a mangled body covered in a white and blue robe. The body of the Kaze Kage, his father. His father's death triggered something in him, Sakura thought, her throat drying and brow lining with perspiration, as she took a frightened step backwards. There's no doubt about it. But what did it trigger? Sakura had heard of the unusual relationship between Gaara and his father in her former life when she knew Gaara better. It had been a rocky one, to say the least. His father had ostracized Gaara and stunted his emotional growth. Did Gaara react this way when his father died in my old life? Sakura wondered as Ino's shoulder grazed against hers. Did the Kazekage's later death mean that he had tormented Gaara for longer? Or perhaps they managed to resolve some of their differences in his extra few weeks of life. Regardless, whatever the state of their relationship had been, the Kazekage's death seemed to affect Gaara for the worse. He stood with his back to them, his shoulders hunched and his hands balled into fists. Slowly, he raised one of his arms, palm up, and sand trickled out of the gourd on his back, swirling and twisting in a snake-like manner. I have a bad feeling about this, Sakura gulped as the coiling sand crept towards one of the nearby corpses and wrapped around it, concealing the corpse from view. Gaara closed his fist and the sand imploded in a splatter of blood, crushing the corpse in a gruesome burst. What? Kiba barked and there was a collective wince. Temari was on her feet. Stop it, Gaara! She cried, all color draining from her face, her eyes wide and panic-stricken. But when he ignored her, she turned to the group instead, her gaze locking on Sakura's. Don't just stand there. Everyone, run. There was a brief hesitation, where everyone exchanged nervous glances and held their weapons a little higher, assessing whether this was an enemy they might stand a chance against together. But then Gaara craned his neck around and gave them a clear view of the toothy smile plastered on his face and the bloodlust radiating from his eyes. The satisfaction in seeing his father dead was etched all over his face. And so was his need for more death. Run! Temari shouted again, more urgently, but they were already moving. Sakura couldn't remember exactly when her legs started pumping her towards the arena exit, though it probably coincided with when the deeply rooted, primal instinct to flee from certain death kicked in. She was nowhere near at a capacity to take on an enemy like that, an enemy that hosted an untamed tailed beast, and she highly doubted that any of the others were either. Even Niji, who was sprinting nearby Sakura, smartly seemed to recognize that he was in no state to survive a fight with this opponent. But Gaara was in pursuit. Giant tongues of sand slithered across the ground, crushing everything in their wakes, corpses, uprooted tiles of the arena floor, and they stalked towards Gaara's next victims, Rookie 9 and company. Ino screamed from somewhere to Sakura's left. Shit. Distracted from her escape, Sakura whipped her head around to gauge the safety of her friend, but that was when one of the sand tongues took hold of her ankle and yanked Sakura to the ground. She twisted around and her back hit the arena floor hard. Before she could gain her bearings, her body dragged painfully towards Gaara, Sasuke's shirt riding up her back. Sakura! Sakura-chan, no! Called voices that sounded distinctly like her teammates, but she couldn't respond. Sakura focused on pumping all the chakra she had left to her arms so that they might anchor her to the floor. But the sand's grip was tightening painfully and creeping up her calf. She briefly caught sight of Gaara's empty, pale eyes ahead of her and read his intentions. And realized that this was it. But then a flurry of weapons embedded themselves along the tongue of sand in a trail that led all the way up to its owner. And it forced Gaara to deflect the attack with his sand, which distracted him enough to loosen his grip on Sakura's leg. She managed to wriggle free while the sand lost its shape and pooled to the ground in a lifeless heap. Don't you lay a hand on her! Snarled a protective, female voice. And, to Sakura's surprise, it was Karin who stepped forward, wearing a t-shirt that was much too large for her, a combat skirt, and fishnet tights, her wispy, red hair falling over the Grass Village head protector secured around her forehead. Sakura stared in awe while someone from the group pulled her up and out of the sand's reach. Gaara froze for a moment, seemingly dumbstruck by Karin's boldness. Then Karin, who gained some confidence over his hesitation, raised her weapon-laced fists to fire another round. No, Karin, move! Sakura yelled, because she knew that it was only a matter of seconds before Gaara came to his senses and launched his next assault. And he did. But he did something entirely unexpected. Gaara turned to Hinata, who had been standing along the edge of the group, next to Shino, and who was relatively separated from the others now that they were gathered near Sakura. No! Sakura thought in horror as the sand gripped Hinata's legs and pulled her to the ground. It wasn't until she emitted a panicked gasp that the others took notice of the attack. It appeared Gaara's tactic was to prey on the weak. Both Sakura and Hinata were completely drained from their fights. And what happened next was a blur. The sand imploded around her legs. Hinata emitted a petrified scream and collapsed to the ground, blood soaking through the golden sand. Then it was a whole other ball game. Rookie 9, along with Niji, Tenten, Karin, and her teammate, advanced with a vengeance, with Naruto and Niji at the front line. They charged pell-mell at Gaara, but Sakura's instincts pulled her elsewhere, to Hinata, whose legs, or whatever was left of them, were still covered in bloody sand. Her face was as white as a sheet, and her soft moans drowning out everything else in the world. Sakura stumbled towards her friend. She had virtually no chakra left to offer, but that didn't stop her from using every remaining ounce of her energy to try to summon something. Then there was a blast. It sent Sakura hurling backwards before she reached Hinata. The back of her head struck something hard and she felt the texture of the paved arena floor against her back, the scene before her slipping in and out of focus. Naruto was there, in the middle of the arena, enraged, and surrounded by a swell of red chakra. He was on all fours, squaring himself up with the enemy, fangs bared. Gaara was backing away, motioning to retreat to the forest. The last thing Sakura saw before she fell unconscious was the back of Naruto's orange jacket disappear into the trees, in pursuit. Sakura felt panicked before she even opened her eyes. She was dizzy, her body was aching, but she was alive, albeit barely, thanks to whatever shred of chakra she had left in her body. It took a surge of effort for her to pull her eyelids apart and take in her surroundings, and an excruciatingly long time for her to make out the trees overhead and the person looming over her. "Sakura? You up?" asked a familiar voice. She failed to answer, so she just blinked and winced as Kiba's face came into focus. It appeared they were somewhere in the forest on the village's outskirts. Explosions sounded in the distance, vibrating the mossy forest floor below. "Take your time getting up," Kiba said, and leaning back on the balls of his feet. He was clearly concerned, but it was also clear that he wasn't a nurturing type. "We haven't seen any enemies for a while, so we should still have a couple of minutes." Sakura nodded slowly, which only caused her head to throb, and carefully shifted her arms along the ground so that she could use them to prop herself up. And when she did, her entire body felt like lead and the head rush forced her to pause. She was so uncoordinated that she might as well be inebriated, with the addition of being in pain all over. Kiba bounced a little on the balls of his feet, apparently anxious. "Water," he offered, and holding out a flask. Sakura stared at him blankly, taking in his civilian attire and beady, brown eyes. He chuckled nervously and averted his gaze to the ground. "Sorry. I honestly don't know what to do with you. If it weren't for Shikamaru knowing some basic first aid, I don't think you would have made it." "Thanks," she breathed, and reaching a trembling hand towards the flask. She was parched. And now she was acutely aware that she was suffering from some kind of head injury. The back of her skull hurt like a bitch. Sakura took a generous mouthful, stray droplets trickling down her chin. The water was warm and tasted funny, but it would do. "How long was I out?" she asked when her voice was a bit steadier. He shrugged, his stance relaxing slightly now that Sakura had a little more life in her. "Only like 15 minutes. You haven't missed much." She pulled herself up into a proper sitting position, ignoring how much the motion made the world spin. "Where are Naruto, Hinata, and the others?" she asked, remembering her teammate disappear in a swarm of the nine-tailed fox's chakra. "Dunno," Kiba answered quietly, the nervous edge returning to his voice. "We all got separated when Naruto and Gaara started tearing up the place. And then more enemies flocked in, sand ninjas I think, so we were forced to run. Right now it's just you, me, Shikamaru, and Akamaru. They're taking watch." "Did everyone else get away?" Sakura asked, unsure whether she was ready for his answer. "I think so," he said. "Everything happened pretty fast. But I saw Ino dragging Hinata out of their inn, in search of medical attention." His voice caught. "So I think she'll be okay." He forced a smile, but it didn't mask the fear in his tone. And Sakura felt it too. Because if Ino and Hinata didn't find medical attention fast enough, Hinata would have bled out. Or maybe the two of them were attacked and defeated, considering the vulnerable states they had been in. Her heart clenched and she willed herself to stop imagining other outcomes before she went utterly mad. At least Naruto seemed to be on the offensive. But trouble often followed when he lost control to the nine-tailed fox. And Sasuke, Karin, and everyone else, where did they end up? Shikamaru popped his head around the trunk of a nearby tree with Akamaru at his side. "You're awake," he said with a relieved sigh and meeting Sakura's gaze. "You okay to move on your own? There's a group closing in." Akamaru barked in agreement while Kiba sprang to his feet, Sakura bit back her groan. Yeah, she said, while taking Kiba's extended hand and using every ounce of her strength to stand. I'll manage. And thanks for saving me, you guys. It seems like I had a pretty close call. Don't thank us yet, Shikamaru said seriously, and glancing over his shoulder. Despite his warning of approaching danger, Sakura appreciated his authoritative air amidst the chaos. It was no wonder he got promoted to Chunin so early last time around. Where are they coming from? Kiba asked and turning his attention to Akamaru while keeping a steadying hand on Sakura's lower back as she regained balance. Akamaru barked 3 times and Kiba nodded, sniffing the air. All right. Sounds like our best bet is to head west. Come on. Roger that, Shikamaru said, and then the 3 of them broke into a jog. Kiba led the way and Shikamaru took up the rear, covering Sakura, who was the weakest link. The movement was brutal and made Sakura feel like she was going to vomit, but her adrenaline kept her going. She stumbled a few times but, for the most part, concealed how much she was hurting. She didn't want to be any more of a burden to Kiba and Shikamaru than she already was. I wish Naruto and Sasuke were here, she thought, her heart rate quickening at the thought of her missing teammates. Surely they would have scooped her up and done everything in their powers to bring her to safety. Not that she didn't appreciate what Kiba and Shikamaru had done for her. She just missed her boys, who she was far more comfortable revealing her weaknesses to. It turned out the war zone was taken to the forest. Trees had fallen and craters had formed across the terrain. Whiffs of smoke and death wafted through the air and there was no end to the explosions shaking the earth. My God, Sakura breathed, taking in the destruction with wide eyes. Better here than in the village, Shikamaru said, noting Sakura's shock. Hopefully this means most battles are out here, away from the civilians. True, Sakura answered, but she didn't feel much relief. Instead, she thought of the civilians from the Land of Waves who traveled all the way to Konoha to watch her match, many of whom probably got caught up in the fray and died. She thought of the medical ninja who helped her set up her makeshift hospital there, and whose body now lay in the Chunin exam arena. And now Hinata, and probably others, were in great danger. What about Koji, Ino, Sasuke, and the rest who were in weak states to begin with? Sakura's stomach twisted painfully. She was fortunate to be with Kiba and Shikamaru, who had not taken part in third exam matches, but even then, they had probably been forced to expend huge amounts of chakra to compensate for the others. But Sakura didn't have much time to wallow in her guilt. Because they were attacked. A weapon whirled past them and struck a nearby tree trunk. Shit! Kiba cried and skidding to a halt. Whoever was onto them was too close to flee from. And so the 3 of them spun around and lowered into battle stances, Kiba getting down on all fours. Sakura was exhausted, her nerves were on fire, and her will to fight muted. But when 4 masked sound ninjas emerged from the trees, she gritted her teeth and dipped her hands into her weapon pouch. Lay low! Shikamaru hissed, while he directed his attention to the 2 enemies on the right. Kiba took the 2 on the left, and Akamaru stayed by Sakura's side, occasionally stepping in to help out his master. Sakura did as instructed and stayed back, firing weapons from a distance to aid her comrades, despite how hard it was for her to lift her arms. But even with her help, it was apparent that they were in trouble. Kiba and Shikamaru confirmed her suspicion that they had used up massive amounts of chakra because they were both resorting to taijutsu-based attacks. Their opponents were fast, skillful, and smart enough to realize that Sakura was the most vulnerable member of the squad. At one point, an opponent of Kiba's managed to fire 3 black senbon at Sakura. Thankfully she dodged them, though sloppily. One of the disease-laced needles came disturbingly close to grazing her leg. She could hear fabric ripping as it tore her clothes. Her panic heightened. That was when Sakura realized that Kiba's other opponent was raising his arm to lodge a black senbon in Kiba's shoulder. Kiba had been distracted by Sakura's close encounter. Look out! She cried, but then something strange happened. The attacking sound ninja was hit right in the throat with a kunai that seemed to come out of nowhere. Huh! Kiba gasped and springing back while his opponent dropped to his knees and let out a gurgling scream. Shikamaru also retreated to Sakura's side, his jaw agape. Then the source of the attack became apparent when one of Shikamaru's opponents fired knives at his allies left standing. It was a betrayal. "Get out of here!" the traitorous Sound Ninja yelled to them. "Wait. I recognize that voice from somewhere," Sakura thought, but she couldn't put a face to it. Nor was she about to turn her back on him, in case this was a ploy. But then the Sound Ninja removed his mask. It was Dosua. His skin was sunken and gray, a remnant of the disease Sakura saved him from in the Forest of Death, no doubt, but he was sturdy on his feet, and there was steadfast determination in his dark eyes. "This is payback. Now go." "Well, that was lucky," Shikamaru mumbled and rubbing the back of his neck. They had ventured further west and found a temporary shelter to pause and catch their breaths, thanks to the brief opening provided by Dosua. They chose a small pit below a protruding stone and scrambled inside. They wouldn't have long to rest, but any amount was better than nothing. "I'll say," Sakura answered and massaging her aching arms, but it was no use. She was in desperate need of a medic's attention and she didn't have the resources to help herself. "How did you know that Sound Ninja?" he asked with mild interest. Kiba was perched in one of the trees overhead, on the lookout for more enemies. She chuckled weakly. "Long story," she said. "But I saved his life once, on a whim. I guess he owed me one." "Nice," Shikamaru said with an approving nod. But then his eyes narrowed. "What's that?" he asked and pointing to something just ahead of them on the ground. "Huh." Sakura, whose senses were quite dulled, looked to where he was beaconing. A white mass was growing out of the forest floor. It looked highly unnatural among the green and brown twigs and brush. "A jutsu?" Sakura thought, while she and Shikamaru rose to their feet and Kiba leaped down to join them. It wasn't until the mass had fully emerged from the ground did Sakura recognize it. A white slug, about the size of a demon wind shuriken, had fabricated. And Sakura's heart soared. "Thank God." "Sakura," said the creature in a nasally voice while it turned its antennae in her direction. "Stay where you are." "Yes, Lady Katsuyu," she replied with a grin while relief washed over her. It was a form of Tsunade's slug summon, which meant that Sakura's mentor was probably nearby. Kiba and Akamaru crinkled their noses. "You have connections with the strangest people," Kiba said. Shikamaru looked on with surprise but seemed to trust Sakura's judgment to do as the slug instructed. And, surely enough, Tsunade arrived moments later, her golden locks and dark green cloak billowing behind her. Her frenzied stare locked on Sakura's. "Tsunade-sama dash." "Ah. You idiot," the woman said, while striding forward and forcing Sakura into a seated position. Shikamaru smirked knowingly and Kiba was unusually silent. He was ogling at the gorgeous newcomer and probably didn't have a clue who she was. Wordlessly, Tsunade clamped her hands down on her student's shoulders and began transferring chakra to her, and there was an urgency in her movements. Sakura figured that whatever battle she was just engaged in wasn't over yet and that she needed to get back. But that didn't stop Sakura from relishing in the feeling of fresh chakra entering her body, pumping energy through her veins, strengthening her organs, and bringing her life force back to the surface. Though, she was curious as to why Tsunade abandoned her own fight to seek her student out. Before she had a chance to inquire, Tsunade cut in. "You need to be alive," she said curtly, while moving her hands to the base of Sakura's skull to heal the injury there. "This is biological warfare and you're one of the few who might play a role in ending it." "Right," Sakura answered in understanding. She wasn't about to refuse this extra, life-saving boost either way. Next, Shikamaru asked what else Tsunade knew of the war and how Konoha seemed to be faring. "Well, it seems we've managed to flush out most of the village," she said, her voice stern. "Jiraiya and the Third were holding their grounds against Orochimaru when I left, but I'd better rejoin them soon." A short silence followed, wherein more distant explosions could be heard and the ground trembled beneath them. When Sakura was patched up to Tsunade's liking, and she really did feel like a whole other person after the procedure, now that she had a robust supply of chakra and virtually all of her pain had dissipated, the Sannin stood, preparing to take her leave. "Thank you," Sakura said, also standing. She suspected that Tsunade had provided her with more chakra than she needed to, Tsunade had even replenished a small reserve of chakra and Sakura's strength of 100 seal. Sakura wondered how much supply the woman had left for herself. Use this chakra wisely, was Tsunade's resolute answer. Yeah. I will. Tsunade turned on her heel, preparing to bound away through the trees, but then she stopped. Oh, she said, and reaching into her cloak. I just remembered. She turned to Sakura with a scroll in hand. She held it out. I believe this is yours. Sakura raised her eyebrows with surprise but froze when she processed what exactly she was looking at. It was the time travel scroll. What? She gasped and glancing down to her weapon pouch, where she had been hiding it, disguised as another scroll. She found a huge tear along the bottom of the pouch. It was entirely empty. Damn it, she thought. It wasn't my clothing that the Black Senbon ripped. During the fight with the Sound Ninjas, it seemed Sakura had been far too delirious to notice her weapon pouch empty itself all over the forest floor. And, worst of all, she had been so weak that her transformation jutsu slipped, leaving the scroll exposed in its natural state. This was the risk she took by carrying the scroll on her person, but she hadn't been able to rationalize leaving it somewhere out of her reach, especially now that the village was under attack and Orochimaru knew where she lived. Why yeah, it is mine. Thanks, she said, her insides squirming and head spinning, as she took the scroll from Tsunade. I guess I should be thankful that she came across it instead of an enemy. But did Tsunade know what it was? Her serious stare gave Sakura no indication that she did. Sakura held her mentor's gaze and vaguely noticed Shikamaru's eyes flicker from the scroll to her forehead. Either way, her speculating would have to wait until later because that was when she sensed Orochimaru's chakra. The others stiffened, clearly sensing the chakra too. Oh no, Sakura groaned and casting a quick transformation jutsu on the scroll. She turned it into the first thing she could think of, a piece of fabric, something firmer and more durable than its former underwear disguise, and shoved it into her boot. What the hell? Tsunade growled while charging chakra to her fists and leading the way towards the source of the disturbance. Sakura followed suit, also channeling energy to her hands. She was clean out of weapons now and would have to rely on her natural defenses from here on out. Shikamaru, Kiba, and Akamaru followed, though a little hesitantly. It would be difficult to be of much use in the fight that likely awaited them. Not long into their search, the group ran into a familiar face. Tenten burst through the trees ahead, running at full speed. Her eyes were wide and terror-stricken, and her arms were riddled with bruises. She was sprinting so frantically that she almost collided right into Tsunade. Oh, oh! She cried, tears forming in her lower eyelids at the sight of them all. Thank goodness you're all here. She bowed down, placing her hands on her thighs and sucked in deep gulps of air. What's going on? Tsunade asked and peering through the trees over Tenten's shoulder with narrowed eyes. That was when Pakun, Kakashi's dog summon, leaped down from a nearby branch. Ah! He exclaimed. It's just who we needed. There's a lot happening, Tenten explained. Pakun and I were trying to find help. Come with us, Pakun added and beckoning in the direction from which they came with his nose. We must hurry. Sakura exchanged confused looks with Shikamaru and Kiba and made a break for it through the trees, following Tsunade, Tenten, and Pakun. What on earth is this about? She thought, half wondering if this was some kind of trap. But if Tsunade trusted them, she suspected that she could too. About 5 minutes later, they arrived at a small clearing covered in bodies. Holy shit! Kiba breathed while he scouted out the area. Someone went to town on these guys. Based on Sakura's quick survey of the scene, it appeared that most of the defeated ninjas, who all appeared to be enemies, had severe deformities, badly broken and twisted limbs and wrung necks. But they weren't what held her attention. No, Sakura's focus was pulled in 2 other directions. Shino was there, hoisting Karen up, who appeared to be badly wounded. And Sakura's throat dried at the sight of a puncture wound in her arm and the blackness tinging the skin around it. Shit. She's been infected. She also noticed another figure, hunched among the bodies. The person was hard to make out because they were surrounded by a swell of crackling, purple chakra. That's not Orochimaru. Tsunade-sama. Can you please tend to Karen? Sakura squeaked as she took a hesitant step towards the figure. "Go on," was Tsunade's response, and she didn't need to tell Sakura twice. "Crap," Sakura thought, her heart rate quickening, as she tiptoed through the wreckage. The figure stirred, detecting her presence, and stood up. She already knew it was Sasuke and was horrified, but unsurprised, to find his skin lined with the black, splotchy marks of Orochimaru's curse, free from the confines of Sakura's Fujiwara seal. His hands were covered in blood and his eyes, which were trained on the body nearest him, were wild and unfocused. It became apparent who the source of the slaughter was. "Careful," warned Tenten, who approached Sakura's side, taking a position slightly behind her. Shino tried to subdue him and nearly got his arm torn off. "He's lost control. He defeated all these guys?" Kiba asked, his eyes widening. He and Shikamaru had joined Sakura on her other side. Tenten nodded, biting her lip. "We were losing badly, but then he turned into this and took out all of our opponents." "He's low on chakra," Sakura muttered, and observing how faint his signature was. "He must have expended way too much, perhaps even tried another Chidori, leaving him no other option but to rely on the power of the curse." She took a determined stride forward, ignoring the others' shouts of protest, confident in that moment that she could subdue him somehow. "He needs to calm down," Sakura thought, while biting back the ache she felt seeing him like this. This was likely his first time completely losing himself to the curse in this life. "Sasuke," she said, and drawing nearer. She had an idea. But Sasuke didn't acknowledge her, and instead, kept his eyes trained on the body at his feet. "I can do this. I can help him fight the curse." "Sasuke," she repeated with more conviction, and trying not to think about how sick the wretched chakra spiraling around them made her. A gentle wind, created by the purple vortex, tugged at her hair and clothes. "I'll give him some of my chakra," she thought purposefully, and extending her arm towards him, privately thanking Tsuan for sharpening her skills in chakra transfer during her month of training. With more chakra in his system, in theory, he wouldn't have to rely on the curse. But Sasuke struck her arm away, without looking at her. Sakura winced and withdrew it. It looked like she would have to try a new tactic. "Fine," she snarled, with stubborn perseverance. She channeled her strength of 100 chakra down her body, right to her feet, and sent out a threatening snap of it through the ground. It rustled the nearby trees and rivaled the terrible energy Sasuke was emitting himself. Now this caught his attention, and in a flash, Sakura felt her body lifted into the air, Sasuke's hand secured around her throat. Tenten screamed and Shikamaru and Kiba were shouting. Sakura failed to produce a sound and struggled not to succumb to her fear of Sasuke's immense power. He reeked of Orochimaru. But he isn't Orochimaru. He needs my help. She met Sasuke's sharing and lit eyes for a fleeting second, and his expression instantly changed. His body froze, his eyes widening and lips parting, as his guard visibly dropped. Sakura used this opening to drive her heel into Sasuke's chest, sending him backwards into the dirt, skidding along the ground, and forcing her release. Sakura collapsed to her knees and clutched her throat, gasping for air. But when the others rounded on her, she waved a dismissive hand and halted them in their tracks. Sakura, who was rather dizzy from the recent reduction in oxygen intake, made a beeline for her teammate, who was still on his back and hadn't moved an inch. She dropped to her knees again when she was beside him, noting how defeated he looked now, with his bated breathing and eyes squeezed shut. With no delay, Sakura placed her hands on his lower torso and began pumping her chakra straight into the center of his own chakra circulation, careful not to cause him any discomfort. Sasuke's eyes snapped open and they shifted from her hands to her face. She sighed inwardly at their familiar shade of black. "Sakura," he said gruffly, his lips barely moving. "It's good to see you," she replied quietly, focusing on the chakra transfer while her eyes filled with hot tears. God, how this guy frustrated her. For all she knew, he hated her right now, and they were on the verge of some kind of blowout. She was still bottling up her own resentment towards both him, for his irrationally angry response to her disclosing the truth of the Uchiha massacre, and towards herself for her insensitive manner of disclosing it. They were silent for a minute or so, while Sakura filled him with her energy. Out of the corner of her eye, Sakura noticed the others back away towards Tsunade, Karin, and Shino, probably determining that Sasuke no longer posed a threat and that Sakura was capable of dealing with him now. She also noticed the curse retreating up along his arms, returning to the curse mark, to lock itself away until Sasuke summoned its power next, deliberately or not. When there was a substantial dip in her own chakra reserve, Sakura halted the transfer. She couldn't afford to expend all of the chakra Tsunade provided her on one person. This should be plenty for Sasuke anyways, potentially enough for another Chidori. Before Sakura had even removed her hands from Sasuke's torso, he sat up abruptly, and, to her surprise, reached out a hand to cup her face. His skin was rough and caked in dried blood. He forced Sakura to look at him. Her heart pounded against her chest. From their proximity, she could make out the specks of dirt on his forehead, the tiny scratches on his cheeks and neck, the rims around his pupils, and the stray strands of his black hair that flopped over his head protector. His eyebrows were drawn together and he was staring directly into her eyes. Sakura. He started slowly, and Sakura couldn't guess what he might say next. But then he faltered. Suddenly, Sasuke's stare drifted over her and then he turned his head to the right, his hand slipping from her face. His stare lingered on the mutilated bodies, on all of the people he murdered while under the control of Orochimaru's curse, and when the realization crossed his features, Sakura's heart just about broke. "That wasn't you," she said firmly, reaching out and gripping onto one of his cold hands. But Sasuke didn't seem to hear her. Sakura knew that there wasn't anything she could say to truly mute whatever he was feeling, guilt, grief, fear, or some combination of the three. But she tried again anyways. "Hey," she said, more urgently, while giving his hand a tug. He turned his blank stare back to her. It's not your fault." His eyes softened at the words she borrowed from him and he released a breath. Then he reached his free hand towards her again, past her face this time, and interlaced his fingers through the hair at the base of her neck. He gently, hesitantly, pulled her closer. Sakura read his intentions and boldly wrapped her arms around his shoulders, gripping onto the fabric of his undershirt with her gloved hands, and burying her face in the crook below his jaw. She slumped against Sasuke's body, vulnerable, afraid, and defeated. His arms encircled her, and then it was just their hitched breaths, connected bodies, and their beating Avenger hearts. And they stayed like that for a long while. Sasuke eventually broke the silence. "Have you seen anyone else?" he asked quietly, his breath tickling her ear. Sakura felt his muscles tense a little against her, and her own thoughts flew to Naruto, Ino, Hinata, Neji, and the others whose fates were unknown. "No," she said, while reluctantly pulling away, severing the moment, but feeling a strengthened connection and comfort in having him at her side. "Me neither," he said, while the two of them helped each other to their feet. "Aside from them," he added, nodding in the direction of the others. Sakura followed his gaze and was reminded of Karin's contraction of the disease. "Let's go check," she said, and leading him to the group, their arms strewn securely around each other. When they arrived, Tsunade was still examining Karin, and everyone else was hanging back, careful not to interfere with the medical procedure. But Sakura had no such reservations, so she released Sasuke and crouched down on Karin's other side. She turned to Tsunade and opened her mouth to ask about Karin's prognosis, but Tsunade got to it first. She kept her eyes trained on her patient and her red lips barely moved when she murmured, "She's an unusual case." Sakura's eyes flitted back down and she caught sight of the strange marks lining Karin's body, dotted scabs outlining patches across her skin. Whatever the marks were, they appeared to be interacting with the spreading disease. Karin's eyes were squeezed shut, her face covered in sweat, and she was clearly experiencing immense pain. "This doesn't look good," Sakura muttered, and pursing her lips. "No. It doesn't," Tsunade said. "And not only this." She looked up and met her student's gaze. Sakura was taken aback by the motion at first, and then she paled, because something about the knowing look in Tsunade's eye didn't sit well with her. "Is it any better here?" she whispered. Chapter 36, Into the Light. "Tsunade-sama!" Sakura cried, thrusting open the doors to the Hokage's office and barging straight inside, her reservations over intruding an authority's personal space completely forgotten. "Yes, Sakura," was Tsunade's curt answer. She seemed to detect enough urgency in her new apprentice's tone to bite back a typical, offhand comment. She lowered the papers in her hands and maneuvered the open flask on her crowded desk out of sight. Sakura pushed the stray, pink hairs away from her tear-stained face. She'd been so busy as of late that she hadn't had a chance to cut her hair. It had grown out past her shoulders. I had my first rotation in the palliative care unit this morning, she said, her lip trembling. Tsunade nodded knowingly and beckoned the girl to take the seat across from her. Sakura obliged and perched on the seat's edge while clasping her hands against her chest. A man was diagnosed with a terminal illness recently and, he's not taking it well. She swallowed. I mean, understandably, because of course he wouldn't, but... What did he do? Tsunade asked, cutting to the case. Sakura lowered her eyes and took a shaky breath. He screamed at his family. And at me. He blamed us for not recognizing the symptoms earlier, and for not giving him the care he needed. Tears welled up in her lower eyelids. She'd only begun her apprenticeship under the legendary Tsunade Senju 2 months prior, and despite her former resolve to devote her life to the medical arts, having a patient chastise her just when her abilities were beginning to blossom had taken a major toll on her confidence. But, to her surprise, and slight embarrassment, Tsunade's painted lips twisted into a smirk. You haven't encountered many grieving patients yet, I presume. Sakura lifted her head with a tiny rush of stubbornness. Well, not many up close, but I know all about grief. I've studied it and know the stages: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and then acceptance. And that's exactly why I'm confused. He's angry. But last week, he was clearly depressed, and going on about how his life wasn't worth living anymore, but it's all out of order. My textbook. There's your issue. Huh. Tsunade sighed and rested her clasped fingers on her desk. Your textbook? Sakura felt her jaw drop. But all of my textbooks say. How? She spluttered. Sensing her pupil's disbelief, Tsunade continued. Grief is a strange thing in practice. We can speculate about it all we want, try to pick it apart and break it up into stages, but when it comes down to it, the experiences of a grieving person are too complex for that kind of thinking. Sakura nodded, on high alert. Whenever Tsunade imparted wisdom on her, she was particularly keen to commit it to memory. Some people skip stages, some people backtrack, and most people never reach the acceptance stage. I mean, think about it. Who says they should? Who says you need to accept a horrible diagnosis? A tragedy? These stages were designed for us to compartmentalize a complex phenomenon that we will never truly understand. A person may learn to live with their grief, yes, but acceptance might not ever come. I see, Sakura said quietly. But why is grief so different for each person? Tsunade shrugged. It's hard to say. I have a theory that grief brings out the realest part of a person, their true self, if you will. She gazed into the distance for a moment before locking eyes with her student once again. Don't treat this stuff like your textbook tells you to, is all I'm saying. Your fate doesn't have to be accepted. And as long as you're working for me, you mustn't forget that. I won't, Sakura replied. And she never did. You're on in 2 minutes. Sakura blinked at the unfamiliar face from her seat backstage. She could hear the third Hokage's voice, amplified by a microphone and sound system, droning on and on behind the black curtains ahead of her. She nodded to the public relations officer, a slender, dark-haired civilian woman wearing a navy suit and makeup that accented her angular features. Now, you don't have to smile or anything, the woman reminded gently, while reaching out to smooth down Sakura's hair. A few pink strands had been caught in her forehead protector. And don't take any questions. Sakura didn't respond. She knew she was incapable of doing either. The public relations officer continued, repeating words Sakura had heard time and time again. We just need a medical representative to speak to the press. To provide some reassurance after, well. Her words trailed off as she busied herself adjusting the collar of Sakura's army green chinin vest. And since that other woman refused. Tsunade Senju, Sakura corrected, her voice broken and gruff. Right. Tsunade. Since she refused to speak, and you're the next most knowledgeable of the current state of affairs, we thought you'd make a fine substitute. Sakura stood and moved towards the curtain, growing agitated with the civilians' pointless banter. I know, she muttered, a little rudely, and shoving her hands in her pockets to conceal their constant, relentless tremble. Sakura wasn't sure precisely when the war ended, but she imagined it happened sometime while she was in the forest. After ignoring Tsunade's unsettling question about what she was certain had to do with the state of the world in her future life, she must have recognized the time travel scroll after all, and after Tsunade had left to rejoin the third Hokage in Jiraiya's fight against Orochimaru, Sakura addressed the group at large. What should we do now? She asked, and eyeing Karen's withering body apprehensively. If Tsunade couldn't figure out how to help this girl, she doubted she would either. The others shared her sentiments. Some of us need to stay with her, Tenten said, biting her lip. Shino and I can do it, Kiba interjected, on behalf of himself and his teammate. Akamaru can hunt for a clear path to the hospital. His white dog barked in agreement. All right, Shikamaru said, nodding pensively. Since we don't know how many enemies are out there, let's take advantage of our strength in numbers. The rest of us should move together. Sakura, Sasuke, and Tenten exchanged glances and nodded. What are we looking for? Battles that we can provide backup in. Tenten asked, an anxious edge in her tone. Let's target battle aftermaths, Sasuke suggested, his gaze shifting to Sakura, and search for the wounded and disease victims. The obvious implication that Sakura would use her healing abilities to save them went unspoken. Good idea, Sakura said while adjusting her black gloves. Roger that, Pakun grunted. The small, brown dog stepped ahead of the others. Follow my lead. I'll sniff out a safe trail. Great, Shikamaru said, clapping his hands together dismissively. Tenten and I will follow. And you too. We'll take up the rear, Sasuke interrupted, nodding curtly. Sakura sensed her teammate shift closer to her. The five of them set out immediately. It didn't take long for Sakura's mood to plummet from bad to worse. They passed body after body beyond the point of saving, leaf, sand, and sound alike. Though she didn't recognize anyone, Sakura felt utterly helpless. She failed to save people from the very disease designed for her to cure. They were ambushed only once during their search by a quad of scavenging sand ninjas who didn't really seem to know who they were fighting for. They attacked in a desperate, uncoordinated frenzy, clearly under the assumption that they'd be killed if they didn't. Shikamaru, Tenten, Sasuke, and Sakura managed to incapacitate them at the expense of a few minor gashes and punctures. With a combination of Shikamaru's strategic abilities, Sasuke's skill with wires, and Tenten's impeccable knife-throwing aim, they pinned all four enemies to surrounding trees. Sakura exercised her brute force and served as a decoy while the others executed their plan. After all, there wasn't much else she could do now that her weapon holster was in shreds and clean empty. While Sakura patched up an injury on Shikamaru's forearm after the battle, Sasuke tossed a scroll in her direction and she caught it with her free hand. She examined it briefly and recognized it as a sealing scroll, before raising her eyebrows and shooting her teammate a questioning stare. If I knew you were out of weapons I would have given this to you sooner, he said without detailing what exactly he had presented her with or making eye contact. Keep it. Sakura shrugged and tucked the scroll into her medical pouch before turning her attention to the scrape on Tenten's calf. The remainder of their search was relatively uneventful. And unsuccessful. They stumbled across two allies, only 2 out of at least 50, who Sakura was able to save. Once the blood oxygen-sucking parasites reached the brain, heart, or lungs, Sakura knew remedial efforts were futile. She could sense the others' restlessness as they watched her slide her glowing hands along diseased body after diseased body, and then close her eyes and shake her head dismissively. The landscape became notably more demolished with each cluster of trees they passed. Craters and freshly uprooted greenery spotted the terrain, and the scent of smoke and dust grew more potent. I wonder what caused this? Sakura thought uncertainly while she leaped over tree trunks that had been snapped clean in half. There was an uncomfortable tinge in her gut. Wait! Pakun suddenly cried amidst their search. Everyone get down! He hissed, while diving into the bushes just ahead. The others followed suit without question and coiled their bodies as best they could to fit into the scratchy tangle of pine. Sasuke's eyes bled crimson and he remained a head above the others to keep watch. Raised voices and rough smacking and scuffling sounds became audible. Someone was getting manhandled. Sand ninjas, Sasuke breathed. Versus Konoha ninjas. Sakura whispered back and shifting into a more offensive stance. Sasuke shook his head. The other three directed their curious gazes towards him. Versus Gaara. What? Sakura gasped while stealing a glance at the scene. And, sure enough, Gaara was there and being restrained by members of his own village. He was suffering from numerous gruesome injuries, there was blood streaming down his face, the skin on his right arm singed black, and his legs barely stable enough to support his weight. Sakura fought her instincts to race towards him and offer her support. Gaara was an enemy in this world. And the sand ninjas weren't hurting him, just dragging him away. I think they're retreating, Shikamaru said in exchanging looks with the others. Sasuke nodded. Maybe it's over. The worst part of the war was what came after it, finding out how the others fared. In the end, the Sand Village caught on to Sound's merciless plan to spread the disease as far and widely as possible, even at the expense of its allies. This had created the confusion over who was fighting who, and, ultimately, was what ended the war. Sand's betrayal of Sound had weakened the attackers enough to drive them out of Konoha. However, the enemies were not driven out soon enough to prevent Konoha, including many of Sakura's close comrades, from suffering immense casualties. Sakura was already aware of Hate, the Kaze Cage, and Kankuro's deaths by the hand of Orochimaru's gruesome disease, but she was devastated to discover that Haku, who had still been unconscious after his third exam match against Naruto, was caught up in the fray. His body was found in the arena and shipped to Kirigakure for a proper burial. Kabuto's body, on the other hand, vanished entirely, and whether or not he survived Sakura's maneuver during their match, or survived the chaos brought on by the ensuing fighting in the arena, was unknown. Thankfully, Hinata survived Gaara's attack and the severe hemorrhage in her leg. But her ninja career didn't. The bones in her leg were completely shattered by Gaara's sand and she had years of rehabilitation ahead of her. Neji was the victim of another brutal casualty. He had been injured after his fight against Sasuke and might have lowered his guard in his desperate scramble after his cousin was attacked. Sakura still wasn't sure quite how it happened, but there was a terrible slash across his eyes and at least one of his Byakugan was damaged. Maybe indefinitely. In a similar vein, both Konoha and the Land of Waves lost civilians. A lot of them. And to make matters worse, at one point, while Konoha's troops were occupied in the area and surrounding forest, the hospital was attacked. Many of the wounded, diseased, long-term care patients, and medical personnel were killed, rendering the hospital short-staffed. The damage to the hospital infrastructure would take months to repair. Sakura's mother, who was undoubtedly a target from the outset, was one of the lucky ones. Their home was broken into by a squadron of sand ninjas near the start of the ambush, and with Sakura's father trapped in a lockdown at his office, and Sakura being in the arena, her mother had been alone there at the time. Mabuki was trampled and concussed, and woke up with a broken neck and shoulder, but ultimately, the injuries were what kept her alive. The intruders mistook her paralyzed body as dead and left her there, and though Sakura's mother would forever be traumatized and paralyzed from the waist down, never to walk again, Sakura was gracious it hadn't been sound ninjas with their disease-laced black senbon who invaded her home. Then it would have been a whole other story. A short investigation after the war unveiled that Sakura had been right all along, that Orochimaru's disease not only had physical components, but also attacked the mind via genjutsu. Immediately upon infection, a genjutsu numbed the body so that victims only felt symptoms once the disease had spread substantially through the bloodstream. That explained why Ino only noticed any symptoms 2 days after she felt a sting in her calf, caused by a black senbon in the forest of death. It wasn't that the symptoms weren't there, it was that her mind had been tricked into ignoring them. As a result of the outbreak, the researchers at hospital, or what was left of it, had copious samples to investigate the disease's microbial underpinnings and work towards developing a proper antidote. Despite their progress, there were still some unusual disease cases. Karen was trapped in a state of limbo, with the disease's promise of death on one end, and her body's unusual regenerative properties on the other. The two were in constant conflict and her body was rejecting all forms of medical intervention. Both Sakura and Tsunade had tried to help her and came to the regrettable conclusion that they had no choice but to wait, monitor her, and hope her healing abilities gained an edge over time. But the most unusual case of all was Naruto. He was infected during his fight against Gaara, the battle which most of the forest's utter demolition was attributable to. Sakura could only imagine that Gaara drew from the power of the one-tailed beast trapped inside him, and that Naruto might have summoned the giant toad, Gamabunta, like he did in her old life, but she couldn't be sure. Similarly to Karen, Naruto's inherent healing abilities, courtesy of the beast inside him, kept him alive, but barely. His body had been weakened so severely by the time it was found in the forest that its ability to serve as a vessel for the nine-tailed fox was hampered. His body was expending intermittent blasts of the fox's chakra, tearing apart 3 separate hospital rooms. Although Sakura had seen Naruto lose himself to the demon inside him numerous times in both of her lives, she had never witnessed anything quite like this. I wonder if something happened to the fox, Tsunade speculated with frustration. If, somehow, the disease was able to reach it. Sakura couldn't venture a guess. Either way, the disease was not interacting well with the fox's chakra, and now Naruto was quarantined and under the full-time care of Sakura's mentor herself. So, what now? Well, in terms of Konoha's international relations, word had it the third Hokage was plotting something to rekindle a relationship with Sand. Yes, this time around, the third Hokage was still alive. And considering how he was capable of backing elaborate, brutal schemes like the Uchiha massacre, Sakura wasn't so sure his survival was a good thing. She wondered if he might try to team up with Sand and go after Sound for this. She wouldn't put such vengeful plots past him. And as for Sakura? She spent the following weeks attending press conferences in her new Chunin vest, which covered the nasty scar on her back and abdomen from Kabuto's impaling, dodging journalists, hiding the post-traumatic tremble in her hands, and wishing that she could find it in her to give a shit about her hospital promotion. She didn't like going home, where she was starkly reminded of her mother's absence. She was afraid to go anywhere that reminded her of Team 7, including Sasuke's place, because not only Naruto's absence but the guilt over not finding his body in the forest sooner was driving her utterly mad. So she spent her days at the hospital and her evenings alone with her grief or following her father around, back to the hospital to visit her mother or home to eat. This routine felt dutiful though it didn't quite numb her self-loathing. The worst outcomes of this war were the mental ones, especially the undeniable fact that, no matter how she spun it, he won. As if some sick, twisted deity wanted to rub everything in her face, Sakura paid a fleeting visit to the future 2 weeks after the end of the war. She had been sitting in an empty hospital conference room surrounded by a stack of medical textbooks that she had been haphazardly studying from, when she felt a familiar pulse rocket up her spine and spin her world out of focus. Shit, she thought, while clutching onto the conference room table and bracing herself for a submergence into a new dimension. A blink later, Sakura was standing in an empty civilian office, facing a large window, in her older body. It was pitch black outside and she was flush against the locked door behind her. She sucked in a deep breath and straightened up. All right. What was going on in this life again? Bang. 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 Oh yeah. Sasuke was pursuing her with murderous intent and slamming office doors open, one by one. He was getting awfully close now, so Sakura needed to act fast. Ugh. What an inconvenience, she thought as she brought her arms up to her face and made a break for the window. If she was going to face off with Sasuke, starting from inside this tiny, barren office would be rather disadvantageous. Sakura crashed through the window and soared through the night air, down a few stories, and somersaulted to brace her landing, though she also pumped soothing chakra to her joints to prevent injuries. In the distance, somewhere, Sakura felt traces of Tsunade's and Naruto's chakras drawing nearer. She touched down and the world vanished. And she was back in the conference room. Her head slammed into the textbook-covered table. Ow, she groaned, while sitting back up and massaging her temples. Well. Thankfully that didn't last too long, she thought. Sakura was anything but in the mood for a fight with Sasuke's older, and raging, self at the moment. With the help of her strength of 100 seal, Sakura's ventures across time dimensions weren't quite as debilitating as before, though they still took a toll on her body. Her head was spinning and her chest was tight. No matter how large a ninja's chakra reserves were, having a massive amount drained in a short time span, and in this case, in virtually no time span, was distracting and annoying. Sakura got to her feet. Enough was enough. If her body was hurled to the future at a time when she was low on chakra, her life would be at risk. Even her seal had its limits. It was time to get the scroll mended once and for all. And Sakura finally knew just who to go to. "You aren't wearing your Chunin vest," was Tsunade's flippant remark when Sakura barged straight into the small flat the woman was lounging in. Sakura hadn't the slightest idea whose flat this was, but she'd detected her mentor's chakra here and had made a beeline for it. The woman must have been taking a break from looking after Naruto. She was on an armchair and reading a book, which she didn't divert her attention from when Sakura walked in. She seemed unsurprised by the intrusion. "Is anyone else here?" Sakura deadpanned and peering around with narrowed eyes. "No." "Relax," Tsunade said and nodding towards the shabby, green couch across from her. "Who lives here?" Sakura asked while approaching hesitantly. She needed her mentor to take her seriously. What she was about to say could not be overheard. Tsunade finally looked up. "No one," she said. "It's a rental. I'm crashing here until I feel like leaving Leaf again." Sakura nodded. That seemed believable enough. After all, Tsunade must have been staying somewhere over the last couple of months. And, now that she thought about it, the decor really suited the woman. Empty alcohol bottles lined the windowsill like ornaments. Tsunade closed her book when Sakura settled onto the couch. "Shoot, kid." She blew a stray strand of her blonde hair out of her face, adjusted her plunging neckline, and straightened up in her seat. Sakura knew she had the woman's attention. Sakura reached into a zippered pocket on the inside of her gray jacket and pulled out a small strip of fabric. She undid the transformation jutsu and held out the time travel scroll to her mentor, her hands tremor as prominent as ever. It felt like an out-of-body experience when the words, "Can you fix this?" tumbled out. Tsunade cocked one of her blonde, arched eyebrows as she reached for and took the scroll. "A rip," she remarked while carefully rotating the scroll in her hand, clearly recognizing what it was, as Sakura suspected she would. She pursed her lips. "Who gave you this?" "You did," Sakura answered, laying everything out on the table. "I see." There was a brief pause while Tsunade turned the scroll over once more, examining it carefully. "Must be pretty bad over there, huh?" she asked, and meeting Sakura's eye, returning to the question Sakura refused to answer in the forest. But now Sakura had no reservations. "Yeah. The village is under attack," she said. Tsunade raised her eyebrows as a subtle prompt to elaborate. "Orochimaru is behind it." Tsunade nodded. "All right," she said. "I won't pry. So why does this need fixing?" Sakura sucked in a breath. "Here we go. I think it was torn by accident. And ever since then I've been. The scroll has been getting weaker. And so have I. I've been going back and forth between both of my lives." She paused to take a breath. "But since I unlocked my seal, it hasn't been as bad as it used to be," she added, and thumbing her forehead. "But it's still dangerous," Tsunade remarked, and staring at her student with alarm. Sakura's heart fluttered over how invested in the predicament her mentor seemed. This scroll was not designed to sustain frequent trips between worlds. And neither was your body. Sakura nodded and felt moisture accumulate in her lower eyelids. Tsunade was right. It's hard to focus. I'm in the middle of a fight there, and with all this back and forth, I keep getting distracted. I'm scared I'll get pulled away at the wrong second and get myself killed." Tsunade sighed and got to her feet. She paced towards the bay window behind her and gazed out at the bustling streets below while running her thumb and forefinger along the length of her chin. Sakura waited patiently for her mentor to sort out her thoughts, because God knew she was beyond hope of sorting out her own. After a long pause, Tsunade finally spoke. "I'll be upfront about this," she said. "I'm not going to try repairing the scroll." Sakura's breath caught in her throat and she brought her hands to her stomach. "Tampering with it could kill you." You were injected with a liquid of some kind before you traveled back in time, correct? Yes, Sakura answered, her heart sinking and a bout of nausea creeping through her gut. She would have to live like this for the rest of her life then, wasting away from her crippling trips across dimensions, until she died in either of her lives. There was no way she could complete her mission like this. Maybe she'd just have to come clean about her time travel mission, to impart her knowledge about the Akatsuki on others so they could pursue the names on her hit list on her behalf. And then she would just hide away, conserve her chakra and try to survive until 3 days before her 18th birthday so this life wouldn't disappear. But how many people in the village would believe her story? Well, probably not many, unless Tsunade vouched for her. Still, maybe she'd better only bring her close friends into this, though she didn't want to put her burdens on their shoulders. The liquid was created with fibers of the scroll to physically connect it to its user, Tsunade continued. And now you've got 2 options. 2 options? Sakura echoed, perplexed, while Tsunade eased herself onto the couch on Sakura's left and placed a sturdy hand on her shoulder. Option 1, I'll have a look at the scroll, do some poking around, and see if there's anything we can do to mend it. But like I said, it's doubtful, Tsunade said bluntly, and Sakura truly appreciated how the woman wasn't beating around the bush. And, option 2. Sakura prompted, her heart rate quickening and her eyes darting over her mentor's face. We sever your ties to the scroll. Sakura's eyebrows furrowed in concentration and she could feel her pulse in her throat. Was that really an option? Do you mean I die? She asked honestly. Tsunade shook her head and frowned. No, there's another way. I could reverse the process. Redevelop the potion and send you back. The gears were turning rapidly in Sakura's head. You mean, this world would disappear, she said in a trance, and Tsunade watched her in affirmative silence. I'd just go back to the future where I started from, Sakura muttered while turning away to mull it all over. Why didn't the Tsunade of her old life tell her about this option? Of course she wouldn't, Sakura countered immediately. She wouldn't have wanted me thinking there was an easy way out. She wouldn't have wanted me resorting to this, to giving up. It was for good reason that Tsunade hadn't mentioned it. The second option was completely out of the question. Sakura wasn't about to back out of the mission. She'd been around Naruto for long enough to adopt that never give up mantra of his, after all. And the village was in danger there. She was here to prevent its impending destruction. Should I work on the potion? I'd need to do some investigating. It might take a few days, asked Tsunade, perhaps noting the resolve that crossed Sakura's features. There's no point, but thanks anyways, Sakura answered. Darn. She really got her hopes up for nothing. Of course her only option was to endure and push forward. Tsunade shrugged. All right then. We'll consider it an ace up our sleeves. From there, Tsunade ventured to the hospital to check on Naruto and make sure he was still alive and kicking. Sakura's initial plan was to tag along, but when she caught sight of Iruka approaching Naruto's chamber, she came up with some rudimentary excuse, turned on her heel, and left. She was nowhere near an emotional place to handle witnessing that interaction. So instead she wandered the sparsely populated training grounds on the village's outskirts without really thinking of anything or intending to go anywhere in particular. She hugged her gray jacket against herself and padded along the grass in blue sandals, feeling the gentle, summer breeze tug at her loose, short hair and tingle the exposed skin of her ankles and calves, below where her black cropped pants ended. Eventually, she arrived at the graveyard where Lee and Leaf citizens killed during the war were buried. That was where Sakura chose to spend her afternoon. She sprawled out on the soft, pale grass among the tombstones, laying out her jacket below her like a blanket, revealing her red tank top beneath, and closed her eyes. Birds chirped softly from the branches of nearby trees and the grass rustled around her. I need to survive for 5 more years, Sakura thought. And now, after everything that had taken place in the past several months of her short, new life, that seemed like a daunting task. Orochimaru was onto her. And after her. And he was a person who generally succeeded in getting what he wanted. She released a slow breath. What a mess this life had become. That was when she sensed a presence approaching. It was a non-threatening and familiar presence, and Sakura didn't even need to creak open an eyelid to realize who it was, though she did anyway, just as Sasuke sat himself down on the grass beside her. She caught his eye for a moment from her position on the ground, and noticed his casual attire and lack of head protector, and the unease written all over his face. "Hey," she said slowly. This would be their first proper interaction since they parted ways after the war. In fact, the last time she'd seen her teammate was at their small, unglamorous Chunin advancement ceremony in the Hokage's office. Sakura felt her skin prickle and her heart beat a fraction quicker. "I've been avoiding you," Sasuke answered bluntly and staring determinedly ahead while resting an arm on his bent knee. He was wearing a black t-shirt and gray pants and, like her, hadn't bothered putting on his Chunin vest. "Yeah?" Sakura asked with mild interest and trying to read the emotion behind his frown and furrowed eyebrows, and ignoring his enticing profile and mused hair. He nodded. "You remind me," he started, but his voice trailed off as his eyes locked on something in the distance. "Of Team 7. Of how we failed to protect Naruto." "I get it," Sakura mumbled, and propping herself up to a seated position and crossing her legs. "I've been avoiding you too. And Kakashi-sensei. And everything." He met her gaze and a mutual understanding passed between them. And warmth stirred in Sakura's chest. Maybe grief was easier to deal with when it was shared with someone else. A sad smile tugged at the corners of her mouth and she busied herself fiddling with the blades of grass around her. Clutching onto them steadied her hands a little. "I couldn't care less about advancing to Chunin," she said with a soft chuckle. She suspected that Sasuke felt the same way, with how he wasn't wearing his vest. Only the two of them were successful in moving up in the ranks of all exam contestants. Shikamaru probably would have too if his match actually happened. And maybe Naruto, if the village liked him more. And Haku, if he survived. Or my hospital promotion, she added, and it was like a weight was lifting off of her chest as she said these things out loud. She hadn't taken on her new position's regular duties yet, but was promised she would once the post-war cleanup was over. Not that she cared anymore. Sasuke smirked and shook his head, staring at the ground. "Yeah. And I feel like I don't deserve it." Sakura raised her eyebrows. "But your fight was amazing." He shrugged in response. "And I felt useless during everything that happened after it." Sakura bit her lip and turned away. She knew the feeling. Healing people. Stopping the disease. "There was nothing I could do. I'm trained to kill, not to help," Sasuke mumbled, more to himself than to her. "And then there's me. Trained to heal but unable to heal," she spat out, while a pained smile danced on her lips. "No matter what I did, it was never enough. But when it's life or death, any amount helps," Sasuke added seriously. He shook his head and reached for the pit of his neck. "What if you got the disease? What if you had this curse and needed chakra? I couldn't have helped you like you helped me." Sakura felt a rush of sympathy. Before training in the medical arts, Sakura had watched her teammates helplessly while they protected her. She remembered that turmoil like it was yesterday. "You don't need to be an expert in medical ninjutsu to transfer chakra," she offered. He stirred and caught eyes with her again. "I mean, even if I showed you the most basic routes of transmission, there's no way to guarantee that the receiver would fully accept your chakra, or that you could keep them alive for more than 5 extra minutes, but like you said, any amount helps, right?" There was a short, contemplative pause during which a soft gust of wind ruffled the leaves of the nearby trees. Finally, Sasuke quietly said, "Let's train tomorrow morning." "Sure," Sakura beamed, her mood lifting ever so slightly. "But I'm clean out of weapons, so I'll leave those two." "No you aren't," he interrupted. Sakura started, but then she remembered the sealing scroll Sasuke gave her in the forest. "Oh. Maybe you're right." She reached into her new weapon holster to fish it out. "I forgot about this." Sasuke watched in silence while she performed the hand seals to release the mysterious item, and she gasped when a humongous wooden object dropped in her lap. "What?" She breathed while lifting it for examination. It didn't take long for her to deduce that it was a bow. Fastened to it was a pouch full of gleaming arrows. "It's from a weaponry in Takumai village," Sasuke said while easing himself back onto the grass and clasping his hands behind his head. It might have been a trick of the light, but Sakura swore she saw some color rise in his face. Sasuke, she whispered as she caught sight of the tiny red and silver gems twisting along the body and arrow shafts. It reminded her of the time, months ago in their early days training together, when Sasuke was coaching her in archery and they got into an argument that ultimately led to her using his own signature word against him, annoying. Sakura bravely looked at him. What did you get me this for? You were mad at me, was his matter-of-fact response, and she could tell he was looking anywhere but at her. No, I wasn't, she snapped, lying through her teeth. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Then why were all the traps in my flat set off, and why do I have 2 bills for door repair? He shot back. Touché. I'm sorry, Sakura caved, while carefully placing her new weapon down and laying beside him on her jacket. There are bigger things at stake now, huh? Sakura thought, relieved that they were finally able to put their former quarrel behind them. But now the atmosphere was distinctly more serious. I came across my brother in the land of rivers. Sakura just about choked. What? We talked. And what you read in the letter was true, he continued in a hushed tone. Sakura watched her teammate intently, how his chest was rising and falling with each breath and how he was squinting his dark eyes towards the afternoon sun. He didn't seem like he was in the mood to elaborate. He's definitely not angry with me anymore, she realized, her heart drumming and her mind brimming with questions. Did he fight his brother? Where was Itaka now? Was Sasuke alright? But the question she chose to ask him was, what are you going to do now? With my life? I don't know, he answered and releasing a slow breath. Then he smiled. It was a little heartbreaking. Maybe I'm not chalked up to be an Avenger after all. Sakura shook her head in disbelief, at a loss for words. Sasuke? Not an Avenger? What kind of outrageous world did she create? What about you? He asked suddenly, catching Sakura off guard. I don't know either, she replied quietly. I'm not sure if completing my mission will be possible. She sensed Sasuke shift to look at her, and she could imagine the surprise that must be plastered on his face. But she turned her attention elsewhere, to the slightly wilted daffodils lining Lee's grave, and then she closed her eyes. Sasuke and Sakura agreed to pay Naruto a visit early that evening. Iruka must be gone by now, Sakura thought, a little apprehensively. She couldn't bear to see what grief she caused him, the man who came as close to family as it got for Naruto. Thankfully, he was nowhere in sight when they arrived. Instead, they came across Shikamaru, who was also on his way to visit their teammate, and when the 3 of them entered the private chamber, Tsunade was there, sitting at Naruto's bedside and scribbling something onto a clipboard. The room was heavily guarded and visitors were advised to stay a safe distance away from the bed, but Sakura didn't care and Tsunade didn't do anything when she sat right on the edge of it. It was a tragic sight. Naruto was wearing a hospital gown and was tucked into the bed's covers with IVs hooked up to his inner elbows and a breathing tube running through his nose. His exposed arms were a dark, sickly gray, like the splotchy marks of the disease had spread right through them, and the rest of his skin was patchy and red. The fox's chakra had singed off a full layer of his skin, and though Tsunade had undoubtedly soothed the fresh, new skin with ointments and medical chakra, it was sensitive and likely stung. The guy was probably in pain all over. Sakura knew he wasn't allowed too many painkillers. His body needs to detect pain so it knows to keep fighting, Tsunade had explained earlier, similarly to how Sakura insisted on Sasuke staying awake after he got cursed in the Forest of Death. It made sense. But it made Naruto's suffering worse. This was the first time Sakura had seen her dear friend conscious since the war ended. He was staring up at them with bloodshot eyes and dry lips twisted into a grin. Sakura couldn't help but smile back as tears stung in the corners of her eyes. How you doing, man? Shikamaru asked from the foot of the bed, where he took his perch. Sasuke sat by the barred window and rested his chin on his clasped hands. Never been better, Naruto croaked with a lopsided smirk that looked like it hurt him. Sakura let out a shaky laugh that came out like a sob, so she kept her mouth shut after that. Some mild chatter followed, where the boys talked about the better parts of their weeks in attempt to lighten the mood, like the new shuriken throwing technique Sasuke learned and the board game Shikamaru bought that morning. Not long into the chat did Kakashi saunter in with his orange book in hand. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto greeted breathlessly and wincing. His visible thrill over having his entire team together seemed to outweigh the discomfort he felt from speaking. "Yo," was their teacher's nonchalant response, while he exchanged a nod with Tsunade and smiled beneath his mask. He leaned against the wall near the door and maintained the tension-diffusion conversation by inquiring about everyone's weeks. Sakura remained on the periphery of the talking, which gave her mind more bandwidth to attend to other things, like Tsunade's abrupt silence. Intrigued, Sakura carefully rose from the bed and tiptoed over to her mentor, as not to pull much attention away from the conversation. The woman was flipping through what Sakura presumed were recent MRI scans of Naruto's body, specifically, magnetic resonance angiography scans, which are scans that look at blood flow. At a glance, Sakura could tell that the results weren't promising. There was hardly any blood flowing through Naruto's extremities as a result of the disease sucking out so much oxygen. It was no wonder his arms were such a lifeless shade, there was hardly any life left in them. Tsunade met her student's gaze with a piercing stare. "What?" Sakura mouthed, prompting her mentor to share her thoughts, though Sakura wasn't so sure now was a good time to hear them. Instead of responding, Tsunade reached for her clipboard and scrawled a word on the corner of the page and positioned it so Sakura could see. "Amputation." Sakura's breath caught in her throat. "No," she audibly gasped, her hands flying to her mouth, not caring that she was drawing attention to herself. "Now? Which limbs? All four of them? Was there no other choice?" Of course there was no other choice. Sakura was no idiot. She just saw the scans. Her problem wasn't with the amputation itself, which was relatively common practice in her line of work, but rather, the reason Tsunade was proposing it at all. This was the last resort. They needed to cut off the parts of his body that were beyond saving. It was a desperate attempt to mitigate the disease's spread to his vital organs because his body wasn't strong enough to protect them. And even then, after his limbs were gone, his survival was far from guaranteed. The disease was everywhere and it was hard to anticipate how many more of the fox's outbursts he could bear. He doesn't deserve this. Naruto, the purest, most optimistic and heroic person Sakura had encountered in either of her lives, did not deserve a fate that ended here. In her future life, Naruto was the hero of the Hidden Leaf Village. If he didn't survive this, if his ninja career didn't survive this, what would come of the impending disasters, like when Gaara, as the Kazekage, was kidnapped by the Akatsuki? Or when pain attacked the village? Sakura's heart began to race as her eyes locked on Naruto's. No. Naruto needed to live or the village was doomed to an even darker, unsalvageable future than that of her other life. Konoha needed Naruto. So what was Sakura to do? Could it be that this had become the nightmare world? Lee, Hinata, Niji, fragile alliances with sound and sand, countless innocent citizens, her mother's critical injuries, and now this. Could it be? Her eyes flitted to her other teammate, the boy who she loved with all her heart, who was watching her curiously from his place by the window. But in this world, Sasuke might be saved. Because in the other, he was completely out of their reach. There was nothing left that might get through to him. The peace of the ninja world was at stake unless he was killed. Sakura needed to make a choice. All her life, she had unquestioningly put the boy she loved above all else. But what did the village need? What did the world need? Next she turned towards Shikamaru, who was observing her with an arched eyebrow. He would know what to do, Sakura thought, reminded of his future self's unrivaled strategic leadership. He knew when to retreat, like when he forfeited his Chunin exam match against Temari yet still advanced in rank. He knew when backing out was the wisest choice for the greater good. And maybe I do too. Maybe backing out wasn't giving up. The war was just beginning there. And maybe Sasuke was an impossible opponent, but Naruto was coming, and if anyone had a shot at defeating Sasuke, he did. They did. Sakura met Tsunade's eyes. And felt her resolve. She got up, without acknowledging any of the surprised stares, paced around the bed, and pulled the door shut with a thunk. A few rapid hand signs later and there was a sound-altering genjutsu surrounding the chamber so they would not be overheard. Sasuke and Shikamaru were on their feet an instant later, alarmed. "Sakura?" Kakashi asked, while stowing his book away in his weapon pouch. "You don't have to do this," a nagging, petrified voice who wanted nothing more than a blissful, ignorant life sounded in her mind. But Sakura would have nothing of it. There was no going back now, and maybe what she was about to do was a bit dramatic, a bit extreme, but something in her conscience knew that she needed to come clean. She faced the room and directed her words at Tsunade, who seemed unfazed by Sakura's actions, because it was easiest. "I'm not who I've been saying I am." Kakashi folded his arms, Shikamaru stiffened, Naruto looked at her in a trance, and Sasuke peered around, utterly bemused, and probably gauging whether the others deemed her as a threat or if Sakura was under a genjutsu. "I'm not a spy or an enemy," she clarified, and there was a bittersweet mixture of relief over admitting a long-kept secret and guilt over admitting a carefully hidden lie. "But I was sent here for a reason I haven't told any of you about." Sasuke balled his hands into fists. You lied about your mission," he growled, eyes narrowing. And Sakura could only imagine how badly Sasuke would take it when he realized that she had betrayed him again, just after they rekindled their relationship. But she couldn't let that deter her. "I didn't tell you the whole truth," Sakura added while biting her lip and taking a shaky breath. I'm not from here." A pin drop could be heard. No one dared to move, whisper, or even blink, until "You're from the future." "I knew it," Sakura thought, and she actually smirked when she turned her attention to Shikamaru. "I knew he was onto me." Well, that made the revelation a bit easier. She clenched her jaw, still a little delirious over this entire event's unexpected occurrence, but there was no turning back. "My name is Sakura Harano, a Chunin from Konohagakure. I am 17 years and 362 days old and was sent here by Tsunade Senju to save Konoha from its impending destruction." The air grew still and no one breathed. The pause that followed was broken by Kakashi. "What destruction?" he asked. "The village is under attack in the future," Sakura answered, and bravely meeting his gaze, which was more inquisitive than untrusting, like she expected it to be. "Orochimaru is behind it." "Why were you picked to come here?" was his next question. Shikamaru nodded, equally curious, and Tsunade looked stern, but supportive of Sakura's divulgence. Sakura had no clue how her teammates were reacting because she couldn't bear to look anywhere near them. "It's because of my regenerative chakra," she confessed, and beckoning towards her forehead seal. "It helped me survive the trip across time dimensions. But there's a breach in the link, so I've been going back and forth. If it weren't for my seal, I'd be dead, but I'm not sure how much more I can withstand." Her voice wavered slightly. "And now, because the breach exists, Tsunade-sama can send me back to that world, where there's still time to fix things." She looked at Tsunade for affirmation and was greeted with a silent one. "I presume there was a reason I didn't just come here myself," Tsunade probed gently. Sakura nodded. "It might have been your age, but also," Sakura clenched her fists and felt a tear trickle down her face, "you knew that I'm in love with the person who's about to destroy the village. Orochimaru's apprentice. And because of that, I had an extra incentive to make things right." Sasuke finally spoke in a hollow tone. "Who is the apprentice?" Every pair of eyes was on him before the words escaped his lips. Chapter 37, On Death Row. Sasuke connected the dots in an instant and froze, his entire body jolting back and locking in place. His eyes appeared to cloud over while, Sakura presumed, he was struck by a slew of emotions. Guilt rooted in her core. And it was a guilt that made no sense. It was his own future self who caused this mess. None of this would have happened, these casualties, the time travel mission, if it weren't for him. Sakura was just the bearer of bad news. But this Sasuke was forced to take the brunt of it. And this Sasuke didn't deserve to. "I'm sorry," she thought while another tear trailed down her cheek. "I'm sorry you had to hear this." "I'll start on the serum tonight," Tsunade said in a commanding tone and jarring Sakura from her worries. "I expect I'll have it ready in about 3 days. In the meantime, but then she paused, her eyes narrowing and turning towards the heart monitor on the opposite side of Naruto's bed. Sakura followed suit just as the machine began to blare. Shit, Sakura thought, and then Naruto's eyes were rolling back into his skull and a pained moan rising from his chest. Kakashi and Shikamaru leapt back with alarm and Tsunade neared the bed. That was when the chamber door slammed open, only adding to the chaos. Tsunade-sama! A familiar voice cried. Sakura spun around, her heart racing, and found her former supervisor, Ayame, standing in the doorway, looking frazzled and completely breathless. Sakura subtly released the sound-altering genjutsu she had cast on the room as not to rouse any suspicions. Oh, Sakura. I didn't realize you were also. Her stare briefly flitted to Naruto's blaring heart monitor before continuing. Shoot, it seems you're in a pinch too. It's Karin. We need help in the other room. Sakura's eyes flew to Tsunade, who met her gaze and nodded. We'll divide and conquer, Sakura reasoned, and making a beeline for the doorway to follow Ayame, her time travel stress cast aside. Even if this world just might be on the brink of vanishing, it simply wasn't in Sakura's nature to pass up saving a life. The procedure lasted an hour. It turned out the disease had found its way into one of Karin's coronary arteries, a particularly dangerous location given its proximity to her heart. The only way to ensure the parasite's immediate removal was if they were targeted and destroyed manually, a feat only possible for a medical ninja with immaculate chakra control, given the sensitivity of that area of the body. Thankfully Sakura was brought onto the scene when she was. She was a greater help than all the other medical ninjas combined. Even with her hand tremors. Come on, Karin, Sakura had muttered throughout the procedure, egging on the girl's mysterious healing energy, which she hoped would win out and staunch the disease in the end. But now that they were seeing parasites venture so close to Karin's vital organs, her faith was dwindling. As much as Sakura had been feeling desperate to escape the horrific tension she caused in Naruto's chamber, this certainly wasn't the kind of distraction she had in mind. She hardly knew Karin. But the fact that this girl did survive in Sakura's future life implored her to ensure that she survived again. Because what if something went wrong with Tsunade's serum? What if she was stuck in this world after all? Sakura wasn't taking chances. When it was all said and done and Karin's heart was parasite-free, for now, Sakura shed her medical cloak and gloves and stumbled back out into the hallway to catch her breath. She ran a hand through her tousled hair and swallowed hard. Her thoughts were jumbled and her emotions were running amok. But her legs carried her back to Naruto's chamber to check on him and pick up where they left off. But when she got to Naruto's room, he was the only one in there, blinking at her through glazed eyes. Where's Tsunade-sama? Sakura barked and reaching Naruto's heart monitor in 3 big strides. She's just getting something, Naruto muttered, his voice hoarse. You're in good shape then? She asked, rounding on him with a wide, anxious stare. Naruto's mouth twisted into a lupa smile. Yeah. One of those little bugs got in my lung so my body flipped out. But it's gone now so it's no big deal. Right, Sakura breathed. You can take it easy now, Sakura-chan, he added and nodding weakly towards the seat beside his bed, his smile never faltering. She released a sigh. True, she lied and easing into the chair, her nerves no less on edge. Then she instinctively took hold of his hand and began stroking it with her thumb, careful not to make any sudden motions and disrupt the four in his inner elbow. Why Yuri feeling okay then, she said, inviting an affirmation. He made a minuscule nodding motion, the breathing tubes in his nose and bed restraints keeping his face relatively locked in place. He said. But you guys aren't. Sakura met Naruto's blue, bloodshot eyes and found tears collecting in his tear ducts. Her throat dried. Why did he leave us? He whispered, and Sakura could tell that he was using every fiber of his being to keep himself from sobbing. Sakura's eyes drifted down, her grip tightening on her teammate's hand. He got too caught up in his revenge. He wanted power at any cost, she mumbled, the words tearing her throat as they left her. I was hoping that this time he wouldn't. But it doesn't. She faltered and her eyes strung. Don't cry, don't cry. Then Naruto spoke so softly that Sakura hardly caught the words over the heart monitor's steady beeps. Don't do this for me, Sakura-chan. There was a fiery determination in Naruto's stare. It was plain to see that he knew exactly what decision she was making and why she was making it. And that was precisely why she needed to follow through with this choice. Naruto, the boy who was on his own deathbed yet crying over his friend's future plunge into darkness, needed to live. "I'm doing this for all of us," she said, and giving his hand a reassuring pat. "I promise." Kakashi was waiting outside Naruto's hospital room, leaning against the wall and perusing through a familiar book Sakura was certain he'd already read more times than she could count on her fingers. She wasn't sure how long he'd been there for, or whether he'd overheard her conversation with Naruto. "Hey," she said a little uncertainly. She wasn't sure just how much of a shock her revelation came to her ever-perceptive sensei. "Yo," he replied while snapping his book shut and straightening up. He matched her stride and then they were walking through the hospital's hallways together. How is everyone?" Sakura began, her voice failing her again. He shrugged in response, somehow deducing what she was getting at. "Well, this isn't a matter to be taken lightly, as I'm sure you know more than anyone," he said calmly. She nodded. "Shikamaru seemed a little startled by your choice. But I wholeheartedly support it." Sakura's chest tightened. "Thank you, sensei," she said quietly and glancing up at his masked face. "And how is?" But she didn't even need to finish the question before the answer was written in her sensei's expression. "Sasuke can be a live wire in unusually stressful situations," Kakashi said honestly, and Sakura felt a pang in her heart. "I mean, look at his surprise encounter in the Land of Rivers. When he encountered his brother," Sakura thought. She could remember many scenarios in her other life when Sasuke met confusing situations with bitter impulsivity. "Is he okay?" she asked carefully in a low tone. This must be impossible news for him to cope with, that he became Orochimaru's apprentice. In fact, this revelation was probably hitting him even harder than her. "I decided to give him space," Kakashi said, and Sakura noticed he never answered her question. "Ah," she grunted. "I'll keep an eye out, but I think you should be the one to check on him first. He listens to you more than me. In fact, you might be the only person he listens to," Kakashi said matter-of-factly. Sakura shrugged. Maybe not anymore. But he was right that she couldn't just neglect him like this. It wasn't fair that she dumped such horrible news on her teammate then up and left. Even if this world was going to end, this Sasuke didn't deserve to spend his final days alone to wrestle his emotions. "I doubt that," said Kakashi. Sakura huffed and folded his arms. "We were never actually dating, you know." "Oh, I know. I was just giving you idiots a push." Her jaw fell open. "You've gotta be kidding me." Sakura didn't see Sasuke again until late the following morning. And it was a peculiar interaction to say the least. She had been on her way to Tsunade's flat to check on the development of the time travel serum and was wearing a signature red training dress, tall-heeled sandals, and black gloves. It had been a relatively restless night. Her mind and body were in perpetual states of defensiveness now that there were a select few, albeit a trusted few, who could finally see right through her. There were no more secrets. No more games or fantasies of building a perfect new world with hit list targets she could cross off like grocery items and romantic delusions where Sasuke would stay and everyone would be alive. Instead, her days in this life were numbered. A war that was supposed to be far behind her was just on the horizon. And Sasuke would never be saved. Yeah. It was a restless night indeed. The only fleeting relief Sakura allowed herself to bask in was that her time travel mission hadn't been revealed in some catastrophic way. At least, with the way she revealed it, it had been controlled and directly to the people she trusted. She was fairly certain that knowledge of her mission wouldn't get into the hands of the villagers, reporters, enemies, or the Hokage, all of whom she was determined to hide her true identity from. She'd thought about checking on Sasuke, as Kakashi recommended she did, but she failed to because 1. He probably did need some space to make sense of it all, and 2. She never chalked up the nerve. But I've got to, Sakura thought as she arrived at the walkway leading to Tsunade's apartment building. This isn't fair. After I talk to Tsunade, I'll go. She faltered. Sasuke was standing on the walkway. He noticed her, of course, and he was fully clad in one of his trademark blue shirts and training gear. Shit. Here we go. Sakura inwardly groaned, her stomach flipping as they approached each other. "Sakura," he said in a casual tone, his expression pointedly blank. She swallowed a lump in her throat. "What are you?" she began, but was interrupted. "You agreed to train this morning," he said sharply. Sakura met his gaze and felt her eyebrows raise with surprise. "Why you still want to practice chakra transmission?" She got out, utterly perplexed by his choice of topic. What was going on? Didn't he understand what Sakura confided in them yesterday? "We'll meet in an hour," was his response, and then he continued pacing forwards, passing Sakura by, and leaving her to gape at his back. Her eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right. "Tsuan-sama." Sakura growled and slamming open the door to her mentor's temporary flat. Said woman glanced up from the lunch she was eating at the small kitchen table and blinked, looking as unfazed as ever. What was Sasuke doing here? Sakura continued after she carefully shut the door behind her and kicked off her sandals. It was a valid question, strange circumstances aside, because to Sakura's knowledge, the Uchiha heir had never personally sought out her mentor for anything before. "Sit down and I'll pour you a tea," was Tsunde's curt reply as she got to her feet. "You might as well get as comfortable as you can because this isn't going to be pretty." Sakura blanched. Something was going on. "What isn't?" Tsunade rolled her eyes. "I said sit down." Sakura gritted her teeth but obliged. She was not in the mood for Tsunade's attitude but knew that resisting would get her absolutely nowhere. She perched on the edge of the chair across from Tsunade's and waited anxiously for the woman to place a steaming mug of tea down and return to her seat. "So?" Sakura prompted immediately, her eyes flitting across Tsunade's face. She noticed frown lines, a furrowed brow and pursed lips. Those were bad signs. "You're right that Uchiha was just here. He stormed in, not unlike yourself, and demanded that I tell him how the time travel scroll worked." Sakura's breath caught in her throat. "And?" Tsunade shrugged. "So I told him, about the rip, the serum, the costs of traveling through time. I figured, what does it matter, anyways? He's about to cease to exist like the rest of us." "Okay," Sakura said, nodding. "So you're confident that the serum is going to work then?" "I'd put my money on it," Tsunade replied. And Sakura's hands instinctively balled into fists. "This is happening. I'm really going back." The confirmation was equally as unsettling as it was reassuring. Because the last time Sakura remembered Tsunade Senju gambling on something, it was the time travel mission. And we all know how that turned out. "Tea, that can't be all Sasuke was here for," Sakura said, her voice shaky. She clasped her mug of tea to steady her hands. "It wasn't," Tsunade affirmed, and closing her eyes, her lips forming a frown. "He asked me what would happen if someone else was injected with the serum." Sakura's eyes just about bulged out of their sockets. "What?" she gasped while leaping to her feet, nearly knocking her tea across the table. "Hypothetically, of course," Tsunade added, as if that would clear things up. "Why would he ask that?" Sakura spluttered. "I would have to be the one to go back, wouldn't I? I'm the one who's connected to the scroll." "Correct," Tsunade agreed, nodding. "In fact, if someone else went back in your place, I expect it would end terribly. That connection across dimensions was created for you and you alone." "Then why?" Tsunade released a sigh. "Sasuke wasn't asking if someone could replace you. He was asking if someone could join you." Sakura's mouth slammed shut and she stared at her mentor with wide eyes. "I'm sure that would end badly too, if I injected the serum into two people. Like I said, you'd probably get back there safely because the connection is yours, but there would be guaranteed complications for the other person. To both them and their future self. Two versions of a person can't be in a dimension at the same time." Sakura couldn't breathe. "To my knowledge, no one has hitched a ride across time dimensions, at least not like this, before. All I know for certain is that if a person successfully traveled to the future with you, it would be a short trip, especially if they didn't have regenerative chakra. Both that person and their future self would almost definitely be killed for it. Messing with time is a dangerous thing." There was a pause. Sakura's chest was rising and falling with each shaky breath and she could feel perspiration lining her brow. This, this isn't hypothetical anymore, is it? She asked quietly. Tsunade also stood up, and something in her face softened, like she wished what she was telling Sakura wasn't true. It's a shame the kid turned out the way he did, Tsunade said, ignoring the question. He's very determined to help you. No. She can't mean. What did you tell him? Sakura asked in a very small voice while raising a hand to her chest and gripping onto the red fabric of her dress. That this is for the two of you to decide. No amount of chakra could have brought Sakura to the training grounds as quickly as she needed to get there. Her body was numb when she arrived, her green eyes blazing, her hair wild, and jaw locked. Sasuke was waiting, like she knew he would be, perched atop the very log Naruto was tied to after the bell test, his legs dangling leisurely over the edge. Sakura made a beeline for him without averting her unforgiving stare. After the slightest hesitation, he hopped down to meet her. He could tell she wasn't here to train. What are you doing? She snarled in approaching him as closely as she dared. Sasuke folded his arms and assumed a defensive stance. That is none of your concern, he shot back, the iciness in his tone rivaling hers. The words struck Sakura like a slap in the face. Are you serious? She snapped, her thoughts spilling out without reservation. This is my mission. I was sent here on behalf of Konoha as a battle tactic to stop a war. And it failed. So I'm going back to regroup and come up with something else. It is not your place to interfere. Sakura's fists were shaking. Sasuke had the audacity to smirk. You're wrong, he said quietly and shaking his head. This is up to me. It's suicide. Sakura cried, desperation creeping into her tone and her cold demeanor cracking. If you come back with me, you'll die. Don't you get it? Not just me, by the sound of it, Sasuke corrected, his rigid expression unchanging. I might take my future self down at the same time. You're stupid, Sakura snapped, her heart drumming and her lips quivering. That was when Sasuke lowered his arms and took a challenging step forward. Don't you understand the position I'm in, Sakura? He hissed, his voice rising. He towered over her, his face just inches away. It's either I sit around and do nothing and cease to exist or I try this. I'm the one who needs to be defeated in the future and this might be our best shot at doing it. Sakura brought her trembling hands up to her face as it sunk in that she was fighting a losing battle. His rationale was crystal clear. This Sasuke had nothing to lose if this life was ending anyway. And if his scheme didn't work and his future self survived, what difference did it make? He just wanted to help in the only way he could. But knowing that didn't bring Sakura any peace of mind. She wanted to save Sasuke. This wasn't supposed to end with him throwing his life away. Please, she whispered into her hands, her voice breaking and tears collecting in her eyes. Don't do this. But she knew her efforts were futile because they were irrational and selfish. Sasuke's stance relaxed slightly and he ran a hand through his unruly, black hair. Look, he said, whether or not I choose to help defeat an enemy of Konoha is not your decision to make. It's my life. And even if I just survive for a few minutes then at least. He paused to release a shaky breath. Sakura stole a glance at his face and noticed that his eyes were bloodshot and held a hollow, steadfast air. There's nothing I can do to change his mind. Sakura turned on her heel and fled as fast as her feet could carry her, just as the tears began to stream down her cheeks and the sobs shook her at her core. He didn't follow. Sakura. Came Mabuki's surprised voice as Sakura slipped into the private hospital room in the inpatient wing. Hello mother, Sakura replied, as if this was their kitchen and not the hospital and as if she were just getting in from a day of training instead of a day of crippling trauma. But of course Mabuki could see right through her. She reached forward and patted the bed, beckoning for Sakura to join her there. And she did. She got to her knees and rested her arms on the bedsheets, then buried her face in them and exhaled sharply. The tears never really had a chance to stop flowing since she left the training grounds and now her eyes and abdominals and heart were aching. Sakura felt her mother's fingers tease through her hair and the gesture was soothing. She appreciated that Mabuki wasn't asking what exactly she was crying about, after all, there were infinite possible reasons at a time like this. So she just stayed there and the two of them shared a silent acknowledgement that right now, Sakura needed to be Mother has a lot to be sad about too, Sakura thought with a pang of despair. Although she hadn't specifically mentioned it, Sakura knew that her mother had lost friends and colleagues during the war, with how many civilians perished by the hand of Orochimaru's terrible disease. And, not to mention, she lost her ability to walk. Although Sakura knew her mother was brave and resilient, this unexpected transition was bound to take a toll. Sakura sat up slightly and wiped her eyes. At least, by returning to her other life, Sakura would give her mother her legs back. At the expense of Sasuke's life, a voice chided at the back of Sakura's mind, and she tried to ignore it, her heart pounding and stomach churning. She didn't want to acknowledge what was about to happen. She didn't want to think about him. "You'll have to help me find a wheelchair sports league," Mabuki said, cutting the heavy silence. When Sakura glanced up, she was a little surprised to see her mother's small smile. "Or at least teach me some seated stretches. I was quite enjoying my new aerobics class, but I guess now I need a new game plan." Sakura chuckled, and it squeezed more moisture from her eyes, but it also raised her spirits ever so slightly. Her mother was one of the strongest people she'd ever known. Sakura reached out and grasped Mabuki's hand. "Everything always works out in the end, you know. No matter what happens, we'll make the most of it, right?" Mabuki said, in raising her eyebrows. And Sakura knew she wasn't only referring to her legs. "Right," Sakura answered quietly. "Look at me, Sakura." She did. Mabuki's green eyes were glossy, but the smile lines didn't falter. "You're the kind of person who finds comfort in looking to others. You live and breathe through their experiences and fight tooth and nail to help the people around you. That's why I think you'll make a wonderful healer." Sakura's heart clenched. Mabuki squeezed Sakura's hand back. "Now I'm not saying to ignore your feelings and your problems," she continued, some of her typical flair creeping into her tone, "but look to your friends. Help them. Let them help you and lift each other up." Her smile broadened. "You're a strong girl. But I think your strongest power is shining a light for others." Sakura's breath caught in her throat. "Mom," she mumbled through a watery smile, words failing her. "How does she know? How does she always know just what I need to hear?" Ahem. There was a presence in the doorway. Sakura turned and locked eyes with Ino, who was standing unsurely and gripping a bouquet of pale pink roses that were the very same shade as Sakura's hair. "Ino pig," tumbled out instinctively. "Billboard brow," was the response. Ino's expression softened at the sight of her friend's tear-stained face. "Really?" Mabuki cut in and folding her arms across her chest. "You're still using those awful nicknames, huh?" And then they both giggled and Sakura sprang up and threw her arms around her friend as fresh tears began to spill. "Thanks for coming by," she mumbled against Ino's shoulder while Ino carefully maneuvered the flowers aside so Sakura wouldn't crush them. "Of course I came by," Ino replied with some of her usual spunk and while placing a steadying hand on the small of Sakura's back. "And, Mrs. Harano, you didn't happen to give this nut any of your painkillers, did you? She's acting unusually nice." Mabuki burst into laughter and Sakura groaned, "Shut up, pig," without loosening her hold. By evening, Sakura was feeling somber yet a little rejuvenated after spending quality time with two of the most important women in her life. Her mother was right. Sakura had been drawn to the medical arts in the first place because she thrived on helping others mend things that they couldn't mend alone. Sakura was the person who swooped in when mysterious diseases spread through villages, when comrades suffered from critical injuries, when impoverished towns needed medical support, or when loved ones needed a shoulder to lean on. Sakura pulled a sweater on over her red training dress and set out for the Uchiha compound. She'd come to terms that staying by Sasuke's side was the right thing for her to do no matter how much it hurt. She could only imagine the repercussions of making a spur-of-the-moment choice to die. And though Sasuke was the kind of person who usually chose to isolate himself, if he needed any kind of support right now, she would be there to provide it. When she arrived at Sasuke's flat, while hugging her arms against herself, because she was feeling quite anxious, she knocked on the door. There was no answer. Sakura couldn't detect his chakra either, but also couldn't imagine why he would be concealing it. "Where is he then?" she thought while her eyes darted around, the tiniest trace of panic welling up inside her. But then she reasoned that Suzuki could be anywhere and this was only the first place she'd looked. So she released a breath and turned away, and just when she began her descent down the balcony's steps, while pondering where to search next, she felt a tiny, distant flicker of Suzuki's chakra. Sakura straightened up and twisted her head towards the flicker, the light of the sunset glistening in her wide, green eyes. He's somewhere in the compound. She crept around the base of the balcony steps and turned towards the dark road lined with boarded-up shops and homes, uncharted territory left untouched since the Uchiha massacre half a decade ago. Sakura gulped and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She'd never dared cross this boundary into the depths of the ghost town where Suzuki's family used to live. Honestly, she always felt she wasn't allowed to. Suzuki never invited anyone into it, nor did anyone ever express interest in exploring. She took a nervous step forward. Under normal circumstances, she would have stayed put and waited for Suzuki to return home. But this was far from a normal circumstance, and Sakura wasn't backing out on her resolve to be the friend that Suzuki needed. Sakura lengthened her stride into the compound, her sandals padding softly against the dirt road. She ignored the dip in temperature now that the surrounding buildings obscured the waning sunlight, and she channeled all of her sensory abilities into finding the source of the flicker of Suzuki's chakra, which was growing nearer with each step she took. Minutes passed as she scoured the empty alleys with her eyes, searching for some sign of a presence nearby, perhaps footprints or a dim light flicked on in one of the buildings. But Sakura had no luck until she reached the road's dead end. The dirt transitioned into an expanse of unkempt grass Sakura had never seen before. There were tall evergreens spotting the outskirts of the field, and beyond it was a humongous body of water, a secluded lake which separated the Uchiha compound from the forest on Konoha's outskirts. And on the edge of the lake was an old boardwalk and an abandoned dock, save a lone figure sitting at the end of it. Found you, Sakura thought, and breaking into a jog before she could think better of it, the cool evening air filling her lungs and tingling her exposed skin. She only slowed her pace when she reached the edge of the dock, gauging if Suzuki was angry with her for trespassing. But he continued staring out at the water without even stirring, though Sakura knew he sensed her there. She took his non-response as an acceptance of her approaching him. Suzuki was wearing a signature blue shirt with an Uchiha crest on the back and white shorts, his bare toes dipped into the water. The sunset painted the water's surface in yellow and orange hues and shimmered across the gentle ripples made by the evening breeze. Sakura treaded carefully as she neared him and kept Kakashi's words in her mind. Suzuki was the type of person who needed space. Did he get enough of it? Was she intruding on something? Well, there was no way of knowing unless she asked. But just as Sakura opened her mouth, Suzuki broke the silence. I never found out about the massacre, he said. She paused and let his words sink in before her heart began to pound with a mixture of relief and sorrow. This was an invitation for her to talk to him about his future self. Sakura promptly slipped off her sandals and sat down beside him, noticing how his body stiffened ever so slightly when she did. You didn't, Sakura confirmed. When Suzuki nodded, she stole a glance at his profile and found that, like her, he wasn't wearing his forehead protector and that there were traces of exhaustion and fear in his eyes. What happened? He asked softly without looking anywhere near her. For a moment, Sakura considered withholding or obscuring the information so it didn't hurt him as badly. But she'd learned her lesson when she failed to tell him about the massacre all that time ago. Suzuki deserved the truth. Orochimaru offered you power and you accepted it to help with your revenge, Sakura said in a much steadier voice than she thought she was capable of. You became trapped in the darkness, and Naruto and I have spent our whole lives trying to pull you back out of it, to bring you home, but... Sakura's voice hitched. But you're probably beyond saving. Suzuki put his head in his hands and Sakura's heart stung. I'm sorry, she whispered, and resisting the urge to reach for him. She wasn't sure how he would react to her crossing physical boundaries in a predicament like this. This is a lot to take in. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth any sooner. It was a mission. You did what you had to do, was Suzuki's blunt response. A moment of silence passed. Thank you for understanding, Sakura said quietly while gazing out at the lake. The silence stretched on. Suzuki didn't ask any more questions, nor did he ask her to leave. And Sakura didn't know what to say or whether she should say anything, until, bravely, she mumbled, "Do you actually want to train?" Sasuke lifted his head and tilted it to the side to consider her. He sighed and said, "Sure." The words "what have I got to lose?" went unspoken. She sat a little higher, invigorated that she might at least provide a distraction from Sasuke's inner turmoil. "You want to learn about chakra transmission, right?" He also straightened up and his eyes started to come back into focus when they landed on her face. "Yeah, I do," he said, like he was reminding himself. Sakura smiled, pulled off her sweater and unzipped her dress, ignoring Sasuke's perplexed stare. The easiest path for a non-medical ninja to transmit chakra is right to the center of another person's chakra circulation. She shrugged the dress off her shoulders, and then she was just wearing black shorts, a black band around her chest, and a fishnet undershirt, pretty standard kunoichi undergarments. "You can reach the center from either the front or the back," Sakura continued, while removing her gloves and placing one hand on her torso, just below the black band, and the other on the corresponding place on her back. "Feel for the lowest ribs as your benchmark, and place your hand directly in between them." Sasuke nodded, and though she knew she had his full attention, she noticed his eyes drift lower on her body, to the gruesome scar on her abdomen left behind by Kabuto's impaling. "I'm not practicing on you," he deadpanned. "You said non-medical chakra transmission hurts for the receiver, right?" "Right," Sakura agreed. "And I don't know how to use my chakra in a way that isn't lethal yet," he added. "So let's hone in on that skill," Sakura said with a determined nod and standing up on the water. "You'll start by transferring your chakra into something else, something you can't hurt." She discarded her medical and weapon pouches onto the dock and took another step forward. Sasuke's expression filled with understanding and he did the same, parting with his weapons and following her onto the water. Sakura turned around to face him when they were a few feet from the dock. "Obviously, we both know how to walk on water. Explain to me how we're doing it," she instructed. He looked towards their feet, which were surrounded by tiny ripples. "We're channeling chakra to our feet," he said. "And then what does the chakra do?" He paused. "It's being released from our feet in rapid pulses, pushing against the water's surface so we don't sink." "Exactly," Sakura said, beaming. "But if you were to transmit your chakra into the water particles instead of against them?" Sakura closed her eyes and began the chakra transfer, her body slowly sinking into the water and the ripples around her feet disappearing. She paused when she was ankle deep. "I'm just manipulating my chakra differently," she finished. Sakura sat on the water's surface and crossed her legs. Sasuke did the same, watching her attentively. "So I'll know I'm doing it right when I sink and my chakra stops creating ripples," Sasuke said, searching for something tangible to compare his progress to. "Right," Sakura said and smiling. "The first step, as with most new kinds of techniques, is to visualize what you want to do, to meditate and imagine exactly where your chakra will go." And then, eagerly, Sasuke began to practice. The minutes stretched on and Sakura coached him through the technique, providing pointers and holding out steadying hands for when he accidentally cut his chakra off entirely and fell into the water. The third time Sasuke accidentally sank, Sakura couldn't hold in her giggle. Sasuke glared at her while he climbed back out, tore off his soaked shirt and tossed it to the dock. Sorry," she stammered, while covering her mouth with her hand. "You're making great progress. This isn't a technique you'll master in an hour." "How long did it take you to master it?" he asked, and his tone wasn't accusatory, just curious. Sakura shrugged and lay back onto the water's surface, tucking her hands behind her neck to brace it. It was a surreal feeling, hovering on water. Sakura suspected it was comparable to flying. "A few hours," she said. Sasuke smirked and continued practicing with a competitive glint in his eye. She grinned back, suspecting that this practice was bringing him some refuge from his ruminating. And that it was breaking some kind of barrier between them. As the sun finished its descent and its beams became obscured by the distant mountains, Sasuke called it quits and lay back to stare up at the darkening sky. He wasn't quite finished his practice but had made immense progress in transferring small portions of his chakra. "You'll nail it in the next couple of days," Sakura mumbled, and watching him out of the corner of her eye, noticing how the ripples around them collided with each other to cover the lake in glistening, circular patterns. "I'm bound to learn things here, on this lake," he said. This was where my father taught me to breathe fire. Sakura raised her eyebrows. That was news to her. That was when Sasuke's vigor seemed to fade, and his mood slipped into something rather pensive. Sakura sensed that what he needed most now was for her to listen. That was one of my few life goals, to master the fireball technique in front of him. And I did it. He chuckled. Thankfully my bucket list was always pretty short. Sakura's throat constricted at his morbid humor. He was acknowledging, and perhaps even accepting, his impending death. How are you laughing about this? Sakura thought in horror while turning away and trying to get a grip over her own emotions. It was hard to support someone when your own feelings were spiraling out of control. But this was exactly how his life was before, wasn't it? Sasuke never wanted an existence that revolved around revenge. It was just something he felt he needed to do, a sacrifice in pursuit of a goal that he felt was greater than him. And this time, it's not his freedom but his life that he's sacrificing. Sakura sat up abruptly, her heart pounding, the emotions striking her harder than any physical blow ever could. She pretended she was rubbing her tear-filled eyes from exhaustion. Sasuke is going to die. Your ex-boyfriend was my future self this whole time. Sakura froze and glanced over to find her teammate frowning up at the sky. No, not my ex-boyfriend, she corrected, her voice coming out shaky. It was unrequited. A bitter, painful laugh escaped her. I mean, obviously. I was never enough for you to stay in Konoha. Then there was pause. Well, he brought it up, she thought, hoping Sasuke would drop the agonizing topic. Let's not talk about this now. Not now that you're about to. So you just, Sasuke started, clearly uncertain of how exactly he would put to words what he wanted to say. And then, quietly, you loved me. A strange anger welled up inside Sakura then. Does he think this is a thing of the past? Does he not get how hard this is for me right now? Not loved, she snapped, the words tumbling out of her mouth before she could think better of it. But then it dawned on her what she'd just done, so she sprang to her feet, wobbling slightly on the water's surface. Sakura did not have the emotional bandwidth to face a rejection to an accidental confession of her feelings right now. I'm going to order some food, she stammered and making a beeline for the dock. I'll be back. And as she padded away, splashing a little with each step, she heard Sasuke sit up and sensed his eyes on her back, but that didn't stop her from pulling on her dress and departing in a hurry. When Sakura returned to the Uchiha compound with enough food to feed 10 people, because who cares, the door of Sasuke's flat was unlocked, so she stumbled in and put everything down on the kitchen table. The flat's owner was nowhere in sight, but there was a lingering humidity in the air which indicated that he must have taken a shower recently. It occurred to Sakura that her wet underclothes had soaked through her dress and that a hot shower would be quite refreshing. So she grabbed a towel and some spare clothes from the hallway closet and locked herself in the bathroom. She removed her cold and damp clothes and stepped into the hot water, expecting some relief but receiving just the opposite. Because then she was completely isolated and alone with her thoughts. And it hit her. It really hit her. Her mission, through which she hoped to save him, not only failed but did just the opposite. No, she mumbled and gripping onto the porcelain wall tiles and resting her forehead on the slippery surface. His death is my fault. Her heart shattered. Sasuke's suicide wasn't only his choice, it was hers. She could have chosen to stay in this world and salvage something good from it, with Sasuke at her side, but she didn't. And even if it was the right thing to do, this decision would haunt her and tear her apart for the rest of her days. Eventually she left the shower, feeling far worse than she did when she got into it. After towel drying her hair and slipping on the dry clothes, a pair of gray capris and a loose, black sweater, she mopped up her red and puffy eyes to no avail, and stepped out into the hallway. She crept through the flat and quickly deduced that Sasuke wasn't in it. No, he was on the balcony. Sakura slid open the door and stepped outside into the night and noticed the yellow, glowing lanterns hanging above her, the sounds of crickets chirping, and how Sasuke was standing there with his back to her, gripping onto the balcony rail and looking out at the compound. He was wearing black pants and a blue shirt with his family crest stitched on the back. Sasuke glanced over his shoulder at Sakura when she approached, and there was something raw in his expression. He was probably feeling it too now, realizing that his life was nearly over, and perhaps realizing what terrors he might witness if he made it to the future. Daringly, Sakura stood beside him on the balcony's edge and gave the sleeve of his t-shirt a soft tug. And he watched, quietly, as she maneuvered his arm away from the rail and moved to stand in front of him and wrap her arms tightly around his torso. She nuzzled her face into his collarbone and felt the warmth radiating from him seep through her sweater. And when his hands gripped onto her back and he buried his face in her hair, the sobs got caught somewhere in between her chest and throat. And maybe this was just making everything worse. Because their time together was limited and he knew how she felt about him and he wasn't pushing her away this time. She was playing with fire. But medical ninjutsu could heal burns, couldn't it? Sakura wasn't sure how long they stayed like that for, but when her heart rate calmed enough for her to concentrate, she dragged her head upwards to look her teammate in the eye. Sasuke pulled back slightly and did the same. She didn't flinch away like she usually did when they were at such proximities but instead, noticed the moonlight and emotion dancing in his dark irises a few inches away. However, staring at him wasn't easy, because she knew it was one of the last times she ever would. Sasuke might have had a similar realization because she felt his breathing catch a little against her chest. She watched his eyes while they scanned every corner of her face. Something like wonder crossed his features and he made the tiniest movement to shake his head. Unable to bear it for a second longer, Sakura closed her eyes, but was startled when Sasuke's hand came up to her jaw, and was even more startled when she felt his mouth against hers, his surprisingly cold lips touching hers slowly, cautiously, like he was afraid she was going to crumble against him. Her body felt numb, but when she somehow found enough sensation to move, she brought her hands up to the base of his neck and tilted her head to properly align their mouths. It didn't take long to find a slow and sad rhythm. Sasuke's hold on her tightened and he pinned her between his body and the balcony rail, his hands moving from her jaw to her shoulders to her hair, like he couldn't afford to leave a part of her untouched. And Sakura greedily pressed her lips to his again and again, completely succumbing to her desperation. Soon Sasuke's mouth drifted to other parts of her face, the corner of her lips, her cheekbone, and finally her forehead, where he chose to linger. While she caught her breath, a puzzling thought occurred to Sakura. Was that on your bucket list? She breathed because as much as it would sting if this moment was nothing but an item being crossed off a list, she wouldn't be surprised. She felt Sasuke smile against her forehead and warm moisture on her hairline, moisture which she vaguely recognized as tears. No, he said, and Sakura's heart stopped and her breathing hitched. That was before you're too old for me. Sakura laughed, a bewildered, delirious laugh that rumbled in her belly and hurt when it escaped her. Because after all this time, her love, a love that transcended time, had finally been returned. But now it was too late. Chapter 38, Cross to Bear. So you have two bodies. Two bodies and one mind. And one path connecting my mind to the two of them, a path paved out by the time travel scroll. Tsunade, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke were sitting around Tsunade's cramped sitting room table discussing the finer details of the reverse time travel mission, and hypothesizing what might happen to Sasuke in his process of tagging along. But I have two minds, Sasuke piped up. And no path designed for either of them to travel through. So if I hijack a ride with Sakura's mind? There was a pause. One of your minds might survive. The stronger of the two, I would presume, Kakashi speculated. A collective shudder followed, because there was no doubt that it was the older Sasuke who had more strength, mental, physical, or otherwise. Sakura was rubbing her face with her hands, worn out after yet another long day. Okay. But in which body? Wait, you mean, Sasuke began, fumbling over his words as he strained to form coherent thoughts. There's a chance my older mind could take over this body. The others exchanged grave looks. Maybe, Tsunade said. But you'll probably just die. Sasuke felt himself visibly pale. He wasn't sure which of those two outcomes was worse. Sakura turned to him, her green eyes wide with concern. Are you sure you still want to? She began, but Sasuke cut her off. Yes. Because if I take my future self down, this is still worth a shot. No one disagreed with him. The next morning, Sasuke woke up wrapped in a blanket and his teammate. He blinked into the bright sunbeams peeping through the slightly parted curtains on the opposite wall before glancing down at the pink hair draped across his dark shirt. It was a familiar sight, except unlike the time they slept holding each other in the forest of death, he wasn't embarrassed about her reaction to it or about Naruto potentially barging in on them and making false accusations about their predicament. Sasuke smirked and pulled Sakura against him a little tighter. Despite everything that was going on, namely, his impending death, he couldn't help feeling like he won something, though he wasn't sure exactly what it was. Maybe it was that he finally learned the truth of his teammate's puzzling life. Maybe it was because she really did love him all along, like he secretly hoped she did. And maybe, just maybe, it was because he now understood that the echoes of his broken past weren't the only things capable of putting his mind and soul at ease. No, there was something stronger, someone who had been right beside him this whole time, that filled him more completely. So as terrified as he was about what his short future held, he was relieved that he at least managed to come to terms with this. Sakura groaned in her sleep and balled her hands into fists. Sasuke resisted his urge to smooth out the creases between her eyebrows in case he woke her and instead, watched in silence. She was a pretty little thing, he could admit, with her small, pointed nose, her expressive eyes and lips, but that wasn't even what he liked most about her. Sasuke had never been even remotely interested in a conventional romance. In fact, he had defined himself as the exact opposite of a romantic. But there was something undeniably special about their bond that was causing Sasuke to make some startling exceptions. All of a sudden, Sakura pushed away his arms and shot up from the couch like it was on fire. And if Sasuke were anyone but himself, he would have jumped at the motion. But he wasn't, so he just rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and sat up himself. "Nightmare?" he asked, his voice gruff, but instead of answering, Sakura frowned and blinked towards the ground. Raw color rose to her face like she was ashamed of something. Sasuke sighed and ran a hand through his dark hair, annoyed. There was no point in hiding things like this from him, not when it was so obvious that there was something profoundly wrong with Sakura. Night terrors, trembling hands, hypervigilant startle reflexes. And she'd even woken up screaming the previous night. The girl was suffering, like he'd suspected, and it seemed the two of them were even more alike than he previously thought. Now that he understood where she was coming from better, it made even more sense that her traumatic past still haunted her. Kids weren't supposed to live lives like this. But then again, maybe no one was. Sasuke glanced around, like the solution to helping his teammate was somewhere in his living room. When he was having a bad day, he preferred to be left to his own devices, but he doubted that was how she liked to cope. He would have offered her some of his psychopharmaceutic pills if they weren't expired and if he knew what they actually did. Sasuke never found out about the medical properties behind them or whatever, only that he stopped taking them when he realized that the intrusive, traumatic thoughts they blocked would help him focus on his revenge. It had been the wrong thing to do, he now understood, and Sakura's chiding rants about not taking your prescribed medication without consulting a professional is technically medical misuse, you know. Whenever he and Naruto had whined about their antibiotics and vaccinations were clear indicators of that. Maybe those pills would have brought him relief, like the doctors said they would, but he never found out. Sorry about this, again, Sakura mumbled, and Sasuke couldn't for the life of him understand what she was apologizing for. You're ridiculous, was his blunt, and probably not exactly comforting, response, but he compensated for his rudeness by pulling her into a one-armed hug and resting the side of his head against hers. Because I'm cold and she's warm. And because I'm here for her, but I don't want to say it out loud. Sakura seemed to get it. She glanced up and smiled when she met his eyes, and Sasuke's heart stuttered. Thank you, she said, and giving his torso a quick squeeze and his cheekbone an even quicker kiss before straightening up. The skin of Sasuke's face tingled and his stomach did a somersault. She ruffled her sleep-mused hair and stretched her arms above her head, hiking up her pajama shirt and exposing her midriff. Sasuke just watched her in a curious trance when she glanced out the window and said, I have to go. He raised an eyebrow. To work? Sakura turned back to him with a guilty expression. No. Sasuke groaned, his positive feelings fizzling away. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered, and getting up to stretch while Sakura traversed to the linen closet to grab a towel for her shower. This is the last day. I promise, she said, a little pleadingly. And after we'll work on your chakra transferring all night long. It's not about my training, he huffed while trudging to the kitchen to start breakfast. It's about you being used as a pawn in the geezer's revenge schemes. The Hokage, she corrected, though there was some bitterness in her tone as well. And like I said before, I don't really have a choice. If the time travel doesn't work and I end up stuck here. Yeah, Sasuke grumbled while he reached for a frying pan and plopped it on the stovetop. He heard Sakura sigh before closing the bathroom door behind her. He released a frustrated breath, blowing a stray strand of hair away from his face. The goddamn revenge-obsessed Hokage was using Sakura's budding reputation to his advantage in what Sakura said he was calling the psychological war. And maybe Sasuke was being a bit of a hypocrite, because up until just weeks ago, he would have done pretty much anything in pursuit of his own revenge. So he had no place to act like he was all enlightened and above it all, but still. Sakura had no place in any of this either, especially because it was sucking up so much of her precious time in their numbered days left together. He created a disease to send us a message, to destabilize us, Sasuke had read in the international press yesterday afternoon from an interview with Sakura just that morning. And it wasn't Sakura's voice but Sarutobi's that he imagined speaking the words, but Konoha and its allied nations stand as tall and unified as ever before. If Orochimaru believes he can scare us with a disease that I, a teenage girl, could cure as a genin, then he has something coming. Upon reading the article, Sasuke felt some pride over his teammates' achieved respect, but the combative undercurrents of the situation had greater sway on his overall impression of it. The third Hokage wasn't only trying to bring some semblance and relief to his own people, but to spark future conflict. Of that Sasuke was certain. He was challenging Orochimaru, daring him to try again, while Konoha assembled troops to lie in wait, bloodthirsty and prepared to annihilate. Sasuke's knowledge of the third Hokage's role in the Uchiha massacre, however faint, indicated as much. Either Sarutobi didn't know a thing about the massacre or he let it happen, and Sasuke strongly suspected the latter. Sakura had a point though, about playing along with his schemes in the meantime. Because if, for whatever reason, Tsunade's serum failed to transport them to the future and they remained in this world, openly rejecting the Hokage's orders would rouse suspicions. So, as much as Sasuke was pissed off about this arrangement, with Sakura leaving for 2 straight days to receive media training and engage in interviews with the press, there wasn't much that he, or anyone, could really do about it. Sakura returned from her shower just as Sasuke was serving the food onto their plates. He glanced up to find her hair dry and groomed, her stare cold and focused, and her pristine chinen vest pulled on over dark clothes. "Thank you for breakfast," she said sweetly, though the smile didn't quite meet her eyes. Sasuke suspected she was dreading the day as much as he was, if not more. He grunted in response and took his seat across from her. "He's dead in the future, by the way." Sasuke looked up and raised his eyebrows, prompting her to elaborate. "The third. Orochimaru killed him." Sakura was staring determinedly at the egg she was prodding at with her chopsticks. And Sasuke fought to hide the sadistic relief that passed through him at this tidbit of information. "Who is the fifth Hokage, then?" he asked. Her face tinted the slightest bit pink. "Tsunade-sama." Sasuke connected the dots and his jaw nearly dropped. "You're the Hokage's apprentice," he deduced. "Yeah. So you'll become the next Hokage." But Sakura shook her head and swallowed the food she had been chewing. "Naruto will become the next Hokage," she corrected. Sasuke's chest tightened. "Of course." He stared at his plate and mumbled, "You make sure he does." Sasuke spent the remainder of the morning puttering around and doing whatever he could to keep himself busy. After tidying up his flat, he paid a visit to Naruto at the hospital. His stay didn't last long, however, because Naruto's breathing was too weak to keep up a proper conversation and Tsunade kicked Sasuke out to conduct a checkup after only a minute. He begrudgingly abided and stalked out into the hallway with his hands in his pockets, and before he could think better of it, ventured to the less critical inpatient wing and knocked on the door of Mabuki's room. "Sasuke Uchiha? Is that you?" said woman greeted upon him entering and glancing up from the magazine in her hands. Mabuki was lying in her hospital bed leisurely, propped up by pillows, and the window was ajar to let in a gentle breeze. Assortments of colorful flowers lined the windowsill. And Sasuke suddenly felt kind of stupid for showing up without flowers of his own. Oh well. It's too late to turn back now. Come in and have a seat, Sakura's mother said with a smile, her familiar green eyes crinkling around the edges. How are you doing? Fine, he lied. And you? Mabuki chuckled. Well, I've been better, you know, she said, and Sasuke couldn't quite repress his smirk. But I'll make it work, we'll all make it work. We always do. Yeah, he agreed, and wishing he felt a quarter of the optimism she did. It's really thoughtful of you to come by, she babbled on. You make my daughter very happy, you know that? And if she's happy, I'm happy. Sasuke didn't know how to reply. And I know she can be a bit emotional sometimes, but please just stay with her and give her the reassurance she needs. I can tell you're a good kid, just a bit rough around the edges. And I want to see you around more often. How about dinner next weekend, when I'm out of this damn place? She looked at Sasuke expectantly, with the sternness of a protective mother. Sasuke wasn't entirely sure why his tear ducts were stinging or his voice came out hoarse when he said, sure. Sasuke left the hospital room in a heavy trance, after about 5 more minutes of politely listening to Sakura's mother, and in the privacy of the hallway, he stopped to catch his breath. He would never make it to dinner at the Haranos, a wholesome and welcoming family of which he might have become a part. However, in his heart, Sasuke knew he was making the right choice. Sakura's mother and Naruto deserved better fates than this, and he could give them one if he just sacrificed his own. It wasn't fair, but life and the ninja occupation he signed up for weren't fair. It was just unfortunate that Sasuke's crosses had always been particularly heavy ones to bear. Sasuke spent the afternoon practicing transferring his chakra because, for him, there was something inherently calming about the ninja arts. Despite the dreary circumstances that surrounded most of his life, Sasuke always got a thrill out of mastering a new technique. And especially a technique that symbolized him using chakra for helping for the first time ever. Kakashi dropped by Sasuke's flat for the briefest of visits, a rare occurrence in and of itself, because the Hokage was having the Jonin do all sorts of things for him these days. Sasuke suspected that his sensei just wanted to see if his student was still up and about. And that suited Sasuke just fine because he would much rather spend his time training than conversing, as much as he appreciated Kakashi's concern. Yesterday, Sasuke mastered transferring chakra into water, and now he was working on moving it through more solid things, like rubber water bottles filled with water and even glass jars. He blew up 2 bottles and 4 jars before he got the hang of it, with the help of his new intel on the composition of molecules in various materials he learned from Sakura's heap of textbooks. And once he hoped, he had the technique down pat, after hours of utterly exhausting mental and physical effort, Sasuke decided to do something a little stupid and reckless. His steadily growing ego pulled him into his bathroom, staring at his shirtless torso through the mirror and with a glowing hand hovering over his abdomen. Am I ready for this? He thought, because even if his death was imminent, running himself through with his own chakra-laden hand sure wasn't on his bucket list. Is this going to hurt? Should I take the risk? He did. Sasuke's intrigue over his newfound skills and the challenge of maneuvering his chakra through a human body made his mind up for him. Next thing he knew, his hand was pressed to his abdomen just where Sakura and her textbooks told him to, right between his bottom ribs, where he knew his largest chakra point, the center of his chakra circulation, resided. And it didn't hurt one bit. Sure, it felt weird, like having the contents of a particularly large syringe pushed into your body, but it was his own chakra, so it blended with the rest of it seamlessly, as if it had never even left his body in the first place. Well, that was promising. But what about when he transferred chakra into someone else? I'm home. Sasuke glanced up at the voice. And then he bristled with excitement because he knew just what the next logical step in his training was. He pulled on his shirt and dashed out into the hall to find Sakura removing her sandals in his doorway. She stopped to shoot him a perplexed stare when he flash-stepped directly in front of her. Hi. She said unsurely and folding her arms over her Chunin vest. Her eyes were a little puffy and she looked exhausted from what Sasuke presumed was yet another dreadfully long day. I have something to show you, he said, wasting no time cutting to the chase. His teammate opened her mouth, like she was considering protesting, but then her muscles relaxed. "You're ready to transfer chakra?" she asked, some of that musical energy entering her tone. Instead of answering, Sasuke dragged her into the living room, where there was far more space. He squared himself up with her and paused. "Will it hurt less to go from the front or the back?" he asked, in reference to the direction he would aim for her chakra center from. "Doesn't matter," she said with a shrug. And so, Sasuke chose to stand behind her and channel his chakra through her back, so when it caused her discomfort, he wouldn't have to see it written on her face. He aligned their bodies, raised a hand and realized they had a problem. "Can you take off your," he started, trying to pull off the question casually. But it didn't work. "Pervert," Sakura mumbled while shooting him a sly grin and shrugging off her Chunin vest. "Sakura," he snapped as color rose in his face. "Focus, focus," Sasuke chanted to himself, while closing his eyes and erasing all thoughts of that damned jutsu Naruto used on him in the Forest of Death. "I'm kidding," she said with a giggle and lifting up the back of her shirt so he wouldn't have to force his chakra through any fabric. "Show me what you got." Sasuke shook his head and thought about Sarutobi and weapons and cats and just about anything else he could come up with to clear his head. And finally, he felt like he was as ready as he would ever be, so he placed his palm flat on her back, felt for her lowest ribs, and ignored the nagging thought that if he messed this up, he could do some serious damage to her spine. He gave her a tiny spritz of his chakra, and the procedure was seamless. "Oh yeah. That worked," Sakura grunted once he retreated his hand and she pulled her shirt back down. "It feels uncomfortable?" he asked, concerned, though he was also swimming with pride. "Well, it is a weird feeling," she said, and turning around to face him. She held her chin and glanced up, searching for the right words. "Your chakra is heavier than my own, I guess. Coarser, moves with more strength and urgency. Unlike mine, which is finer and easier to manipulate." Sasuke smirked. "That explains your affinity for perfect chakra control," he said. She shrugged. "I guess you're right." And then there was a pause. Sasuke watched the light vanish from her irises and her lips come together in a thin line. His excitement fizzled out and his heart began to pound. "I'm sorry, Sakura started, and swallowing hard. "There never will be a good time to bring this up." Sasuke thought. He had a hunch he knew where this was going. "The serum will be ready tomorrow morning." They had a quiet, somber evening. Sakura ordered takeout, and once they finished eating, Sasuke lit a fire and they put on a pot of tea and shared it from opposite ends of the sitting room couch. Sasuke could tell she didn't know the best way to go about interacting with him, and he offered her no indication because he himself didn't have a clue. She asked if he needed more time, if tomorrow morning was too soon, but he refused to wait because the longer it took to tear off this band-aid, the longer it would hurt for. "There's no point in waiting," he said. "All right," Sakura answered, something empty and painful entering her voice. "We'd better refrain from using any chakra tonight. It'd be best if we wake up tomorrow with the biggest reserves we're capable of." Sasuke agreed. He took a sip of his tea and cast a glance at his teammate, who was staring deliberately out the window and clasping and reclasping her hands. Her silence was making him feel infinitely worse. "Why did you scan your brain?" he asked. "What?" Sasuke swallowed and tried again. "I'm just. Now that I know where you come from. Why did you insist on us breaking into the hospital back then?" Sakura blinked and then her face softened. It appeared she was relieved to have the silence broken and diffuse some of the relentless, looming tension. "Because brains change shape as we grow and acquire knowledge," she explained. "And I don't feel any less knowledgeable in this life as I did in my other one, so I wanted to check how old my brain was. And it's older. Because of your healing chakra. Something like that." And then she smiled. So Sasuke continued to question her. He asked about how the Land of Waves mission, the Chunin exams, and the Bell test panned out in her old life, what he and she has been like, without the existence of a time travel mission, about the state of the village, about what happened to Team 7 after he left it. And throughout his questioning, Sasuke and Sakura shifted towards each other along the couch until his arm was around her and her head was pressed against his shoulder. He only stopped inquiring when he noticed her breathing hitch and suspected that the talking was becoming painful. If she actually loved him as much as he was starting to realize she did, this was probably quite a distressing situation for her too. "I think I'll need one of your strongest sleeping pills tonight," he mumbled into her hair. Sakura chuckled, and then there was a pause wherein she stroked his scalp with delicate fingers and nestled her face into the pit of his neck. Sasuke wished he could live a little longer just for more of this. "You know how we talked about saving the world together when we're Umbu?" she asked. He grunted in affirmation. "Yeah. Pick off the enemies on your hit list." "I remember." "Well, we're still going on an adventure to save the world, when you think about it," she whispered, her voice shaking. Just not quite the one we had in mind." In the morning, Sasuke felt like he was walking to the Chunin exam arena for another round of heavily spectated fights, except instead there was nothing ceremonious about it, with how he was wearing normal training gear, a blue shirt and white shorts with his sword fastened to the belt around his waist. Familiar, unsuspecting neighbors waved at him as they would on any other day. Unbeknownst to everyone in Konoha, save the handful who had been present in Naruto's hospital chamber during Sakura's disclosure, this world was ending today. Sasuke didn't have a clue if he would be killed the instant they tried to send him through time, if his mind would be overpowered by and lost to his future self, or if, God forbid, he would survive to get a glimpse of the horrific future world Sakura had described. The time-traveling procedure wasn't anything glamorous. In fact, it took place in the foyer of Tsunade's shabby, temporary flat. Sakura was there, of course, Kakashi came by to see them off, and Shizune, Tsunade's assistant, had also joined. Everything proceeded a little too quickly, like Sasuke was being rushed out of the waiting room and into a painful, dreaded hospital procedure. As much as he wanted this band-aid off, a part of him wished he got a few more minutes to savor the moments leading up to the pain. Sasuke and Sakura were instructed to sit beside each other on the floor, shoulder and shoulder, and to pull open the time travel scroll together when Tsunade gave the signal. Kakashi and Shizune would be responsible for injecting the strange, blue serum into a major artery in their necks, while Tsunade would transmit regenerative strength of 100 chakra into Sasuke in hope that it might keep him alive for a bit longer. If you live to see the future, whatever you do, don't use ninjutsu. No Chidori or fire releases, and even refrain from using your Sharingan. Your chakra will be your life force, and I suspect you don't want it exhausted any faster than it has to be, Tsunade explained. "Okay," he said, his voice monotone. He had a sneaking suspicion that Tsunade and the others, save Sakura and maybe Kakashi, secretly didn't mind if he died, if it meant taking out his future self in the process. So this chakra transfer was probably just a courtesy. Sakura turned to him. "You should know, before we get there," she said, clearly taking an optimistic Sasuke will survive stance, "that I just jumped out of a window in the future. I'm being chased." "By Orochimaru?" Sasuke asked, his heart pounding. "No. Tsunade-sama should be keeping Orochimaru at bay. Your future self is the one after me." Sasuke nodded and felt his face pale. "This is happening. You ready?" "Yes," they answered simultaneously, though Sasuke certainly wasn't ready, nor would he ever be, so what did it matter? He didn't have enough information about the situation he was being thrust into to strategize about it. The next series of events were a blur. Tsunade placed her hands on Sasuke's shoulders, and spiraling, black marks twisted along her body and crisscrossed over his own arms and torso. Her monstrous energy bled through the marks and straight into his chakra circulation, and the sensation was both exhilarating and dizzying. Kakashi crouched beside Sasuke and poised the syringe, filled with electric blue liquid, over his neck. "I'm proud of you," he mumbled so only the Uchiha heir could hear it. Sasuke opened his eyes a fraction wider but didn't have it in him to respond. "Now. Open the scroll." They did. "Good luck," was the last thing Sasuke heard, and he wasn't entirely sure who said it, but then there was a tingling sting in his neck and the world began to shift out of proportion, the walls caving in and twisting, black spots clouding his vision, all sound muffling, the ground disappearing from beneath him. And an unrivaled pain consuming him. An imploding pressure began crushing his body, his organs, his bones, from all angles, like he was being forced into an impossibly small space, not designed for a physical being to pass though. He wanted to scream but he couldn't. In fact, he couldn't do anything at all because aside from pain, he couldn't feel a thing. Sasuke couldn't see, couldn't breathe, couldn't keep his chakra contained as he lost his worldly senses. A mind without a body, or was it a body without a mind? He didn't know, nor did he care. What mattered was that he was reconnected with a vessel, some containment, something to save him from this dizzying and painful non-existent abyss. He slammed into a solid surface. And despite it hurting, quite a lot, mind you, there was an inherent relief in being returned to the world of the senses. Sasuke was lying on the ground and didn't have a clue where he was or what was going on. He blinked through the darkness until his vision came into focus, illuminating the night sky overhead, the familiar towering buildings, the billowing smoke, the twinkling shards of glass scattered around him. He inhaled sharply. I think. Sasuke stirred, ignoring the sharp nausea and debilitating dizziness. He was in Konoha. But a different Konoha. The air was murkier, thicker, the ground beneath him rumbled ominously, and chakra presences flared threateningly in the distance. It worked. Speaking of which, Sasuke could feel his own chakra supply steadily and aggressively depleting, like it was physically incapable of being contained. And at this rate, if he didn't get his expelling chakra under control, it was a race against time for it to all be spent and for him to die. Using every shred of his strength, he propped himself up on his arms, his body as heavy as lead. So my mind survived the trip to the future. And he was alive, albeit in bad shape. But one pressing question remained. Which body am I in? Sasuke brought one of his hands close to his face and was startled to find it flickering in and out of focus, like a ghostly hologram or light bulb that had reached the end of its course, or was that just his vision giving way? And it was, most definitely, his usual hand. The hand of a young teenage boy. That was when he noticed emotion on his left and he snapped his head around and clambered to his feet, ignoring his lightheadedness. Sakura was there and watching him expectantly with a wide, worried stare. She was, he presumed, the older Sakura, who looked to be about the same height as him, in a body covered by dark garments and a Chunin vest. She was strikingly prettier somehow, with how she seemed to have grown into her eyes and forehead and filled out her vest. Sakura was weak though, her chakra faint and black marks creeping from her forehead in crisscrossing patterns down her neck. Sasuke wondered if him joining her in time travel had taken an extra toll on her. You're still you? She breathed and looking him up and down. Sasuke nodded, failing to find the words. And then there was a distinct smell of burning. Sasuke and Sakura glanced down with alarm, towards the source of the potent scent, and quickly deduced that it was coming from the time travel scroll Sakura was clutching. She dropped it with shock and took a shaky step back, just as it was engulfed in eerie blue flames and crumbled to ashes. The scroll blew away in the wind and disappeared entirely, along with the other world. And Sasuke didn't even get a second to weigh the implications of his entire life crumbling away because something wrapped tightly around his ankles. Sasuke's head snapped down and then he saw the snakes, coiling up his legs and locking him in place with their scaly, muscular torsos. Sakura's gasp indicated that she was trapped by them too. Orochimaru? He thought as an enormous, frightening, but distinctly familiar, chakra signature rolled onto the scene. But no, it wasn't Orochimaru who was staring down at them from the ledge of a shattered window in a demolished building, with deadly, all-consuming chakra that rippled through the vicinity and crimson eyes filled with deep-seated malice and bloodthirst. No. It was himself. But it was no mirror reflection. It wasn't just his size, his mature features, or even his Orochimaru-esque attire that captured Sasuke's attention in that moment. No, it was the fearsome, haunting expression that adorned his older self's face, an expression devoid of feeling, of life worth living, that kept Sasuke frozen, petrified, in place. His older self wasn't wearing a shirt, revealing the unusual angle his wrist was bent at, the empty sheath at his hip. It seemed Kenjutsu was something Sasuke was always meant to learn, and the dark garments covering the rest of him. Despite his all-encompassing fear in that moment, however, Sasuke could sense his older self's chakra draining at just as fast a pace as his own. Sasuke placed a hand over his abdomen and stared down at himself, dumbstruck that both of his bodies were present in a single time dimension, however temporarily. This was a glitch of some kind, no doubt, but it seemed the laws of nature knew they couldn't coexist here and it was eating away at their energies. So maybe this is going to work. We're both going to die. But his hopeful thought was short-lived because then he was being held up by the throat of his shirt. Sasuke's older self flash-stepped a distance he didn't know ninjas were capable of, and in that instant, Sasuke felt his own chakra expel, as if their chakra circulations were connected somehow and he himself had cast the jutsu. Older Sasuke snarled, his grip on Sasuke's collar tightening. What is the meaning of this? He hissed, his voice low and dangerous. His Sharingan were activated and glancing between Sasuke and Sakura, probably discerning if he was caught in a genjutsu. You might want to be careful with him, Sakura said bravely, her hand dipping into her weapon's pouch. This isn't an illusion. I'm you, Sasuke spat, trying out an offensive front. And if something happens to me, it might happen to both of us, he half-bluffed because that outcome wasn't off the table yet. Sasuke might be nothing but a shadowy, flickering existence, but he was certain that his body was flesh and blood and that his chakra circulation was connected to his older self somehow. Older Sasuke lowered him slowly and the subtlest flicker of fear crossed his features, perhaps a flicker undetectable to anyone but Sasuke himself. After taking a step back, older Sasuke shook his head and closed his eyes in calculation. When he reopened them, they were crimson and locked on Sakura. And then she was on the ground. The events that happened next unfolded in such rapid succession that it reminded Sasuke of the time he faced his brother in the Land of Rivers, when one second he was in a ring of black flames, and the next he was trapped in a Tsukuyomi. Except this time, Sasuke was pulled into his older self's genjutsu, one that surrounded and concealed both of them from the outside world with an ominous, blue haze. Sakura, the village, and the night sky all vanished from view. It was just Sasuke and his older self. And Sasuke had to do everything in his power to keep himself from dropping to his knees. Because whatever genjutsu his older self was using was taking a hit on both of their chakra reserves. Do you realize you're killing us faster by using so much chakra up? Sasuke growled and balling his hands into fists. He was starting to feel faint, his heart and lungs aching and straining. His question went ignored. Sasuke gritted his teeth. What did you do to Sakura? He tried again. To his slight surprise, his older self answered. She's alive. I'll finish her off later, he said, all emotion masked from his voice. It was a terrible, unprecedented sensation to gaze upon what had become of himself in the future, a cold and broken criminal who was determined to conceal his true motives from everyone but himself. Which is why if anyone has a shot at figuring them out, maybe it's me. Older Sasuke didn't seem to know quite what to do, whether to trust Sasuke's claims or to kill him on the spot, so he began circling like a hunting feline. And Sasuke swore he'd never felt so terrified in his entire life. Attacking me is futile, you know, he shot out daringly, fighting to keep his voice from wavering. Older Sasuke didn't respond, but rather, asked, why are you here? I traveled through time to kill us, Sasuke answered bluntly yet honestly, and feeling a chill crawl up and down his spine. It was now taking twice the effort to breathe and he wanted nothing more than to double over and succumb to the steadily increasing pain. He suspected he hardly had the chakra to produce a meager flame. He also suspected that his future self felt the same way. The snakes were gone and the genjutsu around them was already waning. But neither of them were ready to let their guards down around each other. Something dangerous flashed across older Sasuke's face. Perhaps it was dawning on him that Sasuke was telling the truth, that this was real, that they were both indeed dying and there was nothing he could do about it. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. And more importantly, why are you here? Older Sasuke paused to glare at his counterpart. You wouldn't understand, he said in an extremely familiar, dismissive tone. Try me, Sasuke prodded. I'm not the kid you remember. I come from a different life, a life where I learned the truth of the Uchiha massacre before it was too late. There was an alarmed jolt in older Sasuke's chakra as something fearsome filled his eyes. Got him. That's right, I got Itachi to admit the truth before I went off the rails and messed everything up like you did. Did you ever find out? Did you ever find out he was Ino? Shut up, his older self hissed threateningly, but Sasuke had nothing to lose. Did you really waste your entire life chasing a deluded G? but Sasuke wasn't able to finish because his future self struck him. It was a sharp, direct punch to the jaw that snapped Sasuke's head back and sent him crashing to the ground, skidding along the dirt. And God, did it ever hurt with his body already being in such a weakened state. The impact, however, brought older Sasuke to his knees. It appeared he too was nearing his end. Sasuke rolled to his side, sloppily, and coughed out a mouthful of blood before clambering to a crouched position. He cast a perplexed look at his older self. "You did it, didn't you?" he asked slowly, the puzzle pieces coming together. There was only one explanation for his older self's outlandish reaction. "You killed Itachi." And when older Sasuke didn't answer, Sasuke felt white-hot rage ripple through his blood. "You did. You fucked everything up. He loved you, loved us." It was taking everything he had to raise his voice and not tremble. "Now look at where revenge has gotten you." Older Sasuke glanced up, dark eyes narrowed, clearly without the strength to use his Sharingan anymore. His muscles were visibly clenching and perspiration lined his brow. "You sound like them," he seethed, but the tiniest of wavers in his voice indicated that he was concealing some carefully masked emotion. "And to answer your earlier question, I'm here to kill the Hokage, a relative of the third, a council member who remained silent while our family was slaughtered. I'm here to crush everyone he knew and loved, just like he did to us." A fiery edge entered his tone, but Sasuke knew the facade was cracking. His vision was bleary, his head was spinning, but Sasuke was determined to spend his dying breaths compelling his future self to see reason. "But then where will that get you?" He tried again. Sasuke could feel his neck become lined with Orochimaru's curse mark, as one of his final sources of chakra whirled to life. And then he felt an unusual pulse reverberate in his skull. He froze in place, bewildered, because it didn't feel like a usual bodily sensation, like an organ giving way, but something purely mental. All light dimmed and sound obscured, and at first, Sasuke thought that maybe this was death. But then he saw something in his mind's eye, a series of fleeting images, of memories, that weren't his own. He remembered, somehow, as if the events had actually happened, placing Sakura's unconscious body on a bench near Konoha's outskirts and a painful guilt clawing through his chest, remembered feeling the tight, fleshy insides of Naruto's chest squeeze around his arm as he impaled his best friend with a Chidori, and wishing more than anything, that it didn't have to end this way, remembered standing over Itachi's body in a torrential downpour, staring down at his own bloodied hands, as an empty, unsatisfied ache settled in his gut. And, above all, he remembered feeling a need. A need to fill a void that, no matter what he did, only seemed to widen and strengthen and trap him within its confines. As quickly as they appeared, the memories faded. Sasuke stared at his older self from his position crouched on the ground and found an expression of utter horror plastered on his face, an expression which mirrored his own. Did we just exchange memories? A sudden, manic surge of confidence filled Sasuke then as he watched blood spill between his older self's lips. "You and I both know you don't want to kill Sakura," Sasuke growled, and using the last of his energy to crawl nearer. He tasted blood at the back of his own throat and felt the hot liquid trickle from his nose. Older Sasuke shook his head and reached to wipe the blood from his chin, his broken wrist visibly trembling. Without meeting Sasuke's gaze, he whispered, "Then you and I both know why I need to get rid of her." "I get it. Right. You want to forget her. Forget everything you felt for her. Forget about the path you secretly wished you followed. You think killing her will help you accomplish that?" Sasuke laughed. "I bet you still hate killing as much as I do now. But there's one thing that's different between you and me. I've found something even stronger than the voices of our past." Older Sasuke met his eyes and there was something raw and calculating held in them. "He knows what I'm talking about. He knows that I'm..." Sasuke stopped his crawl when he was just a few feet from his older self, panting and trembling all over. His throat was constricting, his thoughts were glazing over, and his heart rate quickening. Older Sasuke finally lowered his hands to the ground, defeated, the last of his strength diminishing. "But," he began, his voice unsteady. "But it's too late for us." And in the light of the Genjutsu shield, just before it broke, Sasuke caught sight of the glistening tear as it trailed down his older self's dirt-stained face. Sasuke was struck by a pang of dread. His heart ached and his chest tightened. Because he saw it then, in the final seconds of his life, that maybe Sakura was wrong. Maybe his older self wasn't beyond saving. Maybe there was hope for him, for the future of the Uchiha clan, despite the winding, misguided path his future self was lost on. Shit, Sasuke thought. It wasn't exactly the most opportune moment to realize he wanted to save his older self, here on their deathbed. So he did the only thing left that he knew how to do and pushed his counterpart upright and slammed his own palms against his older self's abdomen. Sasuke charged every remaining shred of his chakra into his hands and closed his eyes. They never opened again. Chapter 39, in tandem. So the key is to strike a balance, and a precise one at that. Some people even track it on a daily basis to make sure that everything stays in proportion. And, are you still paying attention? Huh? Oh. Yes sir, sensei sir. Naruto lied through his teeth while forming a salute and plastering on a grin. Kakashi rolled his eyes while inching his steaming bowl of ramen a little closer. Then what was I talking about? He asked in a signature bored tone. Naruto blanched. Crap. He'd been so focused on his sensei's table etiquette, namely, when he planned to take off his dim mask and reveal his ever-mysterious face, that he hadn't listened to a word of the wisdom being imparted on him. The importance striking a chord. A balance. A balance, in your chakra. Diet. In your diet, to be the best ninja. Naruto peered up at his sensei sheepishly, aware that he completely butchered that last bit. It wasn't often that he found himself in one-on-one situations with Kakashi, especially since the old Team 7 disbanded. Not to mention, the village had been in total upheaval for the past several months and Naruto and Kakashi had been quite preoccupied with their respective duties. Konoha had taken a hefty beating from Pain's assault and only now were the final reparations being polished off. But Kakashi just chuckled and rolled his eyes. Even after all this time, you haven't changed a bit, Naruto. He beamed. Damn right I haven't, Naruto agreed, because he really did pride himself in having always been awesome and always being awesome. But except that I'm a hell of a lot stronger now, eh? Right, Kakashi said with a smile while turning towards his meal. Now he's definitely going to take off the Naruto? Care for a second bowl? A voice interrupted. Naruto snapped his head around. What do you? He started only to realize that he was now staring into the kind face of Tuki, the ramen shop owner who had been serving him his favorite meal since he was a child. Oh. Yes, of course, thanks. He said cheerily before turning back to the object of interest. Only to find that Kakashi's bowl was now empty. And his mask was back on. Naruto was on his feet in an instant, waving an accusatory finger in his sensei's face. You have got to be kidding me. He cried in anguish. Because how did he miss it again? Just how? That was when the drapes obscuring the ramen bar from the darkening streets outside was yanked open. Kakashi swiveled around on his stool and Naruto curiously glanced in the direction of the disturbance. It was Sai in the entryway. And instantly, Naruto detected that something was off with him. He was, somehow, even paler than usual and his lips were pulled into a thin line. Naruto. Sensei, Sai said before glancing over his shoulder, like he was afraid of being overheard. Naruto and Kakashi exchanged confused glances before turning back to their teammate. The ramen bar was deserted, save Tuki and his daughter, who were working in the kitchen and out of earshot. Sai leaned inwards, his dark eyes flitting between the other two before he said, in a hushed tone, I noticed something suspicious in the forest outskirts. Like what? Naruto asked while Kakashi's eyebrows furrowed. After an uncharacteristically hesitant pause, Sai was usually quite direct and composed, he said, strange chakra and unusual distortions in my surroundings. I almost toppled right off my ink summon while I was finishing up my surveillance shift. Distortions. Naruto repeated. Kakashi ran a thumb and forefinger along his chin. Do you think it was the work of a genjutsu? He speculated, but Sai was already shaking his head. No, he said flatly and peering out at the dark road through the slightly parted drapes. Though it seemed like my senses were being manipulated somehow, I couldn't detect any traces of genjutsu. Naruto scrunched up his face in concentration. Manipulation of the senses? One of the few times he could recall encountering anything like that was sound ninjas. Kakashi proposed, stealing the words right out of Naruto's mouth. Sai frowned. Maybe. I'll have a look, Naruto said, his expression mirroring that of his teammate. In his experience, sound ninjas could only be associated with bad news. If a sound village spy crossed the border, surely he was up to no good. But thankfully, Naruto's recent skill in using Sage Mode allowed him to scan chakra signatures across vast distances, so if anything was out of place, he'd pick it out for sure. After Kakashi slapped a wad of money down onto the counter, the three of them slipped past the drapes and into the coolness of night befalling them. Stars dotted the sky and a crescent moon simmered through a haze of clouds, casting long shadows on the quiet village streets. Naruto pulled his hands together into the required hand signs, feeling the delicate Senjutsu chakra roar to life and roll beneath his skin, heightening each of his senses exponentially. Then he froze, utter disbelief crossing his features. Naruto? Sai inquired, and there was a cautious edge in his tone. Do you detect sound ninjas? Asked Kakashi. It took a moment for Naruto to calm his thoughts and steady his breathing enough to voice what he was sensing. Hundreds of them. Minutes later, Naruto was racing towards the dark forest on Konoha's outskirts, preparing to meet the invaders head-on. Immediately after confiding in Kakashi and Sai that he sensed the approaching enemies, Sai conjured up an ink summon in the shape of a giant bird and made a break for the Hokage Tower to warn Tsunade, while Kakashi and Naruto rushed to the forest to intercept the potential attackers. But just as they reached the edge of the looming trees, Naruto realized they had a dilemma. There are two clusters of them, he growled. One straight ahead and one slightly to the east. A grim expression graced his sensei's face as Kakashi lifted his head protector to reveal the haunting, crimson glow of his Sharingan. We'd better split up then, he reasoned, taking an authoritative air. Damn it, Naruto growled while creating two shadow clones, one to accompany Kakashi and another to send back to the village to warn Sai and Tsunade of the new intel. He was quite confident in his, and his sensei's, abilities, but there was an inherent discomfort in knowing that he was about to face an army completely on his own. And not just any army, an army from Sound. Reinforcements should be sent after us soon enough, Kakashi said, and turning his attention back to the vast expanse of trees before them. He crouched, preparing to propel forward. We'll distract them in the meantime. I'll take the east. And then, with the faintest rustle of tree branches, he was gone, with one of Naruto's clones on his tail. The other clone raced back in the direction from which they came. Roger that, Naruto said under his breath, while igniting his Senjutsu chakra once more and biting back an uncharacteristic disquieted sensation stirring inside him. Something wasn't right about this whole thing. What could Sound want with Konoha at a time like this? Well, it wasn't the time to ruminate on the specifics. The objective now was to keep those freaks far away from the village, which, Naruto suspected, was anything but ready for another assault. With that driving thought in mind, Naruto darted through the trees, using chakra to cushion his steps and strengthen each stride. The icy air rushed past him as he navigated through the thick branches and tangled roots. He relied on his acute sensory abilities to pinpoint the clearest path to the enemies ahead. You see, Sage Mode was going to take Naruto a hell of a long time to get used to, and only recently had he really gotten the hang of using it for a specific purpose, such as to track down distant attackers. Sage Mode was noisy, chaotic, and overpowering. After all, becoming hyper-aware of how everyone nearby who he cared about was faring was pretty distracting, especially for a person as other-oriented as Naruto. And especially at a time like this, as he felt an imbalance in the village's energy. There was a rift of chakras flaring, as fear and panic washed through the vicinity. He gritted his teeth and forced his attention on what lay ahead, a cluster of Sound ninjas stalked still in a bed of bushes, undoubtedly expecting his arrival. Better not keep them waiting, Naruto thought with a smirk. He was never one for stealth. Diving pell-mell into the bushes while belting out a fearsome battle cry, Naruto took down every single enemy with a series of swift kicks and punches before they even had a chance to consider retaliating. They collapsed to the forest floor with a chorus of grunts and thuds. But the victory was short-lived because then Naruto was surrounded. "What are you rats doing around here?" He snarled while brandishing a kunai at his soon-to-be opponents. They were dressed in dark, hooded cloaks, but through them, Sound Village head protectors gleamed in the moonlight. I don't recall anyone extending the entire Sound Village army an invite. So why don't you mind your own business and I'll let you go without a fuss, huh? But the Sound Ninjas weren't talkers. Nor did they seem interested in a negotiation. A fight ensued. Naruto sprang into the air as the swarm of enemies converged, producing 3 additional clones in the process. It was a classic hand-to-hand battle of taijutsu and weapon throwing, and though the enemies weren't particularly challenging ones to defeat, they continued to emerge from their hiding spots like a never-ending colony of ants. Keep them coming then. Naruto taunted while ducking below a barrage of senbon and simultaneously knocking down 3 surrounding opponents with a low sweeping kick. His clones were on top of them for the finishing blows an instant later. The dark-clad enemies were hard to see amongst the shadowy trees, but Naruto's sensory abilities kept him one step ahead of their game. I could do this all day. But really, he hoped he didn't have to. At this rate, given the sheer number of Sound Ninjas creeping about, it was unlikely that he could distract all of them for much longer. He also couldn't help wondering how Kakashi was managing and where the reinforcements were and whether he should just summon a toad and clean up the place and... Naruto froze dead in his tracks. He straightened up and turned his head in the direction of the village, lips parted and moonlight dancing across his wide, blue eyes. He felt a disturbance unlike any he had ever felt before, somewhere right on the edge of his Sage Mode's sensory range. And it didn't just involve anyone, it was originating from a person whose chakra signature he knew nearly as well as his own. A gentle and delicate chakra that teemed with lively energy. A chakra he had grown up fighting alongside, which had saved his life more times than he could count. A chakra that belonged to one of the most important people in the world. To the girl he loved like a sister. Sakura-chan. It happened so fast that at first Naruto thought he was dreaming it. Because in the blink of an eye, Sakura's chakra signature entirely disappeared, as a signature would at the time of a ninja's death. But then it returned, briefly, and proceeded to flicker in and out of existence like a spluttering engine, clawing out and clinging to life. Horror clenched Naruto's heart in that instant because there was no fricking way Sakura was dying. Were there enemies in the village? Was she surrounded? Was she hurt? Bam! Naruto's brief moment of hesitation gave his opponents just the opening they needed to finally land a hit, and it was an effective one. A firm punch straight to Naruto's jaw sent him skidding backwards along the mossy terrain and hurling into a nearby tree trunk, cracking it on impact. Ugh! Naruto groaned as his 2 surrounding clones were also defeated, vanishing in blasts of smoke. He flipped up to his feet and raised his arms defensively, anticipating the next assault, but the advancing enemies paused before they reached him. 2 new shadowy figures entered the scene, landing on a nearby producing stone. Boys! Back off! One of the figures snarled in an unfamiliar, nasally voice. Naruto squinted in its direction, taking in the new chakra signature which he was certain he had never encountered before. And girls, the second figure chimed in, her voice dripping with annoyance. Though he didn't recognize either of the newcomers, whoever they were, they held enough of a commanding demeanor to freeze the Sound Ninja cronies in their tracks and actually clear them away. Naruto was torn. Did he face these new strong guys or retreat and find Sakura? He was forced to make a decision sooner than he intended to, and it was neither of those options. Naruto was attacked by yet another stranger who emerged from the bushes behind him. Before he had a chance to even blink, Naruto was hit square in the chest and winded, slammed against the ground, and then straddled by a humongous man with beady, yellow eyes. "Yugo!" "No!" came the woman's cry, but the huge man's fist was already descending towards Naruto's head, a manic scream escaping him. This guy is built like the Raikage on steroids. Naruto thought, shock rippling through him, as he caught sight of the man's disfigured face and the spiraling black marks creeping across his skin. And judging by the brute strength of the hit the man just delivered, a blow to the head would probably do some serious damage, maybe even end the fight. Instinctively, Naruto raised his arms to block the hit because it was too late for a counter-attack. But a screen of bubbling red chakra cloaked Naruto's arms and sustained the damage. Naruto's heart leapt as it usually did when the 9-tailed fox's chakra surfaced to protect him. The red ominous glow lit up the surrounding trees and the enormous man's face, which was contorted into something rather deranged and oddly familiar. With a surge of determination, Naruto gripped onto Yugo's forearms and using a throb of raging chakra, he managed to toss the man off him, not far, but it put just enough distance between them for Naruto to scramble to his feet and assess the situation more coherently. The man, Yugo, dropped to all fours and coiled his body to strike again, growling deeply. The other newcomers weren't making any motion to intervene. The next hit came with just as much force, with Yugo advancing like a charging bull, but this time, Naruto was prepared to retaliate. He didn't want to kill the guy because he still had no clue who the hell he was, but it was apparent that merely dodging his attacks would be a death wish. Naruto met him halfway, catching the man's punch with a chakra-laden hand, and despite him half wondering if his own arm was still intact from the blow, Naruto got a grip of Yugo's wrists, twisted around, and hurled him into a nearby tree trunk, snapping it clean in half. The burly man disappeared in a swarm of splinters, dirt, and dust. And Naruto's counterattack seemed to catch the man off guard enough to stop him, however temporarily. I can't do this for much longer, Naruto thought with frustration and balling his hands into fists. He needed to stop the other sound ninjas from approaching the village, and now with this unusual trio distracting him, quite a number of them had managed to slip past. And, perhaps most importantly of all, he needed to find Sakura and confirm with his own two eyes that she was going to be alright. But hell, this new guy was strong. In fact, the last time Naruto had encountered such raw, untamed strength before, he was facing off against. He paused. There's no way, he thought as he caught a proper glimpse of Yugo's face in the dim moonlight. He examined those familiar, dark marks dotting the man's skin, snaking around his taunt muscles in an unnatural, twisted pattern. Those marks reeked of Orochimaru and were awfully similar to the very marks that covered Sasuke when they fought at the Valley of the End. We've got you surrounded. Naruto's eyes shot upwards to a swarm of new presences high in the trees. His heart fluttered with surprise when he recognized the new arrivals as a squad of Umbu Black Ops from Konoha, adorned in dark, sleeveless combat gear and haunting animal-like masks. It's about time I got some backup. Naruto bellowed and waving an accusatory finger in their direction, but his tone was anything but accusatory because he was pretty damn relieved to see them. Yugo was swiveling around to size up his new opponents, teeth bared. Sorry, Naruto. Came a muffled reply from behind one of the masks as two of the Umbu charged at Yugo. The others moved into a formation, and then the entire squad disappeared into the trees ahead, luring Yugo, who was emitting a lion-like roar and storming after them like an enraged rhino, away from Naruto. A long fight would surely ensue for them, and given the unique abilities that Yugo possessed, Naruto was honestly unsure how it would end. Get back here, you fool! Oh yeah, Naruto thought, and turning back to the original newcomers, who were still perched atop the protruding stone. I almost forgot about those two. There weren't any other enemies in sight, which didn't calm Naruto in the slightest because that meant the other sound ninjas were probably racing towards the village at this very moment. The two strangers had moved into plainer sight since Naruto last looked at them, with moonbeams illuminating the woman's bright, red hair and the gleam of her thick-rimmed glasses, and the man's slender figure, white mop of hair, and pointed teeth. You are Naruto, right? The slim man asked in his nasally voice. Naruto, being a tad too overwhelmed by the current situation to come up with a witty response, went for a cool approach instead. You know of me, huh? He asked smoothly and folding his arms. The woman sneered and then, in a rather shrill voice, said, Really? You're him? Seems like you were right that this is nothing but a babysitting job after all, Suijutsu. The man beside her rolled his eyes. I'm not so sure anymore. Think you could handle a guy who survived 2 punches from Yugo just now, Karen? Pfft. He's nothing but a lucky freak of nature. Naruto gritted his teeth, torn between reciprocating the woman's insults and getting the hell out of there. He really didn't have time for this. But then. Well, why don't you tell that to Sasuke, huh? I don't think he'd have asked us to hold this kid back for nothing. Or do you not trust him? Of course I trust him. I just think. What did you just say? Naruto was ogling at the newcomers in a new light because it just couldn't be. I'm not repeating myself, Karen snapped and side-eyeing Naruto like he'd just crawled out of a dumpster. Then she turned back to her counterpart, Suijutsu, you moron, you shouldn't have. But the rest of Karen's sentence was drowned out because one of Naruto's clones died, the clone who he had sent to Tsunade. Naruto paused as he collected and absorbed the clone's fleeting memories. He felt an untimely urge to vomit. I need to get back to the village. Now. He turned on his heel and made to break for it. Hey. Not so fast. Came Suijutsu's voice from somewhere behind him. Then, out of nowhere, Naruto sensed a humongous presence looming in the trees directly to his right. On cue, one of the biggest snakes Naruto had ever seen, which really said something because Naruto had dealt with a lot of big snakes, emerged, slamming its mighty tail on the bed of trees ahead of Naruto. The trees were utterly demolished and a monstrous crater and smoke were left behind. Naruto cursed and met the beast's demonic, yellow eyes. He needed to get away from this mess. He needed to retreat. Because Sasuke was in Konoha. Sakura's eyes fluttered open to the twinkling gleam of sunbeams against the surface of a body of water. The tickle of a gentle, warm breeze met her face and exposed arms, and the smell of fresh flowers and springtime filled her with contentment. But where on earth was she? Sakura blinked down at herself and found scrawny legs folded on soft, dewy grass, and long, pink hair draped over her shoulders. Her hands were resting on the grass in lazy fists, her body angled towards the stream ahead of her. Moron, said a low, familiar voice to her left. Sakura glanced over to find that Sasuke was beside her, wearing a signature blue shirt and white shorts, a smirk gracing his lips as he stared out at the water. Sakura followed his gaze to where an orange-clad and determined-looking Naruto was tiptoeing across the current, his arms stretched out for balance. Sakura giggled. Ah yes, Naruto was learning to walk on water. But that's so easy. Come on, Naruto. Now, Sasuke, we've all been there once, said a new voice from within a tangle of leaves overhead. Sakura glanced up to find her sensei resting in the branches with a familiar orange book in hand. Sakura's heart fluttered. There was nothing quite like lounging around with all of Team 7. Her best friends. Her boys. 3 months ago, Sasuke scoffed while rolling his eyes, just as a splash echoed through the area. Naruto somehow managed to belly flop into the water with a loud splat. Sakura laughed again, the sound escaping her effortlessly. 5 months for some of us, Kakashi added, a twinkle in his eye. You still have a lot to learn yourself, Sasuke. At their sensei's comment, Sasuke turned towards his other teammate, eyes narrowed. Sakura smiled up at him, feeling her face fill with color, because she couldn't help the elation that came with their teacher's praise. There was no doubt in any of their minds that Sakura was the most elite of the bunch when it came to mastering skills that required pristine chakra control. Sure, she paled in comparison to the others in the areas of physical strength and mastering advanced jutsus, but this was her specialty and she was rightfully proud of it. Sasuke's eyes drifted across her face and he appeared visibly conflicted over being angry with Sakura and being proud of her. Tisk, he grumbled while turning away, the softest shade of pink dusting his cheeks. Sakura smiled and looked back to the water, giddy from Sasuke's acknowledgement and feeling generally at ease. They weren't in any rush to get anywhere and frankly, there was no place Sakura would rather be. She tracked Naruto's clumsy movements as his drenched form began to tiptoe across the water's surface again. But something strange caught Sakura's attention this time. It was only subtle, but for a moment, she noticed an unnatural hue ripple across the blue water's surface. It was a murky, smoky shade of gray that simply didn't match the sunny and bright atmosphere around them. Sakura sat up straighter, staring intently at the water. What? Sasuke said, but she held up a quietening finger. Then she saw it again. A dark and dangerous ripple, cascading across the stream, this time more pronounced, a sinister, looming mirage. Sakura was on her feet. Where are you going? She heard Sasuke ask while he motioned to stop her, but Sakura's fingers were already in position to form the hand seals. Kai. The world faded to black. When Sakura opened her eyes once more, her surroundings were a dizzy, spinning blur of night skies, wafting smoke, and demolished buildings. The sounds of shouting and loud blasts met her ears, through the ringing and the throbbing of her aching skull. Ugh, Sakura groaned and raising a hand to her forehead, immediately noting that her fingers were trembling in an arrhythmic fashion. The hand tremors persisted through time. Huh? Black marks lined her exposed hands and wrists, indicating that her body was tapping into the rejuvenating power of the creation rebirth technique. Where those marks stained her skin burned and pulsed like they had been seared by angry tongues of fire. This was no surprise since the technique was eating away at her stores of life energy, her years remaining. And she needed it to. Because this trip through time had taken more of a toll on her than it usually did. And Sakura suspected that it had something to do with dragging Sasuke through the dimension-connecting path designed only for her. Transporting him created a lag, a resistance that Sakura was required to fight, on both her and Sasuke's behalves. But I think that was finally my last trip. Our last trip. A pang of disbelief shot through Sakura as she was fully reminded of the predicament she was in. Did you kill him? She sat up, while ignoring the jolt in her lungs and the stabbing sensation in her abdomen, and gazed out on her apparently abandoned surroundings, where chaos and fighting had evidently just taken place. Shattered glass and debris scattered across the terrain, chunks of the nearby dirt roads had been uprooted, waning embers glowed in her periphery, and the enormous office building in front of her was almost entirely demolished. Sakura didn't have a clue just how long she had been trapped in Sasuke's genjutsu for, and some part of her secretly wished she hadn't broken free from it so soon. The ashes of the time travel scroll were gone. And so was Sasuke, both Sasukes. She sprang to her feet, wobbling slightly, and whirled around while she wiped her palms on her Chunin vest, ridding them of dirt and sharp pebbles. A distant flicker of Sasuke's chakra remained, indicating that some part of him still lived, though it was faint and Sakura hadn't a clue where it was coming from or where to begin her search. Going somewhere. Sakura shot a glare over her shoulder and met the eyes of a tall sound ninja wearing a dark, hooded cloak. Stand down, Sakura snarled and sending a throb of chakra to her fists because she didn't have a moment to squander. But the enemy didn't listen. On the contrary, he raised his hand and made a signal of some sort, and then Sakura was surrounded by new opponents, all dressed in identical garb, leaping out from behind the rubble and a few even climbing straight out of the ground. The first enemy advanced, brandishing a kunai, but it never came close to Sakura's throat as he intended because she leaned backwards into a low dodge, a deep limbo. Then she kicked out one of her heeled sandals towards his calf, throwing him off balance before she took hold of the front of his cloak, flipping him around and into the ground with a resounding crack. When the dust cleared, his body lay motionless. Sakura brushed dust off her shoulder while she examined her fallen opponent, content with the outcome. That maneuver she had practiced with Rock Lee in her second life seemed even more effective when executed by her older, stronger body. The remaining opponents were exchanging looks. Anyone else? Sakura taunted and glowering at the lot of them, hoping that her effortless defeat of their comrade might deter them from further wasting her time. Apparently it didn't. The horde of them converged with bursts of speed, pulling out weapons in the process. Sakura exhaled loudly, blowing a stray strand of hair away from her face. They asked for it, she thought while, in a single fluid motion, she drove a chakra-laden fist into the earth below, blasting it to pieces and sending a shockwave of blasts outwards, intercepting the approaching enemies. Without sparing a second, Sakura dipped her hand into her weapons pouch and proceeded to fire whatever weapons she grabbed at pressure points on the enemies' bodies. Caught off guard by the earth being blown apart, this proved to be a relatively easy feat. Several seconds later, when the dust settled, Sakura straightened up and stowed the remaining weapons back into her holster. It turned out she had hit the sound ninjas with senbon riddled with sleep agents, given their lifeless, crumpled forms. Good, she thought while rubbing her gloved hands definitively, but when she turned back around, more enemies had amassed, edging nearer to attack her. Oh, come on. Sakura groaned. This was becoming quite burdensome. Perhaps these enemies sensed that she was a force to be reckoned with because of her strength of 100 seal, but she didn't want to cause more damage to the village infrastructure than she really had to, and even more importantly, she needed to regroup with Tsunade, find Sasuke. But then 3 new figures materialized around her, forming a protective circle. Sakura-san. Came a familiar voice directly on her right. Sakura's breath caught her throat as she met the wide, dark eyes of none other than Rock Lee. Words failed her. Eyes on the enemies, came Niji's warning before them. He was stooped low, his Byakugan activated and gleaming in the moonlight. Damn, Tenten muttered while she nudged Sakura fondly. Someone got a pretty cool power-up, huh? It took a moment for Sakura to realize that the source of Lee's ogling was undoubtedly the purple diamond on her forehead and the black markings encircling her body. She had a hunch that her chakra signature had experienced quite the caliber boost as well. Yeah, she said with a shaky smile. It was utterly surreal to see Team Guy, her lifelong friends, here, in their older, healthy bodies, especially. Glad to see you're alright, Sakura-san, Lee said while firmly patting her shoulder. He shot her a toothy, winning smile. You too, Sakura breathed, and she wondered if he would ever know just how much she meant it. We'll take care of these guys if you need to be somewhere, Tenten chimed in, practically reading her mind. They don't look like much. Thanks. I appreciate that, Sakura said while turning to move in the opposite direction. See you soon, Sakura-san. You bet, Lee. Sakura's feet carried her further and further through the village, past small craters in the streets, billowing smoke, demolished properties, and leaf and sound ninja battles. Sakura was relieved not to have crossed any civilians or young children pulled into the fray, and she could only hope that they had somehow made it to the bunkers in the Hokage Mountain. She also didn't come across Sasuke, the one from either of her lives. Sakura detected Tsunade's radiant chakra flaring somewhere in the core of the village, near the Hokage Tower, likely facing off with Orochimaru. Their presences were shifting slightly outwards, and Sakura imagined that Tsunade was attempting to lure her fellow Sannin nearer the village outskirts, where he would inflict the least damage. Meanwhile, Sakura jumped into random fights where she sensed sound had the edge. Though her Leaf allies were undoubtedly thankful for her aid, very few seemed to recognize who she was. Sakura's reputation hadn't quite preceded her yet, not in this life, at least. Though she was certainly an expert in what she did as indicated by her apprenticeship with the Hokage herself, once again, Sakura was a medical ninja and nothing more. A cog in the wheel. A right hand, not a heart. And that suited her fine. Crash. Sakura jumped as a massive disruption echoed through the streets. It didn't take long to pinpoint its source. A monstrous snake, larger and more vicious than any she had seen before, had smashed through the village wall. It towered stories above the tallest trees, and moved quite fast for a beast its size, its neck coiling and springing at its victims with staggering bursts of strength and speed. Without giving herself time to doubt her resolve, Sakura made a break for the village outskirts, preparing to meet the beast head-on, using chakra to propel her strides as she took to the rooftops. She arrived on the scene mere seconds later, from the edge of a nearby roof, and crouched to hide herself as she assessed the situation. The serpent's tail was flicking wildly, flattening trees in its wake, the upper half of its torso raised in the air and swiveling around as it struck at the Leaf Ninja attackers. With a gasp, Sakura spotted a familiar crackle of blue electricity and colorless ink birds launching assaults along the snake's back, but it paid them no notice. Its attention was locked on a giant toad and an orange and black-clad ninja atop it. Naruto! Sakura shouted before she could stop herself, her voice projecting through the area at a higher and louder pitch than she expected. For the briefest moment, Naruto's head snapped around in her direction, his body tensing and his mouth hanging opening. This proved to be a mistake because it gave the serpent an opening to attack. With jaws stretched open wide, the beast advanced towards Naruto and Gamabunta, its sword-like fangs angled to pierce through and kill the both of them in a single swipe. Shit, Sakura thought. She needed to think fast, to stop the snake's rapid descent. Almost unconsciously, Sakura raised her hands outwards, projecting a powerful wave of chakra through her fingertips. She directed it to the closest target that she had any control over, the fluid in the serpent's head. Hrug! Sakura cried as she channeled every fiber of her being into her assault, feeling her chakra meet and seep through the snake's skin, its skull. The snake froze its descent and let out an anguished cry. It's working! Sakura thought, feeling beads of sweat lining her brow, her arms shaking as she struggled to maintain control over an animal 100 times her size. She began rolling her hands in a circular motion, clawing out at the air like a puppeteer in control of invisible strings, dragging the snake's head away from Naruto by the water held inside it, like her hands were a magnetic field and the snake's head was made of steel. With one final pulse of her seal's chakra, Sakura twisted the serpent's head around so that it faced her instead. But then her control over the snake slipped, her chakra levels taking a dangerous dip, the creation rebirth marks retreating to her seal. Crap. Sakura had been so fixated on getting the snake away from Naruto that she hadn't thought through what would happen after she did. She met the beast's enraged glare for a fleeting moment before it continued its descent, but this time, towards Sakura. She squeezed her eyes shut and raised her arms defensively yet fruitlessly, because surely it was about to devour her whole. Raise non. A shower of warm liquid splattered Sakura's arms instead. She peered through the opening beneath her forearms just in time to catch sight of the humongous serpent's lifeless form falling towards her, seconds from crushing Sakura and the building beneath her. She gaped incredulity because even if it appeared she was no longer about to be eaten, being crushed to death was nearly as horrifying an outcome. That was when an intense force slammed straight into Sakura, winding her while throwing her head first off of the roof. Sakura's tumble from the building was anything but graceful. Her stomach flipped and her arms flailed, and when she hit the pavement below, her uncoordinated roll failed to prevent injuries as smoothly as she would have liked. The skin of her knees and arms were scraped and bloodied, and one of her ribs felt like it has shifted painfully out of place. Sakura groaned as she rolled to her side and tried to prop herself up. Sakura-chan. She staggered to her feet, wiping blood from her jaw onto the back of her gloved hand. She turned around. Naruto, she breathed as she stared at the boy in front of her, skin flecked with snake blood and blue eyes blazing. An instant later he advanced and pulled Sakura into a tight hug. She flinched a little as he squeezed at her broken rib but she didn't resist. His larger and stronger body caught her a little off guard but also felt natural. He started, his voice strained in what sounded like utter shock, I'm sorry for pushing you off a building. Tears welled up in Sakura's eyes. Naruto was here, full of his fiery, spirited energy, safe and healthy like he needed to be. Sakura, the village, and the ninja world would be lost without this boy, the true hero of the story. Sakura sniffed and blinked away her tears. Well, you should be sorry, she replied with some of her usual spunk, but her grip on the sleeves of his jacket tightened. Maybe I should have let that snake eat you after all. Hey. Naruto whined while leaning back to frown at her. I've been eaten by enough snakes for a lifetime, thank you very much. And what the hell happened there anyways? Since when could you control snakes? And I thought you were dead but now you're really not dead. You're like old lady Tsunade, he added while eyeing the diamond on her forehead suspiciously. Your chakra is acting super weird right now. Sakura gave Naruto a light, friendly shove away from her. It's too long of a story to tell you now, she mumbled, and that was possibly the most truthful thing she had ever said. First, we need to find Sasuke. Naruto interrupted, stealing the word right out of her mouth. Sakura nodded stiffly. He snuck into the village from the other end and out of my range, so I couldn't sense him. And then he killed my clone, the bastard. Naruto shouted and glancing at their surroundings where a series of small-scale fights were taking place. And his chakra is disappearing. Do you think he already left? Sakura felt her mouth go dry. No. I think he's here, somewhere. But I can't find him. The horrible dual sensations of grief and guilt rose in her. Did you kill him? Shit. If his chakra is draining that fast, we need to hurry. Let's go. As they scoured the village, Naruto filled Sakura in on all of the intel he had gathered from allies he encountered and his own observations. She learned from him that the attackers were great in number but that Konoha's defenses seemed relatively solid, save the latest rumor that 1/4 of Konoha's troops had perished, so far. Sakura tried not to linger on this fact for too long, because this war's existence was her own doing. Maybe finding Orochimaru will be the key to locating him. I bet he's forcing Sasuke to execute his plans, Naruto speculated, but Sakura shook her head over her shoulder. No, she said, remembering her encounter with their former teammate during a previous time-traveling trip to this life. I heard that Sasuke is leading this attack. Naruto fell silent and the padding of their sandals against the crumbled dirt road became more audible. So did the distant sounds of shouts and detonating explosives. We'll help him come to his senses, Naruto resolved quietly, but Sakura detected the slight waver in his voice. By the way, do you know where we're going or something? Sakura pursed her lips and noticed the self-assured and steadfast manner in which she was running. Truthfully, yes, she was trying her very best to retrace her steps back to where she had last seen Sasuke, before he trapped her in a genjutsu, at the base of the demolished office building he had chased her through. Sure, he has been nowhere in sight when she released herself from his illusion, but that particular spot was the only real lead she had to his whereabouts. It was the last place from which she had detected his chakra. Whoa, what's happening over there? Naruto wondered while abruptly skidding to a halt. Sakura mirrored the motion and followed him around the corner of a nearby building for cover. A large group of sound ninjas were congregated on the road, staring at something ahead that was obscured from Naruto and Sakura's view, something at the base of an awfully familiar building. There! Sakura hissed. He's there! Naruto gaped at her. Are you sure? I can't sense. I'm sure. But did you? Is he? And then Sakura was running head-on towards the crowd while pulling weapons from the holster on her thigh. She sensed Naruto close on her tail, trusting her judgment. The sound ninjas whirled around just in time and Sakura was forced to dodge and deflect a barrage of incoming kunai, feeling one nick the tender skin of her kneecap. But she paid it no mind because she was right, just ahead she could see. Oh my god, Sakura heard her friend mumble disbelievingly from somewhere to her right, his chakra igniting in a way that captured his emotional turbulence. What the hell happened? She suspected that Naruto had caught a glimpse of what lay ahead of their opponents. You've gotta go, Sakura-chan. I'll lure these guys away and come right back, he growled as the sound ninjas advanced. Sakura nodded and lunged forward, keeping low and maneuvering through the crowd, focusing on plowing through the throng more than on defending herself. Several of her opponent's weapons met their marks, slashing at her arms and hips, but none made it to a vital target because not a second later, Sakura found herself surrounded by a protective circle of Naruto clones, who took the brunt of the attacks and shielded her from further harm. They made it to the edge of the crowd and Sakura paused while Naruto's clones continued to multiply in puffs of smoke, forming a barricade between Sakura and the enemies. The sound ninjas tried to push through the wall of clones to no avail. In addition to Naruto being quite skilled in close combat, his chakra reserves knew no end. For each defeated clone, 2 new clones appeared. Touch her and I'll kill you, came the real Naruto's low, unwavering growl. If you want to get through my clones, you're gonna have to take me out first. He taunted from somewhere further back where they had come from. Thank you, Naruto, Sakura thought as she watched Naruto's brilliant plan come into fruition, with the sound ninjas giving up on the clone wall to pursue the real Naruto, who began racing towards the road down which they had come, leaving Sakura behind. She turned back around and found herself face to face with 2 remaining sound ninjas who didn't seem to know quite what to do with themselves. In their brief moment of confusion, Sakura let the weapons in her hand fly. The kunai pierced their targets in the chests and the sound ninjas collapsed in motionless heaps, blood pooling from their fresh wounds and staining their dark clothing. Yes, those were merciless kills, but Sakura couldn't risk anyone interfering with her now. Not with Sasuke's body lying at her feet. Sakura dropped to her knees, her heart a frantic drum and her breaths coming out in short, panicked bursts. He lay on his back, his bare torso entirely motionless, no rise or fall in his chest to be detected. Dread filled her heart before she even touched his ice-cold skin, which was a ghostly white shade, a haunting contrast to his jet black hair, the dry blood caked to his chin, the bluish tint to his lips. No, Sakura whispered while pumping the flickering remains of her chakra to her hands and placing them firmly on his chest, searching for a quiver in his lungs or a pulse in his heart, something, anything that would disprove what she was witnessing. That Sasuke's plan to kill his older self had succeeded. With the younger Sasuke nowhere in sight, his chakra entirely undetectable, and remembering his holographic, weakening form once he arrived in the future, Sakura felt that he was gone. But this Sasuke, who must still have some chakra left, some shred of life energy. Sasuke-kun, wake up. Was Sakura's straggled whisper, desperation seeping through her voice and hot tears filling her lower eyelids as she raised her hands over his chest, preparing to drive them back down and restart his heart. Her hands were trembling more viciously than ever before, her throat constricting. Please. Her hands began their descent, teeming with the last of Sakura's chakra. But she was blasted back by a mighty gust of wind. Sakura screamed with surprise, her arms flailing out to grip something to brace herself as she flipped backwards. She got a hold of the ground with one of her hands, fingers digging through the gravel and dirt, but then she was roughly lifted by the collar of her shirt. Sakura gasped at the sensation of cool metal meeting her throat. Through the confusion of it all, a hysteric scream met her ears. You killed him. An unfamiliar, nasally voice hissed in her ear, tickling the skin there and sending terrible chills down her spine. And no, was all she managed to whimper in response. You killed him. Sasuke-kun. Sakura watched through her hazy, tear-filled gaze, as a woman with red hair cascading down her back in wispy waves collapsed at Sasuke's side, gripping onto him and shrieking in agony. A tall, muscular man with orange hair and exhaustion written across his face knelt down beside her. You killed him. We're retreating on Orochimaru-sama's orders, the tall man instructed in a gentler tone than Sakura anticipated. He reached for Sasuke's body, motioning to lift it. Without Sasuke, there's no. He's not dead. Sakura found herself screaming in a voice she hardly recognized. All eyes turned in her direction. I sensed it, his chakra. Naruto sensed it too. He dot. Sakura craned her neck around, seeking out her teammate to back her up, but Naruto's clones were nowhere in sight. The man holding the knife to Sakura's throat tightened his grip and a hot trail of liquid trickled down her neck. Something happened to his chakra. The red-haired girl, who Sakura recognized as Karin, the girl who Sasuke once asked her to murder and who she might have become friends with in her second life, sniveled, her face stained with tears. We need to get him out of here. I can save him. You've done enough, fool, the man behind Sakura sneered and giving her torso a tug against him. Sakura grimaced as her broken rib tinged painfully. What shall I do with her? He asked his partners. Karin met Sakura's gaze, her eyes filled with a despair that Sakura suspected was reflected in her own eyes. Release her, Suijutsu, the woman commanded just as the tall man hoisted Sasuke's form up onto his back. Sasuke's arms slung limply over the man's shoulders. She didn't do this. Sakura heard Suijutsu's cough before she was harshly dropped to the ground. Her knees gave way beneath her and her palms hit the gravel just before her forehead smashed against it. Her entire body was trembling, her consciousness waning as she reached the brink of chakra depletion and total physical and emotional exhaustion. No, she breathed, lip quivering. Whatever you say, Karin, Suijutsu grumbled before rejoining his team and shooting a untrusting glare at the pink-haired girl crumpled on the ground in defeat. Come on. It's over. It's over, Sakura repeated in her mind, as a ghostly pain unlike any she had ever felt clawed at her heart and ripped it out. It's over. The war. The time travel mission. Sasuke Uchiha. All of it is over. Chapter 40, Lost Time. Grief is a strange thing in practice. We can speculate about it all we want, try to pick it apart and break it up into stages, but when it comes down to it, the experiences of a grieving person are too complex for that kind of thinking. Some people skip stages, some people backtrack, and most people never reach the acceptance stage. I mean, think about it. Who says they should? Who says you need to accept a horrible diagnosis? A tragedy? These stages were designed for us to compartmentalize a complex phenomenon that we will never truly understand. A person may learn to live with their grief, yes, but acceptance might not ever come. A hopeful ambience swept through the village hidden in the leaves in the aftermath of Sound's assault. Lives had been lost but far fewer than there could have been. Damage had been done but nothing that couldn't be repaired with time. Konoha was lucky, really, that the attack had been called off as early as it had been. In comparison to Pain's assault a few years back, the village certainly had experienced worse. People were coming together, ninjas and civilians alike, to rebuild the infrastructure of their beloved home. Acquaintances, friends, and loved ones were held closer than usual after the stark reminder that any day could be the last opportunity to do so. Sakura Haruno wished she could share some of those sentiments. As she slipped through the lively village streets in civilian clothes, Sakura kept her head low and avoided social interaction at any cost. She brushed shoulders with a passing stranger and just about jumped out of her skin. "Watch out!" She gasped and leaping aside, startling herself by her startled response. "What's gotten into me?" she thought while trying to quell her drumming heart and smiling apologetically over her shoulder as she continued on her way. Her 18th birthday came and went. Marked by a hug from Naruto and a flower bouquet from Ino, it was no ceremonious affair, which Sakura really didn't mind, nor was she surprised by, with everyone being up to their eyeballs with post-war cleanup. It was nice to see the two of them, however briefly, for the mere fact that it allowed her to confirm with her own eyes that they were all right. Healthy. Intact. She had dinner at her parents' house, which, after living with them for so long in her past life, felt like a normal occurrence. What was weird was that she lived in her bachelor flat again on the other end of town. The privacy was nice, she supposed, but she couldn't remember the last time she had actually slept in a place by herself. The weirdest part of all was that technically in this life, she hadn't gone a day without living in her flat. When she entered it for the first time after the war, she was almost shocked that it wasn't filled with dust and that the fridge was fully stocked. She might have done groceries mere days ago, before the time travel mission, for all she knew. The clothes that she had likely worn that week were on the floor and a textbook that she might have been reading was left open on the coffee table. Her parents made it through Sound's assault unscathed. After all, with Sakura being back in a world where there was no target on her back, her parents were no more or less likely to be caught up in the fray than any other civilian. Mabuki was as spunky and resilient as she always was, with the additions of wrinkles and gray hairs that Sakura wasn't used to seeing. But she figured she would get used to them again. "I'm proud of you, Sakura," Mabuki had said on the eve of her daughter's birthday, with Sakura's father nodding at her side. "You're a full-fledged adult now. It's time for you to pave your own path, take on the world, and whatever else you ninjas do." She laughed and Kaizashi snorted before they raised their wine glasses for a toast. Sakura's lips quirked as she tapped her own glass against those of her parents, her mother's words ringing hollow in her mind. On a sunny afternoon 3 weeks later, Sakura was on the patio of a small tea shop in the heart of Konoha, sitting across from a slender woman with brown hair twisted into a knot atop her head. Her heart was as heavy as it was on the night of her birthday, but today she had mustered up the courage to pretend it wasn't. "I'm sorry we never met like this sooner, Ayam," she said, and glancing up from her warm cup of mint tea. Sakura was dressed in navy blue scrubs, having come here straight from the hospital. Ayam laughed and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Her face was flooded with color. "Well, you're the busiest person in the hospital, Sakura-sama," she stumbled out. The woman was clearly nervous with how she was clutching her quivering hands in her lap. "My question is why someone 3 ranks higher would single me out in the first place." Sakura folded her arms and smirked at the irony of it all. "I wish you weren't so surprised," she replied evenly. "You have shown exceptional skill, loyalty to our hospital, and care for the patients and staff. And what I'm particularly struck by is your knowledge of communicable diseases." Ayam was gaping at her now, eyes bulging and smiling lips trembling. "So I'll cut to the chase," Sakura continued, and leaning forward. "What are your thoughts on having a more influential role beyond Konoha's borders?" The brunette opened her mouth and closed it again. She was flabbergasted. Sakura-sama, I don't know what to say." It looked like she was on the verge of tears. "The experience would warrant a promotion and an increase in pay. And don't feel pressured to give me an answer now. I just want you to know that the option is." Abruptly, Ayam reached across the small table and gripped onto Sakura's arm. She seemed to regret the motion immediately and released her superior to rest her hand on the table instead. "I wouldn't want anything more," she said quietly, a broad grin sprouting on her face. I can't believe this is happening. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, Sakura-sama." Sakura patted Ayam's hand and smiled. She had seen this woman's passion and intelligence when she was in her other life, working at the bottom of the food chain, a perspective that she probably never would have had otherwise. "Good," Sakura said. "That leads me to the next discussion point. I have a favor to ask of you." "A big favor?" The following morning, Sakura and Ayam found themselves in the Hokage's office, adorned in traveling cloaks and facing the Hokage herself. "You've mapped everything out, have you?" Tsunade asked, and quirking an eyebrow. Her hands were interlaced on her desk. "Absolutely," Sakura said, some vigor entering her voice. One thing Sakura was certain of was that she needed to get away from the confines of this village's borders with so many ghosts of her time travel mission lingering within it. She felt like she'd been spiraling lately, and perhaps submersing herself in a new environment would provide some semblance of the fresh start in life she needed. Sakura never directly told Tsunade about the outcomes of the time travel mission, and she was extremely grateful that her mentor never prodded. Sakura knew she couldn't bring herself to admit how badly it had failed. The woman wasn't stupid, however. Sakura's mission's abrupt end and Sasuke Uchiha's mysterious defeat occurred at almost the exact same time with no apparent explanation for either event. It would make for quite an unusual coincidence, and Sakura had no doubt that Tsunade had worked out that they were connected. But she also had the decency to not ask about the connection and remind Sakura of the tragedy that would grip her mourning heart for her remaining years. Maybe one day she could admit out loud what had transpired. But not anytime in the foreseeable future. Sakura stared at the Hokage determinedly as she adjusted the collar of her Chunin vest from beneath her beige traveling cloak. Her pack, a fully stocked weapon holster, and her medical pouch were already strapped on. Ayame was at her side dressed in nearly identical wear save the Chunin vest. Tsunade smirked down at the map Sakura and Ayame had drawn out, which highlighted their proposed route and destinations. It was an ambitious journey, but Sakura was planning to take all the time she needed to see her lofty goals through. She had proposed a knowledge exchange tour in which she would visit each of the hidden villages and major towns to discuss the state of affairs of each hospital. She planned to inform the hospital higher UPS of Konoha's latest discoveries, favored practices, and challenges, with a specific focus on communicable diseases, in exchange for learning those of the other nations. With Konoha being one of the most advanced villages on the medical front, she was unsurprised when the other village leaders wrote back to Tsunade about this proposal with great enthusiasm. Sakura smiled at the memory. This sort of tour was something she had always dreamed of doing, but never before had Sakura ever found the time or the guts to commit to so many months away from home. With a few minor suggested detours, Tsunade signed the mission proposal. With a promise to keep the hospital up and running in Sakura and Ayame's absences, she sent them out. They reached the village gates just as the sun began to rise on the horizon. Wisps of clouds were painted in orange and yellow hues, shades that promised a sunny day and light in the near future. Sakura hoped the clouds were right. Their first stop was the Land of Waves, which by no stretch was nearly prominent enough to count as a hidden village, but it was en route and Sakura had acquired a personal interest in the place. Ayame provided pleasant companionship on their trek so far by inquiring about Sakura's work and interests without venturing anywhere too personal. She filled the silences comfortably and kept in stride with Sakura's rather quick pace. However, the brunette woman fell silent as they approached a gigantic structure looming through the fog. The Great Naruto Bridge. Sakura smiled at the acknowledgement of the true hero of this world. Despite how in another lifetime she had shared some of that spotlight, Sakura knew that this was how it was meant to be. Surprisingly, the two girls stayed for nearly an entire week in the Land of Waves. With Gato long dead, the village was certainly more functional than it once was. It even had a small, self-sustaining hospital. However, after a careful inspection, Sakura noticed that it was grossly understaffed and undersupplied. I know they have the manpower around here, though, Sakura thought while she scanned their staff list. I managed to recruit 5 ex-medical ninjas in one day in my second life. Sakura and Ayame proceeded to run their meetings and learned that the poor education infrastructure would take time and support to bring up to standard. The Konoha medics informed the heads of the Land of Waves Hospital of helpful medications and technologies that would improve overall efficiency, planned outreach activities to hire new essential staff, and placed orders for upgraded supplies and textual resources to be shipped over from Konoha. At the end of one of the seminars, Sakura gauged interest in any medical staff who wished for a temporary apprenticeship in Konoha to study and learn new skills under her supervision. Eventually, I am sure we'll have a fully certified medical school right here in the Land of Waves. But until then, you might consider studying abroad, then returning here to practice and share your knowledge with the others. Her offer was extremely well received and most of the personnel flocked to her sign-up sheet. In all honesty, Sakura didn't learn much about communicable diseases during her first week, but she figured that increasing Konoha's medical school enrollment and improving relations with a neighboring nation were positive enough outcomes to consider her stay in the Land of Waves a successful one. "Sakura-sama," called a voice as she and Ayame were departing from the last seminar. Sakura turned to find a bright-eyed, red-headed medic approaching her. "I just wanted to personally thank you for this opportunity. I'll see you in Konoha very soon, I hope." She smiled. Sakura nodded. "It's my pleasure," she answered before turning away and wondering why the girl looked so damn familiar. An enormous thud resounded through the forest as the demolished remains of a tree fell to the ground. "Sakura-sama. Are you?" came Ayame's voice from a short distance away. "Just training. Everything's fine. Go back to the camp." Sakura shook the splinters off of her hand and massaged her knuckles with the other. Yes, she had just punched a tree. And referring to the act as training was a bit of a stretch. Something was off in her, Sakura realized. Ever since their brief stop at a small place in the Land of Rivers called Takumai Village. Upon their arrival, Sakura hadn't quite realized what they were about to stumble into. But while they explored the local market for foreign medical products, they came across a weapon shop. Everything changed when, on a high shelf, she spied a familiar bow and pouch of arrows with red and silver gems twisting along their shafts. Oh! Sakura was back in the village street before Ayame had even noticed her leave. Clutching her chest and sucking in deep breaths, Sakura's mask fell for the briefest of moments, and she felt pain. The treacherous claws of grief that she had been trying so desperately to escape from, to pretend didn't exist, squeezed her lungs, turned her stomach, and wailed on her heart. Because no matter what she'd been trying to convince herself of during these weeks on the road, she remembered. Sakura heard Ayame step out of the shop behind her, but before her traveling companion could inquire about her abrupt exit of the store, Sakura said, "Let's keep moving. We'll cover as much distance as we can tonight and camp out between villages." Then she gripped onto the handle of her bag, plastered her fractured mask back on, and led the way. But Sakura's grieving self made its way to the surface more frequently from there on out. Ayame hadn't a clue what was going on, and despite the politeness of her inquiries, Sakura didn't tell her a thing. Her temper grew shorter, her walks alone longer, her attention more fleeting, and her mood more easily dampened. And if Sakura were her own medical patient, she would advise that they speak with someone immediately, ideally a trained therapist, but any other supportive human being would do at this point. Because there were repercussions to bottling traumatizing memories up. But just who would Sakura ever talk to about what she'd experienced? About what she'd done? Talking to someone would entail her admitting that it was her, she was the one. "I can see the gate," announced Ayame, breaking Sakura's train of thought. The girl was squinting through her head wrappings to protect her face and skin from the sweltering, desert heat. They were greeted most cordially in the hidden sand village. As anticipated, their medical infrastructure was one of the best Sakura and Ayame had encountered on their trip so far, with Sand being nearly on par with Konoha on the technological front. They learned a lot during their meetings with the medical personnel there, about a new airborne illness and the tried antidotes, which Sakura was asked to provide her input on, and various other advancements. As they were leaving one of their meetings, they were greeted by two familiar figures in the hospital hallway. "Wow! What's that on your forehead, Harano?" said a snarky female voice. "Temari." Sakura just about gasped at the sight of the beautiful, blonde girl before her. "And," she continued in turning to Temari's brother, but his name got caught in Sakura's throat. Because the last time she'd seen him, he was dead. From the disease that was created for me, in that life. "We heard you were in town," Kankuro said with a smirk. "It's good to see you." "It's good to see you too." "This is Ayame," Sakura said, her voice coming out a tad higher than she wanted it to. "She's a talented medic from Konoha who's here to help out." Said medic bowed deeply to the Sand siblings and blushed. "Hey," Temari greeted. "Sogara's in a meeting, but he asked us to extend an invite to a formal party he's hosting this evening. I'm sure the invite's open to you too, Ayame." Ayame's eyes widened. "Party?" Sakura repeated. Kankuro shrugged. "We're hosting delegates from AIM, or something. It's a fancy civilian clothing kind of party. Dinner and drinks. That sort of thing. You should come by. If you have time, of course, said Temari. Ayam's eyes were practically bulging out of her sockets, and for her sake, Sakura said with a smile, when and where. Several hours later, Sakura was adorned in her combat gear instead of a civilian dress, and standing at a high, silk-covered table instead of mingling and dancing with most of the others. The atmosphere of Gaara's party had a sophisticated yet energetic feel. The lights were dimmed and the chandeliers twinkled overhead, while cordial chatter and the lingering sweet smells of dessert filled the air. The meal had been as decadent as one would expect at an event hosted by the highest-standing man in one of the most reputable hidden villages. The dancing ensued soon after the meal, after a brief speech provided by the Kazekage himself, about the strengthened rapport between Sand and Aim or something of that nature, and it was quite ballroom-esque with couples twirling and stepping in time with the beat. After a go-ahead from Sakura, Ayam, who was wearing her wavy, brown hair down for once, joined the throng on the dance floor in a pretty, maroon dress she had purchased earlier that very evening. Sakura smirked at the sight of her traveling companion accepting an invitation to dance with a blonde man. She took a sip of her wine, content with lingering on the outskirts of the excitement. Sakura? What ya doing all the way over here? She glanced at the incoming presence. Kankuro, she acknowledged as said man stumbled over and leaned his broad form against the table. It didn't take Sakura long to deduce that he was at least a little tipsy. Having fun, huh? She asked. He smiled and observed her through his dark, beady eyes. His face was clean of its usual tribal markings and his brown hair had been somewhat combed down. Of course. You should be too, you know. Everyone is asking where you are, he said. Sakura's lips quirked. She was regarded with admiration in these parts, probably for having once rescued Gaara by killing Sasori and also saving Kankuro's life with her medical know-how, which was a rather contrasting outcome to that of her second life. I'm fine here, thank you, Sakura said, and flashing him a smile, reminded of how thankful she was that this boy was alive and well. But then... Hey, come on. It's not every day a girl this intelligent and beautiful comes around here, you know, Kankuro continued and roughly gripping her shoulder. Sakura flinched profusely at the contact, but he didn't seem to notice. She turned towards him, alarm bells sounding in her head and her throat drying. Why don't we? I'm fine, Kankuro, really, Sakura said, her voice coming out sharper than intended as she took a shaky step backwards. Sakura. In an instant, Sakura shrugged Kankuro's hand away and spun in the direction of the new voice, immensely grateful for the interruption. And then she found herself face to face with the Kazekage himself. Gaara. She just about gasped and dropping into a polite bow, a gesture which the short, red-headed man reciprocated. He looked very put together in his long, burgundy robes. His pale, blue eyes gleamed with contentment. Upon the arrival of his younger brother, Kankuro shrunk away while muttering something about getting another drink and that he would be right back. Sakura watched his retreating figure and didn't detect her pulse resume a moderately normal rate until he was out of eyeshot entirely. Then she turned her attention back to the leader of the Sand Village to find him patiently watching her. How are you doing? He asked steadily. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smoothed out her chinin vest to busy her trembling fingers. The night has been wonderful. Thank you for extending your invite to me and my companion, she replied. Gaara tilted his head to the side and said, I'm very glad to see you here, before turning to face the crowds. Sakura did the same and light, friendly chatter ensued. She briefly wondered if Gaara would ever have achieved this status in her second life. He proceeded to question her about her travels, Naruto's well-being, and how Konoha had been faring since the attack from Sound. Things were looking up when I left, she said, and nodding to herself. She polished off her glass of wine and decided, with a tinge of dismay, that it was her last drink for the night. Although Tsunade wasn't one to enforce these kinds of rules, there was a limit to how much alcohol a ninja was to consume while on a mission. I bet many of the reparations will be complete by the time I return. And we were lucky that the number of casualties was a manageable one. Gaara paused and Sakura could feel his eyes move in her direction again. Something in the air shifted. And then he said, in a very hushed tone masked by the music and chatter to everyone but her, "I am sorry for your loss, Sakura." Her breath caught in her throat. She turned to Gaara with wide eyes. "I heard what happened. Regardless of his allegiances in the past few years, I know he meant a great deal to you and Naruto." She gazed across the table at Gaara while her thoughts clouded over with something dark and dizzying, and her eyes clouded over with something that felt a whole lot like tears. "I would take 50 more awkward encounters with Kankuro over this." Furiously, Sakura blinked the moisture away and turned back towards the throng. She nodded to acknowledge his remark, but was unable to form any words in reply. The night ended for her shortly after. After reassuring Ayame that she could stay out as late as she liked, bidding farewell to Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, without making direct eye contact, and other familiar faces, Sakura dismissed herself into the comforting coolness of night in the desert village. "I can't do this anymore." In a sluggish daze, Sakura returned to the inn she and Ayame were staying in. And all the way there, she came to a painful, honest realization. Despite everything she'd told herself, Sakura couldn't run away from her memories and shoulder her grief on her own. Because doing so had amounted to her being trapped in a standstill, a constricting loop where she would suppress her feelings only to be pulled into a debilitating, lonely spiral at the mere mention of anything that reminded her of her past life and how it ended. She couldn't live the rest of her life avoiding thinking about Sasuke. That boy had been such a central piece of her existence that almost everything she encountered, both inside and outside of Konoha, reminded her of him. There was no escaping his memory. If she was honest with herself, throughout her journey with Ayame, an ignorant, desperate part of Sakura had hoped that she would run into Sasuke somewhere, somehow, because maybe none of this ever happened. Maybe Sasuke was still out there scheming with Orochimaru and the sound attack and the time travel mission were just parts of a horrible dream. But, of course, they weren't. It was time for her to acknowledge and learn to cope with his loss, as much as the very thought of doing so terrified and hurt her. Because as a ninja and a young woman, Sakura simply couldn't spend the rest of her days freezing at a moment's notice, shutting down suitable, nice men, or wishing she could drink more on her missions to help her forget. Her thoughts were scrambled, her sleep was disturbed, her hands trembled, and her reflexes were intense and nonsensical. This was who she was now. And she needed to learn to live with being the person the time travel mission had made her. Upon her return to the inn, Sakura pulled out a pen and a fresh scroll and began writing a short letter addressed her mentor, the Leaf Village's Hokage. She noted down a few status updates that had resulted from her work in the past few villages. And at the end of the letter, she added, "We won't be more than 2 months. I request a meeting between you, me, and Team 7 as soon as I return." As anticipated, 2 months later, Sakura felt she and Ayame had reached a point of saturation in their work. After conducting assessments and leading workshops at all of their destinations, along with making short follow-up visits at smaller villages in need of extra guidance, the two medical ninjas found themselves en route to Konoha. This journey marked the longest period of time that Sakura had been away from home, nearly half a year. Her pale, pink hair had grown a couple of inches past her shoulders, and her legs were as toned as they'd ever been after spending so much time afoot. Sakura certainly hadn't forgotten her note to Tsunade and her internal vow to finally tell her closest friends the full and complete truth. And a few days before her return, she was pleasantly surprised to receive a letter reminding her of the occasion from Naruto. His letter detailed the time and place for Team 7's mandatory drinks, as demanded by Tsunade on her behalf. Mandatory drinks, Sakura thought with a smirk. That's not quite the meeting environment I had in mind, but it will do. Sakura knew that a small, intimate get-together was the best way to come clean about her time travel mission. Much like that time in her second life when she confessed she was a time traveler in Naruto's hospital chamber, this information sharing would be controlled and directly to the only people who needed to know it. And, best of all, having them all in one place meant she only needed to tell the story once. Despite her eagerness to see her teammates and mentor again, Sakura felt a wave of unsettlement as the village gates came into sight. Because as much as she'd grown more accustomed to the empty, hollow void in her heart, there was no telling how she would handle being grounded in the place that pulled at her heartstrings more than anywhere else in the world. Will the memories be unbearable? Have I been away long enough? And also, She wondered if confiding in her teammates would have the relieving effect she hoped it would, or if this whole thing would backfire and she'd end up worse off. Well, there was no turning back now. Sakura and Ayame made a beeline for Tsunade's office, where they provided their report, parted ways, and Tsunade reminded Sakura of their mandatory meeting that evening. Naruto has been talking my ear off for days, Tsunade grumbled while folding her arms across her chest and leaning back in her chair. This better be a damn good meeting you've got planned if I'm going out of my way for it. Pfft, Sakura huffed. You'd show up for anything with drinks involved. She turned away. And I promise not to disappoint. By the time Sakura had made her routine post-mission stop at her parents' house to let them know she was in one piece, returned to her apartment to shower and change, and devoured a takeout meal, it was nightfall. Sakura hadn't felt like rooting through her dusty closet for something to wear, so instead she threw on the only clean outfit in her pack, black combat pants and a black, sleeveless shirt. She tied her hair up loosely and messily because she wasn't quite sure what to do with hair this length, strapped on her weapon and medical pouches, and took off for the rendezvous. When she arrived at the designated pub, the stars were out, the streetlights had flicked on and were emitting a soft, warm light on the familiar dirt roads, and Naruto, Kakashi, and Tsunade were already there. And they were a bottle of sake in, by the look of it. Sakura-chan. Naruto cried at the sight of her before leaping across the entire table and engulfing her in a spine-snapping hug. Their reunion was brief but just as heartfelt as she imagined it would be. She couldn't suppress her smile when Kakashi offered her a lazy wave and Tsunade raised her glass. Going out of her way, indeed, Sakura thought with a smirk. There were 2 empty seats and 2 empty cups at their table. When's Sai showing up? Sakura asked while easing herself into one of the chairs. Naruto had just ordered a round of drinks for everyone, which marked a particularly special occasion, given how frugal the freeloader usually was. He's out on a mission, Naruto answered with an apologetic wince. His blue eyes were gleaming in the dim pub lighting. Well, that's not your fault, Sakura said with a shrug. She reached for the fresh bottle and began filling her own cup. So, when's Hinata showing up, then? She added with a teasing smile and nodding towards the empty chair on her right. What do you mean? Naruto asked while pounding a fist on the table, his face flushed. Sakura knew the amusement was written all over her features. Something had surely sparked between those two in the wake of Pain's assault, and she was particularly entertained by this because the same thing happened in her second life. Naruto's got a lady friend. Hell must have frozen over, Tsunade grumbled while swirling around her glass. Kakashi snorted, Sakura giggled, and Naruto started dishing out all sorts of insults at the village's Hokage. Pleasant, friendly talking ensued and Sakura felt her nerves relax slightly, though not enough for her to forget why she had initiated this gathering in the first place. When they were on their second round of drinks, well, third for the other 3, and Tsunade and Kakashi were in the midst of a light-natured debate over who would greet the soon-to-be visiting delegates, they were both trying to pan off the task to the other person. Sakura cleared her throat. From a combination of the atmosphere and the alcohol, she figured now was as good a time as any to get down to business. Don't you guys want to hear about my trip? She asked when their eyes were on her. She figured describing why she had gone on the trip in the first place would be a good segue into her story. But then Naruto did the most uncharacteristic thing Sakura swore she'd ever seen him do, he checked a pocket watch with his eyebrows scrunched together. And then, after doing so, he turned to Kakashi and the two of them exchanged a nod. Sakura gaped at the pair of them, wondering if there was something she had missed, and when she looked to Tsunade for support, said woman averted her eyes to the table. What? Sakura asked. Okay. I've gotta tell you something, Sakura-chan, Naruto said slowly, his voice lowering into a serious tone. He was staring at her with wide eyes. A flicker of guilt crossed his features. Sakura frowned as the ambience shifted to something more somber. But then it occurred to her that perhaps this was a mood she ought to capitalize on. Well, I've got something even bigger to tell you, Naruto. All of you, actually, she said and feeling triumphant for no real reason. Tsunade met her gaze briefly, Kakashi raised his eyebrows, and Naruto's face scrunched up in concentration. I find that hard to believe it, her teammate mused. Sakura chuckled at his typical antics. I'll admit that it's quite a story. So I can't blame you if you really don't believe me, honestly. Tsunade's amber eyes were trained on her. I'll believe you, she said. Sakura smirked and took another swig from her glass. She must know what this is going to be about. She must. So would I. Sakura stopped dead at the sound of the incoming voice behind her, from somewhere near the entrance of the pub. She sucked back her sake in a single, hard swallow as her throat constricted. She knew the voice. But there was no way in hell she could be hearing it. The others were staring past her, towards the newcomer, with expectant yet unalarmed expressions. And then, bravely, despite the stutter in her mind and heart, Sakura looked over her shoulder. And surely enough, near the entryway and adorned in dark colors, commanding the attention of everyone in the vicinity with an intense, crackling chakra signature, was. Sakura opened her mouth and closed it again, her vision swimming in and out of focus, because it just couldn't be. You screwed up the timing, but I'm glad you showed up, bastard. Naruto chimed in, and nearly sending Sakura toppling to the floor. She cast him a look of utter horror. And then Tsunade snickered. Snickered. Sakura redirected her gaze to her mentor. What the hell? Sasuke Uchiha approached their table, as sure-footedly as she remembered him being, tall and broad-shouldered, a little gaunt and sunken around the eyes, not looking anywhere near her, and, above all else, most certainly alive. Panic filled Sakura's chest. Because this wasn't supposed to be happening, this couldn't be happening. Sasuke was dead. And if not dead, an enemy at the very least. What was going on? And why is everyone? You're late, Kakashi murmured and quirking an eyebrow towards the new arrival. The tension broke however slightly when Naruto added with a sneer, I never thought I'd hear you say that to someone else, sensei. That was when Sasuke, whose presence Sakura simply couldn't wrap her mind around, pulled back the chair beside her and eased himself onto it with a sigh. And like he'd sat on a lever, Sakura sprang to her feet, nearly knocking her own chair down in the process. She stood there, dumbfounded and breathing heavily, looking around at the others for acknowledgement that this situation was really happening and wasn't in her head, but to her surprise and great unsettlement, they were all watching her with weary looks. Tsunade's eyes were flicking between them all with her jaw clenched, like she was waiting for something explosive to happen. Her caution was warranted. The cup in Sakura's hand shattered. Sasuke, who had been reaching for the bottle, froze in his tracks. A nervous hush fell over the table. But Sakura couldn't care less. What is going on here? She snarled, an electrified chakra coursing through her veins. She felt a flash of satisfaction when their nonplussed expressions shifted to something like shock. Sasuke rested his elbows on the table and pinched the bridge of his nose. I take it, you didn't tell her, Naruto. He growled. Is this some kind of joke? She hissed. Sakura's chakra was turbulent, shaking the infrastructure of the pub and sending glasses tumbling from the counters and shelves. Worried stares were cast in their direction from across the bar and Naruto even got to his feet, looking like he was preparing to dive across the table to restrain her. You all knew about this? That he was. Sasuke returned 2 months ago, Kakashi explained in a signature bored tone that masked any emotion he was actually feeling. He spent most of that time behind bars. And given your absence, we've had no opportunity to. That's bullshit, Sakura snapped, rudely interrupting her sensei, her eyes flying to Tsunade. You could have written. But Tsunade was already shaking her head. Letters are too easily intercepted. The last thing we needed were pitchforks on our doorstep while we were sorting out what to do with him ourselves, she explained. Sasuke Uchiha is not a particularly liked person, she added as if the object of the discussion wasn't sitting directly across from her, a blank expression plastered on his face. But then, today. Why didn't you tell me about this when I saw you earlier? Sakura tried and waving an accusatory finger in her mentor's direction. It wasn't the time, Tsunade answered. Nor was it my place. Then Naruto, who looked like he'd been run over by Koji's human boulder jutsu, said rather hopelessly, we thought this would be a nice surprise. Sakura's breaths were coming out in short bursts. Her eyes were darting from one person to another, confusion rippling through her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Because she felt betrayed, relieved, like the world had turned upside down, and like she was about to pass out. Sakura turned on her heel and stalked out of the pub, trampling through the shards of her shattered cup and her hands shaking violently. This isn't real, she thought while ignoring her dizziness and nausea. I just need some space to reorient myself, to start this night over. But much to Sakura's dismay, not 30 seconds after she was outside on the dark, quiet street, lit by nothing but the street lamps and the dim moonlight, she detected another presence leave the bar behind her. And Sakura knew exactly who it was before she spun around to face him. Sasuke's face was pointedly blank, though there was some caution written across it. Sakura was feeling far too panicked to observe any more of him than that. She was too focused on his steady approach. She took a shaky step back, pulled her hands together into a hand sign, closed her eyes, and shouted Kai. Her voice caught slightly. Sakura tried again and again because she needed to escape this torturous illusion. This isn't real. I killed him. Sakura, came Sasuke's voice at an even closer distance, and Sakura continued backing away, now at a faster pace. Kai. She shouted again. Something about Sasuke's movements became more frustrated, more urgent, and that was when he took one step too far. Sakura flinched profusely and fired a kunai at his throat. Sasuke deflected the weapon with one of his own in the nick of time with a ringing clang. His eyebrows furrowed in frustration. Do you ever work on your reflexes? He snapped, his voice rising. Sakura froze in her tracks after taking one more tiny step backwards and finding herself near the wall of a neighboring building. Sasuke also paused, halting his pursuit. After a moment of staring at him in utter disbelief, Sakura found her words. You were dead. I killed you, she breathed as she lowered her trembling hands slightly. It might have been a trick of the moonlight, but the briefest flicker of relief appeared in his dark eyes. Sasuke took another step forward, his hands in his pockets this time. Almost, he said quietly and watching Sakura carefully, like he was waiting for something. A momentary spike of curiosity drew Sakura a little closer to him. She scanned his face, noticing the familiar features, his straight nose, arched eyebrow, mused hair, set jaw, and his mouth graced with the slightest frown, but she found nothing menacing there. No, instead, there was something else, and it was something that wasn't entirely unfamiliar. Sakura bravely circled her former teammate like she was examining an untamed animal, and meanwhile, Sasuke maintained his relaxed stance and followed her movements with his gaze, still waiting, like he was giving her the pieces to assemble. Then Sakura found herself standing in front of Sasuke again, gaping up at him at attention because she was still quite certain that none of this was real, but some part of her still wondered, still asked, "Who are you?" There was a pause. A long one. And then, "You know," Sasuke said, his voice even and low. His eyes surveyed her with an encouraging stare and something else. Something like wonder, maybe. "How can I believe you?" Sakura asked next, doubt rising in her. "How do I know Tsunade-sama or Orochimaru or anyone didn't just put you up to this?" Sasuke was silent for a long moment while they watched each other. The less trusting side of Sakura was sizing him up in case things turned sour. But then there was a ghost of a smirk on Sasuke's lips, like there was something funny about what she had said. He took another step forward until he was very close. Sakura's heart was drumming frantically, but this time, she didn't flinch away. "You owe me to." Sakura stared at him entirely blankly. "Why would I owe you anything?" Then, Sasuke said, "Because I won a bet." Chapter 41, Picking Up the Threads. Sakura opened her mouth, a retaliation on the tip of her tongue, before she processed Sasuke's words and closed her mouth again. "It can't be. Sakura-chan." An incoming voice pulled her attention away from the object of her emotional turmoil and her eyes landed on Naruto racing out of the pub, his face flushed and his stride even less coordinated than usual. Sakura tried to focus on her amusement over Naruto's tipsiness instead of her thrumming heart. Naruto skidded to a halt so abruptly that he nearly slammed right into her. "Sakura-chan," he repeated when they were face to face, his blue eyes wide and his alcohol-scented breaths heavy. "I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be like that. I just..." He swallowed before side-eyeing their dark-haired counterpart and lowering his voice. I'll get rid of him, if you want. Or beat him up. Sasuke, who could hear everything Naruto was saying, cleared his throat and frowned. It's fine, Naruto, Sakura said, enforcing a smile though her lips were trembling. This is just a lot to process. Her eyes met Sasuke's briefly. Her heart jumped and his blank expression was impossible to decipher. Well, this is a happy surprise, right? Naruto asked and raising his eyebrows at the both of them. Somehow, his actions were even more animated than usual. Because we're Team 7 and we're friends. He slung an arm around Sakura's back and before she quite knew what was happening, she was being dragged back towards the pub. Hurry up, bastard, Naruto snapped over his shoulder. Yeah, Sasuke grumbled and following suit with his hands shoved in the pockets of his dark pants. Sakura spared Sasuke another fleeting, wide-eyed glance before fixing her eyes on their destination. This was all too perfect, too relaxed. It felt as if she had been transported back to her original life as a genin, before Sasuke left, before their lives fell apart, like some cruel trick of her imagination. There must be a catch. She wasn't through with Sasuke yet but realized that with Naruto and the others around, now wasn't the time for an interrogation about which Sasuke he was. You were about to tell us a story, Sakura-chan. Naruto prompted as he pushed through the entrance. Sakura considered his question. With her mind flooded with new speculations, she realized she wasn't quite ready to pick up where she left off in the pub. You want to hear about my trip, you mean? She asked, redirecting her blonde teammate's attention. Taking a trip down memory lane to recount the story of her time travel mission suddenly had less appeal. Because, it seemed, the story wasn't over yet. When Sakura described her long journey abroad, back under the dim pub lights, sitting around a small table with her teammates and mentor, she stuck to the positives. Thankfully, no one questioned her about the big news she had been so adamant to divulge previously. Perhaps they figured she had enough news to digest herself. Or maybe they were one too many drinks in to remember. You got to see Gaara and Tajuna? Gosh, why didn't you take me along, Sakura-chan? Naruto whined. What makes you think they'd want to see you? Tsunade cut in, her cheeks stained red and a devilish smirk plastered on her painted lips. As anticipated, Naruto fell into a fit of rage in response to her remark. Kakashi snorted. And Sasuke chuckled. Sakura startled at the deep, rather unfamiliar sound, nearly tipping over her glass of water. Yes, she had switched her wine for water. With how the night was playing out, she figured she'd better cling to whatever shred of sanity she had left. Sasuke didn't talk much as the night progressed. He merely nodded or offered characteristic monosyllabic sounds like task and HN. His lack of engagement didn't calm Sakura any however. In fact, it was precisely his silence coupled with awkward accidental encounters, such as her leg bumping into his when she got up for the bathroom, and the several occasions where their eyes met, that made the tension unbearable. I am going insane, Sakura thought while peering cautiously at Sasuke for what must have been the 20th time, who was listening to something Naruto was saying across the table. There was no mistaking the way his eyebrows arched, his dark hair was mused effortlessly, though it was maybe a little longer than Sakura remembered, or the way his lips curved into a classic frown. He was taller, more handsome, albeit gaunt around the edges, and had a more commanding presence, his chakra signature more potent and more menacing than Sakura was used to. The man beside her was most certainly Sasuke Uchiha in his late teenage years, the man who had waged war on Konoha and was dead at Sakura's feet less than a year earlier. This isn't real. When they all parted ways for the night, Sakura knew she wasn't through with Sasuke. But by the time she had finished thanking Tsunade for covering her tab, he had already vanished. Do you want me to walk you home? Naruto asked while slapping his hand on her shoulder, a polite but rather useless offer to one of the strongest female ninjas in the Land of Fire. I'm fine, thanks, Sakura replied. You sure you don't need someone to walk you home, Naruto? She added while eyeing the sway in his stance with a coy smile. He spat his tongue out in response to which Sakura rolled her eyes. Hey, thanks for rounding everyone up for this. I appreciate it, Sakura said. Well, we missed you, he replied while fondly punching her on the arm. And I know tonight was weird. But things are looking up for us now, Sakura-chan. He's really back, you know. I can feel it. She nodded. Or maybe he never really left. Sakura was determined to hunt down her former teammate before she returned to her flat for what would surely be an utterly sleepless night. It was late and cold outside, but Sakura was running on the most electric, energizing reserves of adrenaline that she had ever felt in either of her lives. She ran her hands along her bare arms, cursing her choice of a black, sleeveless top instead of a sweater, and paused to gain her bearings. Instinctively, Sakura roamed in the direction of the Uchiha compound, but only when she arrived and found the premises entirely vacant and boarded up did it occur to her that she hadn't a clue where Sasuke Uchiha was staying the night. Assuming he was staying in Konoha at all. She never got around to asking about the details of his recent release from prison, mostly because she had spent so much of the night preoccupied with making her ogling less obvious. And assuming that he was indeed alive and that the evening's events weren't figments of Sakura's imagination. Growing frustrated, Sakura jogged through the village, past the academy, the Hokage Tower, and other common landmarks that her ex-teammate might be hanging around. It was during her scour of the dark, eerily quiet training grounds that Sakura was briefly distracted from her search. In the distance, there lay a familiar graveyard. She slowed her stride and approached, while tucking away a stray strand of hair that had slipped out of her messy updo. Raw curiosity pulled her between the tombstones, her gloveless fingers tracing the rough concrete as she passed, until she arrived at a familiar plot. With scarce moonlight to illuminate the tombstone, the words etched into it were difficult to make out. But she didn't need to read it to know that an unknown person with an unknown story now lay here, in the very plot where Rock Lee once did. Sakura gazed at the stone through the darkness, her green eyes gleaming with interest and some other emotion that she couldn't quite place. That was when she detected a presence. Her heart leapt as she whipped her head in the direction of the chakra signature that she somehow hadn't noticed sooner, just as Sasuke Uchiha's shadowy figure came into view. He glanced at her, and Sakura finally properly noted just how tall he was. The top of her head barely reached his jaw. Then his dark eyes were pulled towards the tombstone on the plot they were standing and lingered there for a moment. He smartly kept a cautious distance from Sakura, who was torn between pinning him down until he answered her hundreds of questions and making a break for it in case this was a trap. But Sakura found herself unable to move as Sasuke's presence took over, his slow breaths, his menacing yet familiar chakra, his tired, unwavering stare at the tombstone before them. This man was one of the most powerful and dangerous ninjas the world had ever known, the man who killed Itachi Uchiha, who haunted Sakura's nightmares. And now Sakura was completely alone with him save the starlight peeking through heavy clouds. And yet, maybe, just maybe, this was the same Sasuke who she knew mere months ago, in another world. But how could that be? Sakura found that, despite having spent half the night trying to find him, she suddenly hadn't a clue what to say. Sasuke broke the silence. Naruto should have told you, he said quietly. There was an uncharacteristic reservation in his deep voice. It was still deeper than Sakura was used to, like he was treading on thin ice. His hands were resting in the pockets of his dark pants. Sakura rubbed the goosebumps on her arms to keep her own hands occupied. And then she said, bravely, who passed the Chunin exams? She felt Sasuke look at her with surprise but she didn't turn his way. When we were kids? He asked. Sakura nodded. Nara, Sasuke answered. Shikamaru Nara. Sakura's chest tightened. Oh. I was wrong. He's still. But then. We did too. Her mind spluttered to a dizzying halt. You, remember both. She breathed in feeling some confusing mixture of wanting to put her guard up higher but also let it slip. There, parallel memories, he said softly. Sasuke looked at her for a moment, like there was something else he wanted to say, before shaking his head and lowering himself onto the grass. Driven by her ever-growing curiosity, Sakura followed suit and moved into a daring, defenseless stance on the ground beside her former teammate, though her hand didn't stray far from her weapon pouch. What do you mean? She prodded. How is that possible? She tried to keep a neutral front because she still didn't quite believe what she was hearing. Sasuke relaxed his position a little, bending one of his knees and resting an arm on it. You told me once how your memories were preserved across time. Sakura nodded slowly. Regenerative chakra, she answered, that Tsunade-sama transferred to me before my first trip to the past. Once I unlocked my seal, I relied on my own regenerative chakra instead. She also gave me some of that chakra before I went forward in time with you. Which explains why you survived the trip, Sakura added. Sasuke nodded. Yeah, I think so. Combined with a glitch, I bet. I don't think the scroll was designed to support two people time traveling at once. Pursing her lips and resting her chin on her thumb and forefinger, Sakura noted, but that doesn't explain how your minds, connected to the same body. She couldn't help noticing how casually they were speaking with each other, like they were old friends. And maybe they were, but Sakura wasn't certain of that yet. Sasuke shrugged. This is just speculation, but I think I know. He spoke the words slowly with a trace of hesitation. Something shifted in Sakura's mind, her fear fading into something more like cautious empathy. She let her eyes roam over him, noticing his paleness, his tiredness, and the way he was clenching and unclenching his hands. She could tell he had never voiced these thoughts to anyone before. When my selves were together, I knew I was dying. My chakra was expelling too fast to control. Then I had an idea to try pooling all of the resources I had left to save oneself. Sakura stared at him, her lips parted, shocked by his disclosure. I remembered what you taught me, he continued, during our last few days on my family's lake. Flashes of memories entered Sakura's mind then, hazy images of finding Sasuke alone on the dock, grappling with his fast-approaching death, lying on the lake in a cascade of colliding ripples, the sensation of flying, crying into the shower tiles, the yellowish lanterns of Sasuke's balcony, his arms holding her close, the tears in her hair. Sakura's breathing hitched. Chakra transfer, she whispered. You transferred your chakra to your other self, to this body. But not just my chakra. She paused to digest his words, while squeezing a fistful of cold, damp grass to steady her hand. You transferred Tsunade's chakra to your other self. Do you think that's what preserved your memories? It's the best theory I've got, Sasuke said. He glanced at her. She said. The theory held some promise. Of what she'd learned from the fMRI scans of her own head, regenerative chakra influenced the hippocampus, the memory center of the brain. After a pensive pause, her defensiveness faded slightly more. So. I know you have both sets of memories, but which memories feel like they're yours? He looked at her again. The Sasuke who traveled through time with me or Orochimaru's apprentice. As she said the words aloud, the absurdity of the situation weighed on her, of the cascading effect of every decision she had ever made and of the utter impossibility of this twist in the rules of time. Well, Sasuke mused. My older self mostly. I've lived that life longer. He stopped for a moment and readjusted his legs. But the other memories are fresher. Sort of like I went off on a mission too, I guess. Hard hammering, boldly, Sakura prodded further. Then who do you feel like? She asked. It might have been a trick of the starlight, but Sakura thought she saw a ghost of a smirk on his lips. It's all kind of blurring together. He turned towards her again. But maybe, they weren't all that different from each other. It was the first time Sasuke's eyes didn't stray from hers all night. Sakura wasn't quite sure what to make of what he said and became quite conscious of the way his dark irises were drifting across her face, reading her like a book just like they used to. Sakura began to notice some familiar things in his older, sharper features, the curves of his lips, the straightness of his nose, the rims around his pupils, the arches of his eyebrows. She felt her heart beat more steadily, like a strong, grounding drum, because she was beginning to see him, the Sasuke of her second life, and the Sasuke of her first life many, many years ago, all at once. Something dawned on her then. That maybe the Sasuke of her second life wasn't just the Sasuke who could have been, but was the Sasuke who always was. Sakura pulled her eyes away to catch her breath. Her mind was still brimming with questions, but before she managed to voice any more, she was interrupted by the reverberating rumble of a distant thunderclap. They glanced skywards and noticed the obscurance of the stars, their ever-darkening surroundings, and, Right on cue, the first of the raindrops fell and a harsh light flashed over the surrounding forest. I didn't realize a storm was rolling in, Sakura observed as the rain grew thicker. Combined with the coldness of the night air, Sakura felt herself shiver. Let's go somewhere, Sasuke said, and getting to his feet. My flat is nearby, Sakura offered before she could think twice about it. She sprang up and began to jog, soon taking to the rooftops with Sasuke on her tail. They just missed the worst of the storm. Though they certainly were sopping from head to toe, the relentless downpour only began a few moments after they scrambled through the threshold to the dry, narrow entryway of Sakura's flat. Her mind was in a total tizzy as she fought her hand tremors to switch on the light. First of all, this was the first night in months that Sakura was actually in Konoha. She was hardly used to being in this flat of hers at all, having only returned to this life not long before she left for her medical tour. And to top it off, Sasuke Uchiha, whose death she had played a hand in and whose death she was certain she had witnessed, was, in fact, alive. Alive and with the memories of their experiences in her second life intact. You moved out, he observed. Sakura jerked her head in the direction of her former teammate to find him towering close to the door, his dark eyes roving the hallway carefully. He seemed awkwardly out of place, his ominous chakra signature changing the feel of the air, and his black traveling cloak dripping all over the floral doormat. Water droplets clung to the pale skin of his face, and his dark, wet hair was resuming some of its natural, unruly spike. Sakura swallowed. Yeah, she said, and noting how as strange as it was to see him in her flat, his presence didn't clash quite as much as it did with her parents' house, which was decorated with lace doilies and polished tea sets. Sakura's flat, on the other hand, was littered with open books, unlaundered clothing, and weapons needing polishing. Sakura let out a shaky chuckle. It isn't much, she continued, and wishing she had taken a few minutes to tidy up before heading to the pub. Just a one-bedroom flat. But it's enough for me. There was no reason for her to keep talking, but she did. I have a couch though, so when I have guests over, if you need somewhere to stay, I could take the couch, and you could. Wait, stop. She faltered and turned away, feeling her stomach flipping and her cheeks burning. You idiot. He's an ex-international criminal who's supposed to be dead. Sakura thought furiously. How was inviting him to stay the night in any way a good idea? Ex-criminal status aside, Sakura found herself even more concerned about weirding him out. Thankfully, Sasuke didn't make a break for it, nor did he seem alarmed or surprised by her hurried offer. Instead, he simply lifted an eyebrow and said, "You've spent enough time on couches. I'll take it." Sakura's heart fluttered at the familiar reference. "Well, you're the guest," she mumbled, and she tried to laugh, but the sound came out a bit more like a whimper. Feeling flustered and nervous, Sakura pushed her dripping hair away from her face and began toeing off her sandals, preparing to put as much space between them as she possibly could. "Can I get you a towel? A tea?" she offered while motioning to stride to the kitchen. That was when Sasuke caught her wrist, freezing Sakura in her tracks. She looked at him over her shoulder, feeling her heart hammer in her chest, like prey trapped by a predator. But something held her in place, stopped her from wrenching her hand away. "Sakura," Sasuke said quietly, his shoes still on and his eyes boring into hers with some kind of urgency. He released a sigh. "Relax," he said. "Please." And then, ever so bravely, she faced Sasuke and stood still. Breathed in. Breathed out. She watched his dark, distressed eyes as they scanned her face, his grip tightening around her wrist, silencing the tremors. He inched nearer to her, testing the waters, slowly as if not to startle her away. Fearlessly, disbelievingly, Sakura remained still, transfixed. She inhaled. Exhaled. Swallowed. After many long moments, Sakura finally found her words. "I missed you," she breathed, and she was surprised that the words came out broken and that hot tears were suddenly spilling from her lower eyelids. It seemed these words were all it took to shatter an invisible barrier, and Sakura hardly had a chance to release a gasp by the time Sasuke's arms were wrapped around her torso, and her arms around his neck. Sakura found her hands wandering though, from Sasuke's shoulders, to the hair at the base of his head, to the fabric at his back, like she couldn't afford to leave any part of him untouched, like she was trying, desperately, to confirm with her bare hands that this was real, that he was here and within her reach. "I missed you," she thought, over and over. His heart was beating quickly against her collarbone, and Sakura's own heart swelled at the steady, comforting testimony to Suzuki's existence. Then, against her neck, Suzuki hissed, quietly, "You never will again." What came next was a blur, because one moment Sakura was hugging Suzuki in her hallway, and the next he was pinning her to the wall with one hand in her hair, and the other palm tracing her spine, while Sakura's trembling hands cupped Suzuki's face, her lips pressing against the line of his jaw between raspy, hurried breaths. Only when Suzuki's breathing caught did she pause, coming to grips with herself and the unimaginable situation she was in. Feeling her stomach flip and her face darken with embarrassment and confusion, she whispered a small, "I'm sorry. Is this moving too fast?" Suzuki shifted back and lifted his eyebrows. Sakura made to retreat, but Suzuki's hand on her hip kept her in place. Her eyes flew back to his to find that he was shaking his head. "I think," he said softly but unwaveringly, "I think this is where we left off." He said it like a statement, but Sakura detected the undertones of a question, a request for permission. The debate over who would take the couch that night was quite an easy one after all, with neither Suzuki nor Sakura having any interest in it. Sakura found herself smiling against his mouth, which felt hauntingly familiar against hers, and wondered, as she had before, in another lifetime, how the skin of a person who breathed fire could feel so cold. 2 months passed, at which point Suzuki and Sakura had stumbled into something of a honeymoon phase along with the rest of Team 7. Anticipating that they would need to go their separate ways to tend to their respective duties in the very near future, they spent every waking minute together sparring, eating out, and sometimes just sitting around in the warmth of the afternoon sun, just like the old days. Naturally, over time, others began noticing that something was happening between Suzuki and Sakura. At first, the two of them tried their best to hide it and keep things civil, professional even, while in the presence of others. After all, Suzuki's return to the Leaf Village had roused confusion among many of the villagers. Without a clear explanation for why he had returned or much evidence that he wouldn't abandon the village again, most people were rightfully skeptical of his welcoming. And how odd it would seem if the head of Konoha's hospital were caught cozying up to this untrustworthy figure so soon after his pardoning. Despite their best efforts, however, their relationship became harder to hide as the days stretched on, particularly in the case of their ever-watchful sensei, Kakashi Hatake. Sakura wasn't sure if it was because of the time he caught Suzuki and Sakura leaving her flat together before training, or the time he spotted Sakura resting her head on Suzuki's shoulder when they didn't realize Kakashi would actually show up on time for a rendezvous, or if it had to do with how their parting hugs seemed to last the longest, but one day, Kakashi snuck up behind them, ruffled their hair, and said, "How long did you think you could hide this from me?" Sakura turned towards him, her face stained a similar hue as her hair, while Suzuki shot a menacing glare at their sensei, likely in response to the hair ruffling. Whatever do you mean?" Sakura stammered. To her great mortification, Kakashi merely gestured towards the little book poking out of his weapon pouch while wiggling his eyebrows. She couldn't look him in the eye for weeks after that. After what felt like an eternity of biting her tongue, changing the subject, and fabricating alibis, Sakura finally sort of let it slip to her best friend, Ino Yamanaka, just what had been going on with her and a certain ex-criminal since her return from her journey abroad. Thankfully, Ino took the news just fine, though she couldn't help adding over the tea she was drinking on the bench across from Sakura in the hospital cafeteria, "You win, Forrid." Ino smirked slyly at her use of a nickname she hadn't used in what must have felt like a lifetime. In Sakura's case, on the other hand, the nickname didn't feel quite so historical. Unsurprisingly, it didn't take long for the gossip to spread once Ino got a hold of this juicy tidbit of information. None of Sakura's friends' responses came as much of a surprise to her. For instance, Shikamaru expressed an outright disinterest in the affair unless Uchiha decides to do something stupid, and Rock Lee bestowed his approval on them with a watery smile and a half-hearted thumbs up. Inevitably, Sakura and Suzuki soon realized, they would have to break the news to Naruto. It was a surprise that he seemed unaware of the rumors, and as their best friend, they figured he ought to be told the news properly, in person. One quiet afternoon, while Sakura was reading on her couch and Suzuki sharpening a kunao on the floor nearby, they chatted about the matter. Lazy afternoons like this had become a rare occurrence, with Sakura's responsibilities at the hospital resuming their usual, all-consuming pace, and Suzuki's community reintegration program, a term coined by Tsunade, leaving him with hardly a minute to himself on most days. He never complained about this, though. What should we say? Sakura asked without moving her gaze from the book in her hands. She was wearing light, summery training attire, with her freshly trimmed hair falling an inch above her shoulders. I don't want him to freak out. Suzuki, who was wearing black civilian clothes and wasn't much of a words person, offered, maybe he'll figure it out on his own like Kakashi did. Then we don't have to say anything. But Sakura rolled her eyes. Naruto probably wouldn't figure it out unless we literally made out in front of him. Suzuki glanced at her over his shoulder, his eyebrows raised. His reaction would be priceless, he said, and failing to hide the mischievous glint in his eye. This earned him a prompt punch on the shoulder. Ultimately, they decided to break it to their dear friend over ramen at his favorite restaurant, Ichiraku. The familiar atmosphere coupled with his favorite dish might put him in a good mood, they reasoned. Still, his reaction to the news was a bit of an emotional one. What? There's no way. He cried while waving an accusing finger in Suzuki's face and nearly knocking his bowl of steaming ramen to the floor. Sakura stared at Naruto through pleading eyes while Suzuki focused intently on his own bowl. Does that mean I'm third-wheeling now? That's so lame. I think you already were, Kakashi chimed in. He was never invited to lunch, but when he found out about it, Sakura figured he only came along because he knew he'd get a kick out of Naruto's reaction. You've got to be kidding me. Naruto exclaimed dramatically while rubbing his face. He exhaled deeply before settling himself back onto his stool. Well, there'd better be no funny business when I'm around, you hear me, bastard? And no holding hands unless I can get in on it too. In contrast to whatever Naruto had convinced himself, however, in no time, everything went perfectly back to normal, save a bit of extra teasing. Speaking with Naruto was a reminder that a couple more formal disclosures were in order. How are your parents doing? Suzuki asked Sakura one evening over dinner. They decided to eat out at a dingy restaurant in a quiet, residential part of the village. Only once before had they been to this spot, a time that only the two of them could have ever known about. Sakura's eyes met his. They're fine, she said, her heart rate quickening. She'd told her parents about Suzuki, of course, but they hadn't properly met him, not in this life, at least. Do you think they'd still have me over? Even, now? Suzuki asked. Sakura averted her gaze to conceal the blooming smile and the giddiness that was surely written all across her face. I'm sure that a reintroduction could be arranged, she said. Their formal disclosure to Tsunade had been the most difficult one of all, especially for Suzuki, who'd nearly had his wrist broken in a handshake and was only dismissed from the Hokage's office after receiving 16 gruesome death threats. As it happened, Tsunade had never spoken a word of the time travel mission to anyone. It was only 2 years after it ended that any mention of the mission was made at all, when Sakura chalked up the nerve to approach Tsunade about treating her post-traumatic stress. Sakura had realized that the tremor in her hands might not ever fade, but she learned ways to adapt, to manage her reflexes and her intrusive thoughts through a combination of cognitive behavioral therapy and medication. As a person who poured her heart and soul into healing others, it had taken quite the spark of bravery for Sakura to finally acknowledge that she too needed a hand. Surprisingly, Sakura found that she had never felt as empowered as she did after this admission. On the nights they found themselves home together, she and Suzuki took their medications at the same time, like a toast to the world they left behind, the world that fell apart, the world that saved this one, and that brought the two of them together. Unfortunately, as the years carried on, they found that war was closer on the horizon than they had once believed. It turned out Kabuto was plotting far greater schemes than any of them could have imagined, and that the curses that haunted the noble Uchiha clan would resurface. Danger befell Naruto anyways, despite their best efforts, with Suzuki getting caught in the fray, though through it all, Team 7 knew where his true allegiances lay. But such was the life of a ninja. If you weren't trying to save the world one way, you were trying to save it in another. Sakura, for one, never saved the world like she might have done if she hadn't taken a leap of faith to end her second life or to cut off her hair when she did. But this, Sakura thought while laying a single, golden daffodil onto the tombstone of a person who she did not know, where a person who she did know might have laid if the ripples had cascaded any differently. This is enough. Check the description for the links to the author.